the final day of Overwatch World Cup 2023 group stage. BlizzCon is just around the corner, and we're here to give you all the action. Hi, everybody! Danny Liv here, joined by... Introduce yourself. Who are you?
Hey, Danny, how's it going? It's me. It's Johnny. I'm back. It's just you and me today, buddy.
It's just
be great.
Yes, it's us two. As you guys can see, you know, Zoe is not here with us because she is preparing for BlizzCon that is happening on Friday. So she's getting everything ready so everyone will have a great time at BlizzCon and also the Overwatch World Cup as well. So today, it's me and you, Johnny, like you said. It's us two. We're gonna be okay. I didn't press the panic button. I didn't press the panic button yet.
No, we're
hopefully.
good. We're good. Hold off the panic button. Hold off. We're good. We're gonna nail this, okay? We're preparing for BlizzCon in our own way by running through the last day of group stages and figuring out who's actually going to make it to the playoffs. You know, there's a couple teams have already advanced.
Right. Yeah.
But a couple teams haven't yet decided their fate.
Yeah, yesterday some clinched their spots already, so we're looking at the bracket right now. As you guys can see, Great Britain, Canada, and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Sorry,
You're
guys.
doing great, then. Keep it up.
Have all clinched their seeds. So Great Britain and Canada topped their Group B with number 1 and number 2 seeds. Both are guaranteed a spot at BlizzCon. So today's match, for Great Britain, it's sort of for honor, I guess you could say, right?
Yeah, it's kind of for fun. Look, I mean, this team has been lights out, and we talked about Group B being the group of death, and it really being so close between Australia, Great Britain, Canada. We didn't know who'd make it through. We knew that Great Britain, probably top 2, really stacked squad. Backbone has been phenomenal on the May, and they really figured out this Sigma composition. Funny Astro leading the ship as well on the Lucio. They've looked really crisp, really solid. But the way they've been performing in this group, 2-0ing the respective teams and, just taking charge in this group, that's going to pay dividends because they most likely don't have to play South Korea now, right? And so, yeah, really good. Canada started off with a loss against Great Britain. But since then on, they've kind of been lights out as well and just like really performing at a high level. So Group B has been really exciting so far.
Yeah, just as we were saying, it was Seeker popping off on the server, and also like and players like False as well. Like Canada is also a very strong team, in their group as well. So there was KSA, and also we have to talk about KSA, just like I said, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, also was a big surprise as well. They got 2 great wins, even yesterday beating United States.
Yeah, with aggressive plays like this one, right? Like they're in their spawn, just throwing out May Blizzards, and then Quartz just rounds the corner with Bastion and gets the job done. I really like how they took charge in this matchup. And then, apart from that, it was just really solid play. I think that KSA, like we're looking at right now, the Sigma player, it was a bit of a Sigma diff. We talk about Kalusha Sigma all the time. KSA performed really well. The way they managed the Sigma abilities, managing the shield, the accretion, saving it for the right time, and just absorbing the pressure from USA. I thought it was really good. And so positively surprised by Saudi Arabia, which kind of means as well that, if we looked at the bracket earlier, we kind of run the risk now of having South Korea, Canada, USA, and the team from China all on the same side on the bracket, which is absurd. So they're gonna have to figure out who of them is actually going to make it to the grand final, and the other teams are like, all right, fine, we don't want to play team from China, we don't want to play South Korea, we'll just take the lower side of the bracket.
That section it's gonna be interesting.
It's
gonna be kind of scary and interesting as well. It's gonna be fun to see for sure. Yeah. That's for sure. Hey, if we said hello to some of the teams that they already made it to Anaheim, California, then we must also at the same time sadly have to say goodbye to the others that unfortunately got knocked out, right? Let's take this time to pour some out for our homies. Colombia, Australia, Brazil, France, and Mexico. Starting things off with Colombia. Johnny, this was your best of the day yesterday. Although they went out,
such a sick play.
Yeah, they had some great plays yesterday, and for me, Colombia, they were a team that really surprised me. Not a lot. I wasn't too familiar with some of these players, but just seeing them perform, I became a huge fan of them.
Yeah, Cersei subbed in for EQO, right? And on a short notice as well, but they still had fun here at the tournament. Australia, another one. We thought they could be competitive in Group B, but it was not meant to be. Kaufas Reinhardt, though, fire striking through amplification matrix, getting 2Ks like this, playing super aggressive. so much fun to watch. So while Australia didn't make it out of Group B, I don't really think you can be too upset with that. Like, we knew it was going to be a tough group, right? But seeing them come out, play aggressive with the Reinhardt, and trying to get the job done, it was really entertaining. Brazil as well, Danny?
Yeah, Brazil was also a team that, you know, they were vibing. You know, they had some great moments as well. Hey, honestly, they do have one more match today, so I'm looking out for that. I want them to just go all out.
All out. Yeah. Mexico, remember, they took a map of the United States when they were swapping the roles around. You know, that was a good dub. That was a good map win from Mexico. Here in the group stages, though, it's been a bit more rough. You know, you couldn't get that win against Colombia. But still, you know, I'm sure they made their fans proud because, I mean, being able to qualify for the group stages is all. It was pretty close in the qualifiers, and they qualified as the 3rd seed, I believe, from their group stage, right? So being able to make it here to group stage, and I mean, now you're still here, right? They get to, you know, stroll around BlizzCon. They get to enjoy BlizzCon this week. They might not play on stage, but they get to hang out and have a good time, right? So I'm still happy they made it here to group stage.
Yeah, I'm definitely, if I see them, I'm gonna say hi to them for sure. There's another team that we do have to talk about. It was a bit of a surprise. We gotta talk about France, right? You know, do we have, Johnny, do we have any explanation on what we saw from them and, you know, why they were making an early exit to the tournament?
I mean, look, being that it's France, you know, a lot of pressure on these guys to come out and perform. They obviously have one of the more passionate fan bases in all of Overwatch, and historically, France has been a really, really good team in the World Cup. You know, you think back to the older generation of players like Wins, AKM, those kind of guys, right? Unco. You know, France used to be a really good region, but if you just look at the roster right now and you stack it up against the others, I mean, you're in a group with USA that has plenty of players that played in the Overwatch League earlier this year, and also you're playing off against Twisted Minds Saudi Arabia, which dominated European contenders this year, right? Like, it's a really stacked group. Now, we didn't expect France to lose to Japan, but Japan, at the same token, they're also a full team stemming from the Asia Pacific region, right? And they looked really good there. So I think you can just look at this roster of France and really high expectations from the fans, a lot of people cheering them on. But I just don't think the caliber of players is as good as it used to be for France, and a bit of a letdown from them this year. But, you know, it's a really strong region. They got a great group of fans supporting them. I hope they come back stronger next year's World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, we call that group Group D as Group of Death, right? It was Group of Death for a reason.
Yeah, that and B. We got two groups of death.
Yeah, and all right. So, I mean, we said aloha. For those of you that don't know, aloha is hello and goodbye as well. I actually just learned that as well. But anyways, but here is where things get interesting, everybody. Let's chat teams still looking for their ticket to BlizzCon. From Group A, we got Korea and Finland fighting for the seed, and we also got Spain, Thailand, and team from China are all fighting for Group C seeds. Group C is like, we still have to see like what happens today. Today's gonna be an important match for that group.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, China, they're not fully qualified yet because of weird scenarios, but they're pretty much guaranteed to make it, right? Team Thailand, if they want to qualify out of Group C, they have to take down Team China. It's gonna be tough, right?
Yeah.
Spain today, they got a matchup against Hong Kong. We expect them to win that one. They've been looking pretty good so far. So Group C, yet to see what's going to happen there. Group D, though, Danny.
Oh yeah, Group D.
USA are playing
is
Japan.
where the fun is at. Yes, it's Japan and USA both. They are both fighting for their second seed in Group D. That is gonna be a big one because, like you said, Johnny, the winner of that match is going to be going up and having a chance to perform at BlizzCon.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you've been on social media the past 16 hours. The team morale for USA is at an all-time low. It's not good. People are not excited about the performance yesterday against Saudi Arabia. Now, perhaps we underestimated Saudi Arabia, but Japan, while they have looked good, while Japan took down France, are they on the same level as Saudi Arabia? I do think that Team USA are going to be favored in this matchup. There have been some surprises on Team Japan. I mean, you coined it. You coined it, Danny. Get loud for Cloud.
I'm loud for Cloud. Yes, I mean this team was definitely a team that really surprised us, right? With their first match against France, just as we're seeing right now, we thought France was gonna win it, but Japan, you know, they had the synergy and just the individual players, like they're mechanically skilled as well. Like we're seeing Cloud,
they're breaking
loud
plays.
for Cloud, right? Yeah. So this is definitely a team that we can't really take out. I mean, we definitely have to like watch out for.
Yeah. USA though, yes, it was a tough loss yesterday. They didn't look that crisp when it came to the chemistry. You know, was it an underperformance? Yes, it was. Do I expect more from Team USA? I do. You know, I really do think that they should be able to put it together and take down a team like Saudi Arabia. You know, we've already seen historically, right, that some of these players did kind of dominate Twisted Minds when it came to the Pro-Am, right? That was very, very much earlier, like half a year ago, more than half a year ago. So I do think that there is room to improve. I do think that Team USA should step it up. There were some like weird, you know, compositions. You know, they decided to play Sugar Free on the Echo, which they obviously feel is a comfort pick for them. But Hydron's flank, I know that Hydron had some pop-off moments yesterday, and, you know, Costa was quick to point out, you know, there were some good overclocks there. But in general, like, Hydron loves flanking, and sometimes you don't get value from those flanks, which begs the question, if you can't get value on that Sojourn, are you just better off swapping over to a Bastion and rotating CDs? It feels like you get more consistent value on Bastion, where Sojourn, you gotta keep making those plays right. Kalush as well. I think that Kalush struggled a bit this tournament. You know, you can just look at some of Kalush's gravitic fluxes. They haven't gotten the most value yet. So I think there's some easy, quick fixes for Team USA to immediately improve and look better, right? So you took that loss yesterday. Okay, let's get to work. You know, you gotta win against Japan today if you want to make it out of groups, and then one day at a time.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely a lot of questions for Team USA. Those are going to be answered today because that match, like we said, Japan versus USA, winner stays on. So that is definitely one of the bigger matches that we have to look out for today. Talking about today's matches, here is our schedule. We're kicking things off with France versus Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and then Korea, Finland, Hong Kong, and Spain. Brazil versus Great Britain, USA versus Japan, and then we're rounding out the day with team from China versus Thailand.
Oh boy.
And yeah, these are gonna be some exciting matches, and hey, we're gonna be having a lot of fun, and you guys could also join in the fun. Hey, start a watch party. Do you like watch parties, Shawty?
Yeah, we're doing a watch party right here, but you know, if people get fed up with us, you can host your own watch party. You know, do it better yourselves. Host your own one. So yeah, go to that link, and as well, you know, be sure that you gotta watch the broadcast to earn these sick rewards, right? Like, look at these skins. I love orange. Orange is like one of my favorites.
Orange is your favorite color? That I didn't know that.
Well, I'd say top 3. I don't know if I want to go. I haven't thought through my color tier list, but orange is top 3 for me. So
orange is I like orange as well. So yeah, you guys could get a chance to grab all these goodies, not only the skins but sprays, sprays as well. I don't know, that was just so random. I've never heard you. I never knew that you liked orange that much.
Yeah, I like orange. I like purple. I think purple is a really solid color too. Well, green is pretty good too. So
you know what? This is a good question. Right there. No, this is a good talking point. Everyone who's watching, friends, please let us know what your favorite color is on social media by using the hashtag Overwatch World Cup 2023. That is hashtag OWWC 2023. Apparently, Johnny loves orange. My personal favorite color, I think it used to be green. Now I think I have to say black. Black is just a cool color.
Yeah.
And yeah, you know, it's just a cool color. You know what else is really cool? K-pop and collab, Johnny. Yo, you're my transitions. I'm working on it. Okay.
Let's go, Daddy.
Hey, I mean, you know, more big Overwatch and BlizzCon news is awesome. But music collab with K-pop group Le Seraphim, one of my top favorite K-pop groups. We've got a new mode, skins, and everything. Here's a video to promote that. Check it out. Hey, this year, Overwatch World Cup is a lot different, Johnny, because I mean, of course, all the teams are competing for a prize, right?
They are. Yeah.
But the pricing this year, I heard that is different.
Okay.
Did you know?
You want to tell me more?
Yeah, because this year the pricing, everything is crowdfunded, everybody.
Oh!
So if all of you guys have the chance to support Overwatch World Cup, support the players, support the teams, and also while you're doing that, you could grow the prize pool. Not only that, by doing that, you guys could get these cool skins and all these goodies all together.
Buy the bundle.
Buy the bundle
in game.
Yeah, and also, I just gotta say, we always talk about that Sojourn skin, but I'm a big fan of that Lucio skin.
You're talking about the Lucio skin every time. Yeah, every time we look at this thing, I love the Lucio skin. You said it every time. I couldn't think of one time.
You and Zoe are always talking about the Sojourn skin. I have to.
Of course, because it's awesome. Why wouldn't I talk about the Sojourn skin?
Are you saying that the Lucio skin isn't cool?
I love them both, Danny. I love them both.
All right. Okay. All right, no more. Okay, that's a prize pool, everybody. Support the Overwatch World Cup. And now, with that being said, let's jump right into the first game of the day. We have France up against Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. What is wrong with me? Let's talk about France first.
Yeah, look. France took a loss to Japan in the very first match of the group stage, right? But they looked a lot better against USA. Look, things are wrong with me too. Don't you agree, Danny? France looked better against USA. This Circuit Royale was really close as well.
Yeah,
and for a moment there, we were just like, whoa, is USA going to get upset by France right now? Is this happening? Now, USA, they did take control on New Queen Street, of course. So France, they did show, though, that they can put up a really good performance. And Saudi Arabia, they might be 2-0 in this group. They might have taken down USA. But if France keeps improving, if they start to find their identity, I do think they have a chance here. Saudi Arabia came out fast with this kind of like aggression. But now, if you're France, you know that like Saudi Arabia is going to be aggressive. You know they're going to pop around the corners with blizzards like this, right? And you have an idea of what they're trying to do, right? So it's kind of like you have nothing to lose scenario for France. Yes, you might be out, but you still want to make your fans proud. You still want to get a win for your fans, right? And for the pride of the country, right? And so they might be able to, throw a wrench here against Saudi Arabia. I'm really looking forward to this matchup. Saudi Arabia has now entered the mix of teams that genuinely have a chance to win the tournament, right? So I'm looking forward to this match.
Same, me too. Yeah, let's jump right into the predictions. We already have it right here. We got everyone in Saudi Arabia. Zoe giving France a map.
Of course.
But Johnny and I went 2-0. So. True. But yeah, I think it's Saudi Arabia are definitely the favorites heading into today's match. So that is our predictions. Let's jump right into the action. We got Dustin and Moxie bringing you all the action.
Thank you, Danny and Johnny from the desk. Unfortunately, Zoe is, obviously in the midst of traveling. Moxie, how'd you put it best with the desk there with Danny and Johnny? It's like, they're kind of eating dessert, having some treats late at night, staying up, having fun on the desk today.
When your parents were out, you wanted ice cream for main course for dinner. You took advantage.
You know what? I miss... Oh, yeah?
Something that Team Saudi Arabia are going to be taking advantage of is their starting lineup because, Dustin, it's happening. For the first time in this tournament, Lavder is going to be starting on the roster, and he's not in the support role. He's going to be on the DPS, so no surprises. Team France, seeing that change, are going to be fielding Poco in immediately. No Ben Best, no Orisa. It is going to be Poco to be able to flex onto that D.Va and try and keep all of the aerial dogfights in check.
Yeah, in that first map, Ilios is going to be an important one to do so. But, we've seen it time and time again, Moxie, where, a lot of that Pharah composition has, at least in previous metas, been pretty strong, right? Even, the best teams at dealing with that kind of composition have a hard time dealing with Lambda on the Pharah.
Yeah, we did see, however, in Pro-Am, it went both ways, right? Some teams were able to deal with it, some teams tried to mirror it, and it didn't go that amazingly well for them. But starting off on Ruins, this is definitely one of those maps where if you were a hit scan trying to keep that Pharah or Echo in check, you do have a much better position given how open a lot of spacing can be, and you just have all of that high ground potential. If you want to run something like the Widowmaker or the Sojourn, the opportunity is entirely there. But the opportunity is also there for KSA to be able to flex onto that Junker Queen to play as aggressive as possible and try and take a lot of attention away from his DPS to keep that pressure up and make sure that Team France have no choice but to look at the tank and allow either the Pharah or an Echo a lot more freedom.
Bit of a technical pause going on before the game starts. Actually good that we're getting out the way now instead of, during the series. While the players figure it out, though, Moxie, obviously, for the likes of Team France, it's been a hard group for them, right? This group in general, I think people were talking about, like the desk said, many a times, that Group D is a group of death. It's been so difficult. And, the surprising team of all these have been Japan to do as well as they have been. But for France, obviously, they've lost both games so far. They really don't have, a lot of pressure on them at the moment, considering they're already out of the Group D so far. I could see them potentially even taking a map or the series versus Saudi Arabia just because, they're just out there having fun. Not a lot of pressure on their backs.
Yeah, you also have to remember that Team Saudi Arabia are currently the only group in Group D undefeated. They are 2-0. Japan is 1-1. United States also 1-1 after their defeat against Kingdom of Saudi Arabia yesterday. So it's a lot in the pressure for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to try and complete this golden stage and be the only team undefeated. And you know what? Lapta may be in the DPS role, but he's not in the sky, Dustin. He's going to be locking that Sojin to look for the off angle.
What? That's interesting. I suppose it's necessary for a map like Ruins because it's so long range. So not exactly an ideal first sub map to get. If you're KSA, FD God already taking down that pylon on Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's team. Surmajed surely just playing back with this team. France actually have a lot of space to work with at the moment. And they have speed towards the point, so they can always kind of just pressure out Saudi Arabia. In fact, they're going to be the first ones to capture the point, pushing away the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The rest of the Saudi Arabian team are just kind of spamming, right? They're just constantly poking, potentially trying to find a pick. FD God out of all players could be the one to find early, but it's Poco actually onto KSA, is able to find the first kill, removing the tank player of the Saudi Arabian team. Surely gives some more space to France, who are just kind of cementing their place here on the point with the kill onto UB.
Yeah, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, like you said, they have more pick potential with both the Sojin, the Alari, and also that Mei. And as a result, they're playing a little bit more slowly, trying to find that first pick. And Poco takes advantage. He sees that the DPS are put towards that high ground and not going to be pressuring the Sigma if he moves forward. There's nothing like a Symmetra that's going to ignore the defensive capability of that shift. He moves forward aggressively into Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's backline, and there's no peel. They very quickly fall apart. And yet again, France have not only been able to hold on to the point, but Dustin, look at the point percentage. They're stalling out of all of these fights because of how long it takes for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to actually set up.
Yeah, 50% already. Saudi Arabia are down one. They even lose Poco in this fight. Natlox couldn't get off the lamp in time potentially, but the Blizzard was there to find KSA. Even though they lose Poco, they still came out on top via a nice bait wall from Pack earlier. And then obviously FD God got the opening pick. Moxie, we're already entering last fight territory. It feels like this map just began.
Yeah, UB's going to have the Blizzard, but Team France just have so many means of being able to work around it. Pack can just use a wall to line up sight block, Poco can shift it, Natlox can throw the Immortality Field, FD God has got the sound barrier if all else fails. So for Kingdom Saudi Arabia, they can't just go straight to point, drop the Blizzard, and guarantee that flip.
Pack wants to keep controlling that off angle, so really not in a position to get a good Mei wall. Meanwhile, amplification matrix from both teams. Lapta gets rid of FD God, who had the beat drop available. Avo is frozen, but a nice Immortality Field from Natlox keeps him alive temporarily because Quartz will still find him on the Baptiste of all things, by the way. So Lapta still spamming towards the point. Pack actually will go down to the Pharah player turns Sojourn. Still has that overclock as well, and France just wants to give up the objective for now and back up.
Yeah, good play from KSA as well. Like you said, he saw the Immortality Field come out to save Avo on that Symmetra in the Blizzard, and KSA comes in with the accretion to stun him and ragdoll the Symmetra out of the line of sight of that lamp so that he goes down. Kingdom Saudi Arabia with control of the point now, however, only have 2 ultimates currently to work with to be able to hold on to it. And FD God, since he got picked early in the last fight, still has sound barrier to negate both.
France goes out early, drops the wall towards the objective. Now comes the Gravitic Flux. Doesn't connect onto anybody of Saudi Arabia's side. Meanwhile, Mei Ice Block to stay alive on KSA's side. And the Immortality Field was there into the counter. Gravitic Flux from KSA resulted in Lambda getting that railgun shot onto one. UB will go down. So does Quartz, though. So France is slowly working themselves back into this fight, forcing the overclock pop from Lambda. But France understanding that it's really hard to deal with this overclock, is going to back up until it's almost ran out. Now comes the ultimate from the side of France. Meanwhile, Sermajet in the skybox got the kill with the captive son, and then also onto FD-Gon. So with those 2 kills, Saudi Arabia are looking pretty on this point. I mean, Poco's going to have to back up, and France are going to reset.
Yeah, Quartz coming back in on the Ana with the anti-nades to make it even harder for Poco to be able to use that shift around KSI, using the accretion to cancel him out of it. Now the pick potential composition, it has the space to be able to work with. It can punish France catching a player out of position on those rotations. This is exactly where the Sojourn and Alari want to be playing from.
Oh my gosh. Quartz, what a huge anti-grenade onto France, and 2 dead immediately. I mean, what do? You just get wiped off of Quartz.
Oh,
what a big anti-grenade.
Poco has to go off the map, and he actually goes down to Sermajet's jump, and as a result, that's more ultimate charge for the Alari. Team France, however, have been building up ultimates. They've got Pax Blizzard. Poco's going to go onto the Wrecking Ball to be able to try and tap in time, because there's only 10% left to work with. And Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are looking to interrupt before overtime can hit in, but Poco's able to tap, and the Blizzard remains in play.
That dives onto Quartz, and some pressure already put on the backline, resulting in Avo finding the kill onto Yubi. Nice work from him. Blizzard as well, just a solo. Actually gets Majed here too, so both KSA and Majed frozen by Pack. That should close things out for France, but Overclock with the nano boost. No, he's shut out immediately by Avo. No support there for Saudi Arabia. France, it was looking dicey as they gave up the 99% the other way. Submap number 1 will go in France's favor.
Gorgeous Blizzard to just split the team of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in half. The second that they know that that Sigma is going to be stuck in the ultimate, everyone focuses them down. The nano boost can only go on to that Alari. However, now we see why Labda is coming into play. Like we talked about, right? He's locking into that DPS role. He's known for his Echo, he's known for his Fire, but the first sub-map that they got was Ruins. However, we're going to have a look at Pack coming in with that Maywall to catch Labda, and there's absolutely nothing he can do. Catches him right up against the wall and secures him in position for the kill to come through. This, though, is the true test for Poco, because he's coming out on the Sigma rather than the Diva. He does not want to allow Labda any leg up in terms of getting to play around those defensives.
Waiting on the inside angle. TP up top through the window to go to the objective as well, avoiding some of that anti-grenade potential from Quartz. Meanwhile, France just playing the objective. Saudi Arabia looking for their advantage. Labda actually goes so low on the coastal side, down to 25 HP, but grabs the mini health pack. Point almost unlocked too. Labda still looking for some grenades, but a nice TP away. Avo avoids a lot of the damage. Saudi Arabia comes in to touch the point. KSA will lose the mech for it, though. He did find Natlock to the very least, so that's some healing down, resulting in Labda getting Avo. But France claim the objective for now, even though the man advantage is going for Saudi Arabia. Labda finds another kill on the FD God, so no more supports for France. And yeah, everybody on France is just going to get melted here. Just a bit more delay from Pack, but eventually Saudi Arabia will capture the point.
Yeah, by putting Poco onto that Sigma, you don't have a lot of high ground control, so you have to have Evo on that Sim to be able to TP everyone onto point, and then you're looking to pick up that percentage and just stall out. You know that Labda is going to be on the Echo. You want to play around those walls, punish the fact that if the Echo wants to get close enough to disable a lot of that Sigma defensive capability, you have to get into range of Pack with the primary doing 100 damage per second. And this time, we're going to see KSA on the Doomfist. This is entirely to punch in and stop them from being able to teleport onto point.
And Yubi's got the pulse. But actually, it's Sermajet to find the first kill. Pulse bomb on FD God. Nice immortality kill to keep him alive for now. They do find Yubi during that, but Quartz will trade out FD God. Poco does get KSA, but now Labda gets the copy, so you have another tank here on the objective. Just gets to run into Poco at the moment. Amplification Matrix from Atlocks actually finds some value, but Captive Sun now from Sermajet goes coast down to 10 HP. Will use some of that support passive to get healthy as Poco goes down to Labda. France did switch the objective into their favor, but still without Poco on the point, so they need a lot of health, and they're going to actually pop the beat drop here in FD God to keep healthy towards the point. But it's KSA. What a nice punch from him on an Atlocks and finding the kill onto Avo. FD God was able to find Sermajet, but they're going to have to go for the point.
Yeah, Team France tried to overcome the absence of that tank with ultimates. It wasn't just Soundbarrier, it was also Pack using that Blizzard to defensively hold onto that point and stall it for as long as possible. But now we face the exact same problem. KSA on the Doomfist looking to disrupt the position coming through from Team Francis. Everyone doesn't use the Symmetra teleporter, just walks. Now they have Steel Hover with the nano boosted Echo. The second that the Sigma shift is gone, we're going to see Lapta move in for the kill.
Poco actually did a nice job there, really just body blocking that point. Now Gravitic Flux out, Pack goes so low and falls to Lapta, who's spamming on the outside. But Poco finds the kill with the Gravitic Flux. Can he find any more? Doesn't look like it. Quartz, before going down, dropped an anti-grenade onto him. And Saudi Arabia is cleaning up. France they keep touching the point at the very least, so they're nearly 50%. But we're still about to enter last fight.
Evo does have that Symmetra wall, however, to make sure that they don't have to worry about the pick potential coming through from Lambda and Simajed on the rotation. What they do have to be concerned about is Yubi, because he has that Pulse Bomb. Simajed so close to the Captive Sun, the Tracer can bully out the Lamp, and then the Illari finishes off the fight.
Ball into the point. We've seen this so many times from France, but Lambda, just snuffs it out. Natlox goes down on the rotation towards the point. Captive Sun here as well. Yubi with the follow-up damage. Simajed blows France's dreams away, going to a round number 3 now, Moxie, which is going to be Saudi Arabia have tied us up.
Yeah, Santa Claus didn't come down that chimney. Instead, it was an Illari with a very devastating ultimate. And Dustin, I have a question for you, right? What do you think about this theory? This is the first time that we're seeing Lambda come out onto the DPS role. Do you think it's because Kingdom of Saudi Arabia know that they're going up against a team that are already out of the competition, so they can get some practice with the Echo, knowing that they're not providing another team that will continue on in this tournament experience to be able to deal with the composition?
I'd say that's a pretty good theory. I would agree with it. Definitely not controversial, especially since they got to try Quartz out on the Ana too, right, Mox? There's there's a lot of variables in this composition, because obviously you don't have Haku out there, and you maybe want some practice with Quartz on the Ana as well. So you're right, I think.
Now, Team France going to be fielding Poco onto that Junker Queen. Natlox playing the Kiriko just to survive. Everyone has so much survivability for Team France and also mobility. So if Kingdom of Saudi Arabia isolate out a target, they do have a best chance to be able to survive and sustain for Peel to come through.
Come again, G. Walks around the back. France just wants to go for a hard engage, but oh my god, KSA is the one to find the opening pick onto Pack. Laptas will find Evo. France is just dismantled before they could even touch the point. Saudi Arabia claimed the objective first.
There's something about DPS players going onto the sports, especially the Ana. That was a triple person anti-nade coming through. Now we're going to see Team France swap Evo onto Hitscan. Cassidy's going to come out. However, he gets anti-naded immediately after stepping out of spawn by Quartz, who finishes him up with a tap on that Ana. And Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are not going to allow Team France any opportunity to get this Hitscan into position to take the Echo out of the sky. It's just constant pressure the second that they move out of any of these corners.
Yeah, you're right on Quartz being actually kind of insane on the Ana. He's looked good so far on it. France tries to walk out into the cage side of the point, but a lot of pressure coming through already. KSA making sure nobody's life is easy. Another anti-grenade connects onto France. Even though they lose KSA, they're able to trade it back because of it. Copy comes through from Lambda. Surmajed's there with the follow-up damage, and yeah, goodbye France. See you back at the spawn doors. 50% now on the board for Saudi Arabia.
This is something we see so often from Twisted Minds. They typically run it in King's Row. They put KSA onto the Doomfist, they push him into these fights. He plays super aggressively to be able to bait out all of these positions from Team France who have to try and meet the Doomfist, and it allows Lavdra and Yubi to always predict where Team France's positions are going to be so they can drop down and find those kills, and it's absolutely devastating. It's something that Team France unfortunately fell afoul of going up against Team Japan as well on Samoa earlier.
Quartz sitting back with the nano boost, uses it on Lambda. Incoming Suzu to keep him healthy, also into the Kitsune Rush, but there's a Captive Sun here. Do they get to live through all this? They do. Evo finds the opening pick. Natlox as well finds Yubi. So they combine for 2. Lambda's able to get 1. As long as Lambda's alive, Saudi Arabia usually has a chance, but with Pac finding the kill onto KSA, it's going to be tough for them to deal with it. Wait a second. No way would Surmajet find the kill. Okay, good. For France as they come through and take the point at 94%.
Yeah, helping hand from FD God, just making sure that that pylon does not allow Simajed to win out the 1v1. Huge sleep coming through from Quartz to catch onto Natlox. As KSA punches in, the Kiriko lives, but it's allowed Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to rotate that Doomfist back into position, and Evo has to defensively pop the Deadeye to keep the rest of the team back.
Blade from Pac. Waiting to use his dash. Comes back for the peel, actually. So they do get KSA, but already 2 kills going in favor of Saudi Arabia. Surmajet makes that 3. Oh my god, what a sky kill from Pack! But doesn't result in anything for France. I mean, they don't have the beat. FD got died with it. He'll come back with it. 94% of the board. It gets flipped. 95, 96. Poco's going to be able to touch as well. Beat drop will be here. KSA doesn't have any ultimates to deal with this beat drop from France, so they can go aggressive with it, but they're going to need to find a kill. KSA goes low. They do find him. FD got so low, down to 5 HP. Will get down by Labda with the beam. Pylon gets removed for Pack, so now they know Surmajet is vulnerable. They do find him, but Quartz trades out. Now looks, oh my god, Pack! Another mid-air kill onto Labda. Yubi get with the recall. Still alive. Drops the pulse bomb, but is found, and France keep themselves alive in overtime. Flip the point.
Poco holds on to the mech as well, so he doesn't have to throw himself off the point. And even better, he gets out with health missing to provide Natlocks ultimate charge to build into that Kitsune Rush. Yubi is going to be going on to the Mei. So if Team France try and play as aggressive with this Genji in the face of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they go straight into the primary. And it shreds that Genji because deflect does not work against endothermic primary.
KSA on Junker Queen. Walks through main. And they come back into that Kitsune Rush, but Yubi finds Pack through a Captive Sun also here to help with the damage. Poco's finds Quartz though. They're missing the support for the side of Saudi Arabia. Poco drops the Diva Bomb as well to zone. Avo still got the pulse, but doesn't need it until now. Goodbye, KSA, 75%. Saudi Arabia try to reset fast.
Quartz is going to have a nano boost to engage, so Team France is doing everything they can to play havoc and disrupt Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's regroup. Pack's going to come back in on the Soldier with the faster legs and also the hit scan prowess to try and keep Labda in check because he knows that nano boost is going onto the Echo and Team France do not have an ultimate to be able to deal with it.
I will say Poco is one of the best divas eating anti-grenades, so as long as Quartz gets pressure, this might be relatively easy. Quartz just trying to live at the moment. All of France is on top of him. He's built the nano boost. Labda goes low. Meanwhile, Avo drops down below. There's the nano onto Labda. Labda finds Pack on the high ground. Can he find it anymore? FD gets the boot kill onto Yubi. Poco's mech gets deleted by Labda. I mean, the Echo counters D.Va so heavily before the beat drop could even be there for FD God. Poppy almost available as well. KSA finds Poco. I don't know what else France can do here, sadly. Avo goes down too. Overtime ticks down. FD God gets slept. Just icing on the cake. Saudi Arabia will take map number 1.
Team France did exactly what they needed to do. They knew that Quartz was coming in with the nano boost. They knew that it was going on to the Echo. Not like you said, the Echo counters that D.Va. That's why we saw that push come through from both Avo and Poco, the D.Va and the Tracer, trying to take Quartz down before the nano boost came available. Unfortunately, they're not able to find the pick. The nano boost goes out, and the second that it hits Labda, unless you're able to find that kill instantaneously with the Soldier, the map is just over.
Oh, yeah. And let's take a look at the highlights of the game. First, starting off with Pack coming through with the Blizzard right into KSA, making sure he couldn't go anywhere. I mean, what a big Blizzard for France to help secure them this first round. You know, it had to go further for them, though. But in the last 2 rounds, it was all the Labda show. I mean, coming through with the nano boost consistently all over them. By the way, Quartz was so good on that Ana Moxie. I mean, one of the best DPS to Ana changes that we've seen so far, but obviously if you have an Echo player that's as good as Labda, I guess that's like a good enough carry for your team.
Yeah, you also have to remember that he didn't have the Mercy Pocket.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely insane. And a huge part of it, like, this is why Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are so good in the contender scene, because they're able to run this Echo or Rafara composition off of all of the space that KSA is able to provide. He is one of the best tanks in the European region for a reason. He knows how to play the Doomfist. He knows to play for the absolute maximum value of his life to trade out his health bar to a team fight win because the Echo is now in position to get those kills.
France deciding what map they want to play for the second one. I know France has a lot of very passionate fans, Moxie, and are, I'm sure, watching this series. And, you know, even though it's been a very, very hard group, everybody's talked about this group being so hard, Group D in particular. And, you know, in this matchup versus Saudi Arabia, you can only hope for a good performance, in which, Moxie, I don't know if you would say, but France is actually looking solid versus Saudi Arabia at the moment.
Yeah, they looked really good. They were able to use things like the Symmetra teleporter when we went over to somewhere like Lighthouse because they understood. By not having that high ground contest, they just had to try and play that point and stall for as long as possible so that if the Echo got close, they were at least in distance to try and take her down since she's already used her shift. However, they decided to take us to Circuit Royale, and we'll be right back with that map after this.
BlizzCon right around the corner, and these players already here in the area at a bit of a LAN competing against each other. What is going on there. He's grabbing his hand. France, we good over there? Checking everything out? I mean, they're looking good, Mox, so far. Obviously, France continuing, their lineup. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia making some swaps still. They're figuring things out, kind of testing some things, like you said, before the playoffs actually begin, right, Moxie?
Team France opting to take us to Circuit Royale is immediately going to initiate a lot of changes coming through on that Kingdom of Saudi Arabia lineup, mostly because you can't play the Pharah or the Echo. It is such a good map for the hit scan for the snipers because of all of those long open line of sights. Playing that Echo or the Pharah and having any form of value is a lot harder to pull off, so we're going to be seeing Lab to come out, Haku's coming in for the support, I believe, and Quartz is going to be going back onto his rightful position as DPS. Although, saying that, he was still playing for DPS in the last map. You had a couple of eyes over on his damage numbers, didn't you, Dustin?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he was doing as much damage as he was healing. I guess that's like expected for these DPS players to swap over and kind of do what they do on DPS with a little bit of healing on the side. And, he didn't do that bad of a job, so shout out to him.
He was also hitting multi-people antis.
Yeah,
that's immediately going to rocket your damage numbers up.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, that was such an important step for his team's success. But also him swapping the DPS is too. I mean, this is arguably their best lineup, right, Moxie? I mean, having him on the DPS alongside Yubi, and then obviously Haku back in. This is the standard Saudi Arabian lineup.
Yeah, this is very much the roster that they've been putting forward, even in Contenders, when we were seeing a sort of shift away from Twisted Minds playing towards just having that Pharah and Echo identity. And it really couldn't have come at a better time because that Mei is just insanely powered when you pair it up with something like a Bastion and you can sit behind a Baptiste amplification matrix. It becomes absolutely terrifying to walk around any of those really tight corners on Circuit.
Oh yeah, and leading today, Moxie, I noticed there's a little bit less energy coming out of the Saudi Arabian lineup too versus France. Maybe there's not as much animosity between the two teams like there is with Team USA.
Well,
maybe a bit personal there.
Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, you have to remember, it was a really tough matchup for them yesterday because Team USA, they're the defending champions. Yes, they might not even make it through qualifiers, but it's still a matchup that you're concerned about. You're going to be feeling a lot of pressure, a lot of stress. Being able to get that over and done with and knowing that you're going to be coming up against a team who unfortunately doesn't... Oh, hello. Yeah, wave at the camera.
Hi.
These players just turning it into an experience, Dustin. They're here. They want to have some fun.
Oh, yeah. And speaking of some fun, we're going to take a look at some of the highlights from the series. Thus far, Labda on the Echo was the big point of emphasis for Saudi Arabia, which, I mean, the death call that Johnny talked about, I mean, this is a tight race, right, for the championship, right, to see who could win the World Cup. There's so many good teams this year. It feels like there's 4, maybe even 5, legit contenders to win the whole thing.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because we've seen teams like South Korea where they really do just flourish with that dive, but KSA running something like that Echo means that if you go fully for the dive, the Echo, without having to worry about something like a mirror, is just going to go straight for your backline. Honestly, that will be an insane matchup if we get to see the likes of Lip go up against Quartz in that hit scan off. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really intense to deal with at the moment. Circuit Royale is the map we're going to, like you said, Moxie. France picking this one, obviously, to lock more towards Poco's comfort, right? Like, they really want to play around that Sigma. But, do you think they have the poke potential on this map, Moxie, especially versus Quartz, who has been amazing on every hit scan?
Yeah, that is the worry, right? Because this is something that we were going to talk about. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, when they were playing in Contenders, they always sort of had just like Pharah and Echo, and you knew that you were going up against the Pharah and the Echo, and so a lot of the time they would find value in the regular season, and then when we went into playoffs, all of these teams just ran something like a Diva to be able to counter all of that aggression and make sure that the Pharah and Echo doesn't get to do anything. But since they've picked up both Quartz and Yubi, suddenly they have so much flexibility and potential coming through on those DPS lineups where they can virtually play anything. A lot of the time we see Yubi on the Mei. At the moment, Quartz as well going to be fielding something like the Widowmaker, but he's always got the Cassidy in his back pocket. He's got the opportunity as well to go for Sojourn if he wants to try and find those off angles and contest the Bastion's damage potential with their pick potential. Being able to get yourself into some spaces where someone's not maybe anticipating, and if that Railgun alt fire is charged up fully, that lack of awareness is going to cost them dearly.
Oh yeah, definitely. And you know, going into this one, Moxie, let's take a look at the colors of mice. Are we joining in on the ranking all of the colors? Because you and I both agree that like orange isn't really in our top 3. It's not, but you know it does represent World Cup, so we got to have some bias.
Yeah, immediately it does get brownie points for that one, definitely.
I mean, look, we got a Word's Mouse on the bottom left. Is that orange or is that sunset orange, Moxie? Is there a difference? Do you know that?
I'd say it's Overwatch orange. Do you know what? It perfectly matches the orange bar on the logo.
Nice. It kind of does. You're right. Going into the game now, obviously, we don't have to talk about mice anymore. Don't worry, chat. We'll avoid mice for now. But for Saudi Arabians lineup, Moxie on their offensive side, we'll still see what composition they're going to play. But France opting towards the Bastion Symmetra with a Lucio.
Yeah, a lot of mobility for them, and also that counter coming through for the Sigma. If you want to try and play aggressive, the Sigma's going to be finding so much more pressure coming out onto his shield capability with both the Bastion and the Symmetra, able to just burn through it within moments.
Quartz going for a quick peek off the left side to see what comp they're playing. Also look for that potential pick. Swaps over to the Bastion now, as they're given some space to work with.
Yeah, Yubi's going to be the only Mei on the field. But again, when you have the damage potential coming through from this Bastion, that wall isn't really going to be standing long enough for it to find a pick. All it's going to be able to do really is stop Natlux's amplification matrix and buy Kingdom of Saudi Arabia the opportunity to disengage.
Saudi Arabia pushing underneath the bridge. After you got going for the boop. Oh my god, that's aggressive. With the TP as well, Abo's there. Oh my god, Saudi Arabia just got smashed into by France. Abo over the top, also able to find Sir Majed, and that was a very unique and interesting push for France that's worked out.
Yeah, they're splitting the team, and it's something that Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is going to have to try and figure out who exactly they want to run into. If you directly run KSA into Pack on the Symmetra, he's going to be burnt down immediately, and even if he has the shift available, he's still probably going to be put down so low that Symmetra has to throw in the lamp. The only thing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia can do is mirror it. Yubi goes onto the Sim.
TP again, but it's a fake this time. They just walk through main France, trying to get some pressure through. Also build towards those ultimates. Natlox does have the amplification matrix. Now he pops it as well, but France is low. They're still able to get the kill on the KSA before immortality could be used by Sir Majed. Maybe didn't expect that much damage to come through. France with that kill, just gonna play it patient and let Saudi Arabia just kind of back up.
Yeah, they're not over-peaking. They know that Sir Majed, with all of the damage that Kingdom of Saudi Arabia have taken, is going to have the amplification matrix. Pack does have the Symmetra wall to be able to nullify its impact, but if you play poker too far forward, you're not going to be able to save that Sigma in time. So they back up around that corner and wait for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to just use it first.
Oh, window on the cart countered by the Symmetra wall. Oh my god, Gravitic Flux into Artillery Strike. Avo, what a combination alongside Poco, but Moxie, that was a lot of ultimates used by France.
Yeah, a lot of ultimates. However, they retain hold around that corner. And that long open line of sight is going to make it a lot harder for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to hold on to their ultimates if they want that payload to move. However, Poker goes forward too aggressively, is not going to be saved by the Immortality Field, especially because Quartz is layering the Artillery Strike over, knowing that they've kept France in those positions because of the Sigma ultimate. And finally, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are able to break the hold. Team France, however, might be able to recontest. They do have that soundbar if they want to play aggressive.
Yeah, that was so smart by France there. I mean, they just went with that with low ultimates, and Saudi Arabia obviously. Oh no, they don't touch in time though. I was gonna say, I mean, they got 4 ults out of Saudi Arabia there, but couldn't touch the payload in time. Maybe a bit too far. Maybe misjudged it a little bit. It's hard to make that call there as well. Now France pushes in. Abel finds the opening pick again on the Quartz. He's been doing this consistently so far, so that is a major takeaway for France. Having Avo do well on the Bastion is a good sign, as Saudi Arabia have to wait for him to come back. They've got the Symmetra wall, but oh, yeah, look at that mine go right into the air, but they're going to play back for now, yeah.
Yeah, so Majed not going to get punished like you saw, the concussive not connecting onto that Baptiste. We're immediately going to see that symbol invested from Yubi as Natlox has Lucio. Siren Barrier comes through to safeguard the Bastion. And Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, however, sustaining with a Symmetra pat flank of their own.
Yeah, that's that high-end talent working out for Saudi Arabia. Avo does get Sturm Jet. KSA also falls, so Avo gets the kill too. Haku will be back on the Lucio to trade back Avo. But, I mean, France still kind of holding on for now. They're going to play back. Well, that was an interesting flank earlier on. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left now in the streets phase for Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, messy fight means more time taken, and Team France still have control of the high ground, still have control of ramp. They've got the artillery strike as well to buy them some space if they feel like Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are getting a little bit too aggressive off of the power of Somajed's amp.
Gravitic Flux ready. There's the amp matrix from Saudi Arabia. Poco now could use the Gravitic Flux, has the Symmetra wall to work with as well, can walk in front of the amplification matrix, and Avo again finds Quartz through that pressure. Looked like Saudi Arabia didn't really want to use any ultimates besides that Baptiste window. I mean, they got 2 ults for 1 at least, but now we have 1 minute and 50 seconds left.
They got 3. Artillery strike, Symbol, and Flux.
Yep.
All of them invested from the side of Team France, and like you said, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they see that Team France are going to throw those ultimates in, they decide to reset incredibly quickly, so they're coming in to this next fight with all of the cards in their hand.
Walk forward, Gravitic Flux here. Everybody avoids it on France. Oh my gosh. It's because of Poco's fantastic movement on the front line. He'll be making him second guess himself as KSA didn't want to get hit by the rock. Amplification matrix now, defensive one for France. It's in the open too, so it should work well for them. Haku's beat drop eventually gets out. Pack is able to find Sturm Jet. What an opening kill for France. I mean, it doesn't seem like Saudi Arabia could do much here. They just reset quickly with 1 minute left.
Team France, however, is going to be approaching that artillery strike. They've got the sign barrier to be able to hold. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia don't have the Sigma Flux or even artillery strike to be able to try and bait it out early. Team France, if they get a pick as Kingdom of Saudi Arabia try and entrance into this next fight and they have to reset, they're looking really good in terms of time back.
FD God's beat has to be perfect though. Immortality Kill keeps everybody alive, giving them that time to work with as well. Pack finds Quartz. Haku gets onto Avo though, so both Bastions out of the equation. Poco goes so low. Saudi Arabia have the health pool advantage, and they're taking advantage of it. UB finds Poco. KSA gets Nat locks as well with 30 seconds left. Saudi Arabia just going to clean up onto FD God, look towards that payload of Pac as well. Who has the Symmetra wall now, but surely you can't get a recontest here if you're France.
Yeah, Quartz coming back in on the Tracer to be able to regroup fast enough with the team. So we're just going to have an amplification matrix to put either around the corner onto the payload so that it moves along with the rest of the fight. As Kingdom of Saudi Arabia push forwards, taking the high ground. Quartz off the Tracer now onto the Sojourn for the pick potential. So maybe force Pack into using that Symmetra wall too early on into the fight. They don't want to get picked apart by the Sojourn.
That was a super early Symmetra wall. They're just using it to get some space here at the moment.
Yeah, they push Kingdom of Saudi Arabia off the catwalk. So now Avo's in a better position to try and take out these players of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as they move out of choke.
They're just using ults off cooldown now, it feels like. Avo with the artillery strike didn't find a kill. Saudi Arabia moved towards that payload amp matrix in the back for KSA. Thermajed sitting back there just making sure his team is healthy and keep pushing forward. Gravitic Flux now here. Poco seeing where to go with it. Goes towards the payload, actually. That was some patient ult usage from Poco, resulting in Haku out of the equation. I mean, shutting down a potential beat drop coming up as well. It looks like Saudi Arabia have set up on a bit of an off angle all the way behind with UB.
Oh, here comes the teleporter into the back line.
Okay, Quartz finds Avo. Empty God onto Haku as well. UB dropped towards that objective as well to make sure Poco goes down, and he gets him as well. Pack has found Sturm Jet, so France located really far behind towards the spawn of Saudi Arabia, and it doesn't actually work out for them necessarily. 15 seconds left. At least they have close spawns.
Yeah, but Kingdom of Saudi Arabia have the Symmetra walls they don't have to worry about. Avo going into that transformation form on the high ground, they can just keep themselves on the payload, even as we're about to head into overtime without needing to disengage Bastion, while allowing Quartz to pop off with the ult.
He's got it available. Beat drop 2. Poco goes low. No overclock just yet. Waiting for FD God's beat, but it already connected. But with the Symmetra wall, there's a lot of support here. Oh my god, Quartz got hit by the nade from the opposite side of Avo, but it doesn't matter because he's looking for that kill on the high ground. He didn't see that there's people on the payload he needs to kill. Avo will get staggered, and in overtime, Saudi Arabia capture out.
Yeah, OT push coming through from Team France. Honestly, I'm a big fan of how they started off that point C defense. They understand that because they lost that fight incredibly late on when the payload was moving from B to C, they needed to use something like the Symmetra ultimate or the Bastion ultimate, which in the large scheme of things are pretty inconsequential, right? When you use a Bastion ultimate, you're not expecting to get a kill. It's more about trying to bait out utility from the other side. Plus, with how much damage both the Bastion and the Symmetra are doing to that Sigma, you know you're going to have those ultimates back up a couple of fights later. So it's better off using those early to get yourself that spacing back so you can then find the kills in the cooldown phase and take out Kingdom of Saudi Arabia so that their time bank is burnt off and you can control their movement in overtime, pushing them to have to anchor onto both the payload and thus giving up space, allowing Evo that freedom of the high ground. Unfortunately, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia had the Symmetra wall to be able to stop the Bastion shenanigans, and then Quartz gets the freedom of the Sojourn to be able to police all of the potential repositions of Team France as they try and juggle both space control and ousting Kingdom of Saudi Arabia off of the card.
I mean, yeah, that was great work from Saudi Arabia to close out there. And you mentioned it, Moxie. It feels like for France on the defensive side, it was going so well until it wasn't, I guess. Just out of nowhere, they just kept losing very crucial fights. I mean, primarily because of how well Saudi played it, right?
Yeah, some really good teleports coming through from Yubi to go in pressure. Poco on that Sigma, as now we're going to be seeing that pressure yet again. This time, however, it's going to be coming from Pack with that Symmetra. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia wanting to set Quartz up on the staircase, going to lose the Bastion as a result.
I mean, France playing like they got nothing to lose today because, I mean, they don't. So, Pack up a man, just going to look for the stagger kills onto Saudi Arabia, able to get Sermajed, and gonna be a fast team fight win for France and ultimate advantage.
Lots of ultimate charge going into the favor of Team France. However, because of all of that damage that Kingdom of Saudi Arabia were taking, Sermajed is going to have the amp matrix, and we talked about it. A absence of Mei means that amp matrix value increases exponentially. Now it's all on both the Sigma and Lucio to disengage the team safely. The Sigma with the shift and the Lucio with the speed.
Saudi Arabia getting poked out. KSA goes to half HP, but some heals there now for Sermajed, who's built up that window very quickly. Pops it. Yubi finds the kill onto Avo, too. Bastion removed again for France. They're getting that payload space at the very least, but that was a nice engagement from Saudi Arabia. 3 versus 5 now on the objective. Eventually, France gets whittled down with 2 minutes and 42 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, gorgeous pincer coming through from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, dropping that amp matrix on the bridge and also sending Haku in to make sure that Team France aren't able to circumvent all of the damage coming through by hiding behind those building walls. And as a result, we go right back to the stalemate of the spawn hold.
Yeah, they're in a great position now. France, maybe they do that TP play again, so Saudi Arabia looking for that. As long as the teleporter's up, both teams have to be wary of where that Symmetra is. Walling out now, France tries to push forward. TP onto the bridge, right to catch out Saudi Arabia, but doesn't take it. Only the Bastion does, and in fact, Avo finds the kill with that amplification matrix from Natlocks. It's in a solid position, but they can't really get much more. I mean, it's traded Natlocks for Quartz, damage for heals. We'll see if it works out for France, but Poco goes so low because of it. I mean, he can't live unless he gets this beat from FD God, in which he does last second. Gravitic Flux, TP, oh my god, they avoid KSA's Gravitic Flux there. Traded, back and forth. Poco for Yubi, 1 for 1. France still playing slow at the corner though, knowing they don't have a tank. They don't really try to go forward until they strike now to catch out some kills here. Potentially on the fall back, and it's able, it's Pack to come out on top. Onto Quartz. Sermajed also falls to Natlocks too, so even though they're down Poco, it doesn't matter. France, with 1 minute and 20 seconds left, come out on top and move into streets.
Yeah, smart stuff coming through from Team France, taking advantage of Avo, sending everyone from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia into disengage mode. Pack gets to move forward super aggressively and put that Symmetra primary beam to good use. Poco, because he went down earlier on in that fight, still holds on to the Sigma Flux as well. The reason why Kingdom of Saudi Arabia focused that Sigma down is because they don't have sound barrier, and now they don't have a Lucio to speed disengage. They just have to give up yet more space because they don't have an ultimate like the amp already to make sure that Team France are forced to wait.
Haku? Haku just asked, he's like, team, we were supposed to take teleporter? Team, what happened? But the teleporter went away so quickly. Now, aggressive engage from France with the Gravitic Flux too, knowing Haku's still walking back from spawn. Pak finds the kill onto Yubi. France looking good at the moment, finding those crucial kills, but Quartz comes back through with the amplification matrix, finds FD God to equalize the team fight. Ant Matrix versus Ant Matrix. Hawk keeps trying to peek through it. Everybody's low. Regenerative burst from Natlox to stay healthy too. Everybody on France is, but I believe Saudi Arabia has that closer spawn, so they'll have their team members back in time. Symmetra wall used by Pak. They want to go aggressive with it. The flank TP comes through from Pak, but he's countered by Haku. Immortality field there. Pak has to fall back, in which he does so. Poco on the front line takes out KSA and gets the objective in. So even if France gets a few members staggered here, they still got the point and get those closer spawns.
Pak has been an absolute standout. That back flank with the teleporter into the backline, it might not have found the kills that he was looking for, but it baits out the immortality field, and then they can focus down the Sigma because there's no lamp to be able to save the tank and keep his health bar intact. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia having to hold now for 3 minutes and 30 seconds. It is definitely defensively favored, especially because they have that Symmetra wall, and they're immediately going to drop down and descend on Team France, who are not going to have any form of icon control and just have to duke it out with the best artillery strike as they're all kept in one small room.
Oh, that's brutal. Ava, fantastic double kill with that, but Haku finds Natlox. Poco's low too, so Saudi Arabia, maybe they're coming back in this fight, or they came back in this fight even though that artillery strike was big. Pox finds one. I mean, KSA trying to find that Symmetra, who's just been so evasive. It's just him and Haku. He has to back up for now. France still actually got that win there.
Well, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia don't have the sound bar. They're giving up yet more and more space to be able to fully regroup. Poco's going to have the Sigma Flux. Natlox again can capitalize with the Ant Matrix. The one thing they don't have just yet is that high ground control. Pack could get everyone up there with a Symmetra teleport, but if he uses it, he's not going to be able to use it to infiltrate the backline the way we've seen him.
I mean, that was amazing TP play from Saudi Arabia. Sermjet also found Avo. Quick 3K for them. Card's still pushing forward. France doing a good job focusing on the objective.
So this is what Team France did. They basically dry pushed to put the card into a position where it's in one fight win territory. They held on to all of the actual ultimates that they want to use to commit into this next fight, forced out the Ant Matrix to come through from Sermjet as well. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, if they want to disengage any of these ultimates, they're going to run out of room.
Macro France, like you said, Moxie has been phenomenal on their attacking side. FD God, that's not what you'd like to see. Gravitic Flux from Poco, though, to try to equalize it, but maybe they can get some kills here. If they do, it will be worth it. However, hindsight 2020, no kills there. Haku looking for the boop again. Oh, no, but nobody gets killed there. Haku looked like he was potentially going to fall, but Poco avoiding that ledge like it was the plague.
Team France's ultimate economy advantage has gone up in smoke now as well. Quartz has got the artillery strike. Hagi's going to have a sound barrier to be able to match FD gods. We're going to see the symbol invested as Team France want to try and take this push, but Natlox still falls.
Yeah, UB dropped down. Natlox falling is awful. B drop though from FD god keeps them sustained, but as soon as that overshield falls off, gotta be worried for France's side. Though, they find the kill. Evo on the Quartz. Bastion removed for Saudi Arabia. That's a lot of damage gone. They don't want to push forward just yet. Waiting for their map piece to come back. Maybe Natlox was calling to play a bit patient. Want to take that even fight as well as that Symmetra wall there. So both ultimates, artillery strike and that wall used. Maybe that's what they're waiting for. No ultimates though for France's side. They need to find a kill. With no ultimates going down below, Evo was not able to find the kill like he has in the past with these TP plays. Saudi Arabia prioritizing the objective this time. Understanding in the streets phase and the first point, it was a bit of a weak spot. TP from them. They find Evo. Oh no, that's terrible for France with 28 seconds left. Surely it's a quick wipe back to the spawn.
Even if it's a quick wipe though, they're still going into the Sig 9 in overtime. They're staggering Natlox, so the Baptiste isn't going to be able to respawn with the rest of the team. 13 seconds left. Someone from Team France has to just bite the bullet and try and tap, and it's going to be on FD God.
Wait, I could see like a 2019 Shock Atlanta Reign Finals. No, never mind. It's not happening. KSA gets the Gravitic Flux. Nobody on France can touch, and he called it Moxie. Saudi Arabia get the hold and the win. 2-0. I mean, they look like the team to beat in this group.
I mean, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia looking immensely strong, whether it's on the Echo, whether it's on that Sigma. they're looking absolutely unstoppable. Team France, we did talk about it. Their macro was really good. Where it fell apart for this team, unfortunately, was when they committed all of those ultimates that they'd saved in that last dry push to trying to take the high ground control away from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, because they prioritized trying to save Pax's Symmetra teleports into enabling him to be able to go into backline and flank and bait out that lamp. They didn't want to burn it through, going for everyone just teleporting onto the high ground and potentially into either an accretion to split the team or just the transformed bastion. And as a result, their ultimate economy just gets absolutely drained and they can't recover.
And with that, Saudi Arabia, we're undefeated in Group D. Everybody called it the Group of Death, and they came out on top, really dismantling every single other team in the group thus far. Saudi Arabia look amazing. Great map win for them, especially versus France, who really could have potentially gotten the upset there. So they still came together and look super strong.
Yeah, a very, very smart team. We saw some really good swaps coming through. They were able to almost fully push as well through circuit. They came, unfortunately, afoul of that high ground control, which has flummoxed so many other teams in the past. But they definitely can feel like they've done their country proud and leave with their heads held high.
And speaking of, well, countries keeping us proud, the desk has been keeping us proud in general. Let's throw it to them to analyze everything that happened in that series.
Thank you, Dustin and Moxie. There you have it, guys. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia beating France 2-0. I gotta say though, I was fairly impressed with France, Johnny. Like they came out swinging. You know, they didn't go down without a fight.
Yeah, Ramatra punching. Boom.
Ramatra punching.
Look, if you think about France's last two matches, both against the USA and Saudi Arabia, it was a good showing. You know, especially when they come out and they play this Symmetra style, you know, after they got on the Lucio, they really push the pace. They find a way to outmaneuver some of these Sigma teams, you know. Here on Ilios, of course, France actually won the round where they did play Sigma on Ruins, of course. But then when you get to Lighthouse, you get to Well, here's Saudi Arabia, they opt for these dive compositions with KSA playing the Doomfist instead. And, you know, you can't, like, the Junker Queen, you know, as much as I love playing Junker Queen, it's just not the strongest hero, and most of the time you find yourself at a bit disadvantage. Moving on to Circuit Royale, again, like, the Symmetra play from Pac was really good on Circuit Royale. And France was really competitive. If you think back to France's showing against USA, it really fell apart on third map when they just decided, hey, we won on Circuit Royale, but we're gonna move away from the Symmetra. When they moved away from the Symmetra, it didn't work. So France, when they played this composition, when they played the Bastion Symmetra, it looked really good for them. Poco, of course, like, you know, playing Sigma for Poco is like riding a bike. He's just naturally good at it at this point. So like, it's just natural for them. Saudi Arabia continues to look really good though. They came out with Quartz playing double fix support with Sermajed, so that was really interesting. So that's something we can look out for the rest of the tournament. But in general, the fact that they were able to adapt to what France was throwing at them and get away with a 2-0 here, really impressive stuff from Saudi Arabia, and now clinching #1 in Group D. That's gonna set them up really well in the bracket for the rest of the way here. So 3-0 in their group.
Yeah, definitely. We're taking a quick look at the Group D standings. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia getting the 3 wins. They are standing strong. They are looking good right now. And of course, unfortunately, France is just got eliminated. But hey, Group D still has USA and Japan left, and that match will be fought out later today. But man, this group it's
crazy.
It's so much fun.
Yeah. It is so much fun.
It is so much fun. Hey, like I said, we're almost done with Group D, but like I said, we still have USA and Japan playing next. But for now, we have to move on to our second match, which is fought out between Korea and Finland. We'll give our players a quick break and a moment to get ready, and we'll see you guys right after this break.
Okay, ready? I'm looking to flex Sigma here. Come. Sigma. I can do it. Fight card. I do it.
Lucio, go ahead. Fight card.
Passion there.
يلا اخوان الحين اخر فايت سولف ايزي العيون الغالي اللي قبل يطلع مو بكا
Welcome back, everybody. We're moving on to our second match of the day. This one's another biggie because it's South Korea versus Finland, both at 2-0 right now, and they are battling it out for the seeding.
They are, Danny. It's going to be a fierce competition between two of the best teams we have here in the World Cup. Obviously, kicking things off with South Korea, the favorite to win it all. They are always going to be. Let's go.
Let's go, South Korea. I mean, they are. Yeah, I think they've always performed in the Overwatch World Cup, and they were always a favorite. And this year's, not that different because they in every role they got the superstar players. They got Fearless, Sparkle, Lip, Fielder, and Chio. Fielder and Chio, probably one of the best support duos that we had in the pro scene. They're now with Team South Korea. This, it's a scary team to go up against with.
Okay, Danny. How good do you think Hanbin Sigma is?
Hanbin Sigma?
It's like top 3 in the world? Would you say it's the best in the world?
Can I be honest? Anything that Hanbin touches, whether it's Sigma, whether it's Diva, or Zarya, I think it's always top 3. I honestly.
Let's go. Now, the big question is, I think this is the first matchup where South Korea really has to bring their A game. Where they actually have to play seriously. It sounds so ridiculous, but truly, they're so dominant, right?
No more let's
so dominant. I don't think it's gonna happen. Hanbin is in the starting lineup, which tells me they're gonna play the Sigma, right? And I'm really curious to see how Sparkle is going to perform here. We talked a lot about, just recently, France playing the Symmetra, Backbone plays the Mei for Great Britain. Yeah. Sparkle is that player for them. He is the one who will play the Symmetra and the Mei. And they started playing it a bit earlier in the year. They weren't super successful. They lost in the Overwatch League playoffs in a separate competition earlier this year. With some practice, I'm scared. I'm scared of their Symmetra and Mei play coming out from Sparkle. I'm really looking forward to see what it looks like this time around.
Yeah, I mean, and this match is gonna be a very competitive because Finland is also a very scary-looking team as well.
Stoic to quote Mitch, of course, yesterday on the cast. They're stoic.
Solid. Stoic and solid. That's
stoic and solid. And that kind of tells you everything you need to know about this team as well. They're going to come out and they're going to have Vastola play the, commonly known as off-tank heroes, which is the Sigma and the Diva. I'm going to retire off-tank by the end of this year, by the way. There's just tanks from now on, okay?
Yeah.
You need to be able to play Winston, Reinhardt as much as you need to play Diva and Sigma, okay? I'm done with that phrasing. But being able to play the Diva and Sigma, that is what Finland does really well. Cloud is a really good Mei player as well. You've seen him in European Contenders before. And Sana provides that hit-scan relief. Masa as well. He played in an Overwatch League Grand Final just a couple years ago, right? So that tells you as well how good Masa is. Really lethal Lucio. So they're stoic. They're solid. Finland is a team to watch out for because they're really solid when it comes to this Sigma composition. And while they might not be favorites against South Korea, they are a team to look out for when it comes to facing off against USA and Saudi Arabia and those kind of teams, right?
They're definitely one of those top teams right now in the Overwatch World Cup. So with that being said, let's take a look at our predictions. Are there any upsets in our predictions? Zoe going for Team South Korea 2-0.
Big surprise.
They are the favorites. They are looking pretty scary right now. I also went with Team South Korea as well. We've been talking about their roster. They're looking good. I honestly wish to see Le Sserafim, but Johnny, honestly, I don't think we're gonna see a Le Sserafim come for this one. No. I think they're gonna go in, get the business done, and then and make it out as first seed in their Group A.
Hey, you better like Circuit Real, Danny, because I foresee Circuit Real being picked later in this series as well. I mean,
we've been seeing a lot of Circuit Royals.
We have. Yeah.
It's I
expect more of it. Yeah, I really do.
Okay.
Yeah, like I said, Danny. I mean, this is the first match where I think we'll really see the A game from South Korea. So it'll be a great barometer test. Them going up against Finland. How will they actually fare in this? I think that some fans might look at this roster, this collection of talent, from so many different tier 1 teams and be like, well, they haven't had a ton of success when it comes to playing this specific Sigma Bastion composition, but I think they're gonna put it together. I think they've had enough practice time to really get the same, chemistry going, the synergy back, and I think they're gonna come out and look really good on this composition. It'll be a really good match.
I just thought of a question, Johnny. So
okay, I'm all ears.
So the number 1 seed from this team will be facing off against Canada, right?
Yeah.
And then number 2 seed, whoever loses this match will be going up against Great Britain from, if I'm correct, right?
Yeah, you are.
So if you're in, you know, whether in this situation, you know, whether let's take South Korea as an example, then who would you rather face? Would it be Canada or Great Britain?
Can I cook? Can I cook a little bit?
Yo, get cooking. I'm setting it up for you.
Okay.
I'm prepping. You know, I'm prepping for you. I'm cutting
So,
the. I'm
look,
cutting
if you get the number
veggies.
1 seed, love that. You get to play Canada, who obviously took a defeat to Great Britain. So, you know, between Canada and Great Britain, you'd rather play Canada because they're proven to be the worst team between those 2 teams, right?
Okay.
But not so bad being put the other side of the bracket if you have Team USA or Japan in Group D2, or you have the team from China in Group C1. You know, I don't want to be on that side of the bracket, so I'm happy either way. You know, if we win this match, great. I feel really happy. If we lose this match, also great. You know, we'll play Great Britain. We'll beat those guys. So, you know, take a look at the standings right here. Korea and Finland both 2-0 in Group A. We'll figure out who is the number 1 seed and number 2 seed, but I'm happy either way, Danny. It's all about fun in this one.
Yeah, so it's there's no losing game right now. Even for Finland, even if they lose to Korea, you know, they get put into a different bracket, right? So they do have a better chance of running, going deeper into the tournament, as you know, I feel like. But hey, these 2 teams are getting ready. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be heading right into the match.
This man's got a nosebleed?
Who got a nosebleed? Someone got a nosebleed.
Welcome back, everybody. An anticipated matchup is about to head underway. My name is Dustin, joined by Moxie. We're here in the second game of the last day of the group stages before BlizzCon. I know, Moxie, everybody's looking forward to this. I mean, this matchup in particular as well means a lot. There's a lot of playoff implications, which I'm sure Korea understands, that Finland is really not trying to go down without a fight.
Yeah, and a lot of teams are going to be watching this matchup. In particular, Team Great Britain and Team Canada, because like the just talked about, it is going to decide which teams go up against which when we head into the BlizzCon stages. It's also going to up first be Samoa, which doesn't, it's our first time! We finally get to cast Samoa!
This map? Oh, jeez. What do you think about this map, Moxie? I want your hot takes.
I like this map. I honestly, I really like Volcano. Like, I don't like playing it as much because I am an Ana player, and something that I've talked to you in length about is the fact that you can't really fight on the point itself because obviously, one, super open, you're really exposed, and two, there's a giant hole in the middle of it, so it can be pretty hard being able to navigate around it, and also there are so many walls just enclosing and entrenching the point. It can be pretty frustrating as an Ana to be able to find those line of sights. But when you head somewhere like Beach, you've got a lot of open flank potentials. You've got some really nice hidey holes that you can go under the point itself or to be able to navigate around a lot of those ultimates and make sure that something like a blizzard isn't immediately going to result in a full flip for the other team.
Fair play, fair play. I didn't hear enough hot takes out of you though, Moxie. I need more. I need more
sorry.
controversy.
Okay. How do I cook? I think Orisa is really good on this composition. I think Pharah would be absolutely awful on this map with how exposed it is. So no surprises. We're going to be seeing the Sigmas come through with both of these teams trying to play around those cooldowns and set their mates up to have better impact and force the Sigma into using the utility possible.
And interesting enough, Lip will be on the Sojourn compared to Sana on the Bastion. So a bit of consistency for the Bastion, but also, you know, in comparison, Lip on the Sojourn has insanely high peaks. Looking for that one shot, whereas Finland don't really have that, right? There's not that one shot capability on their side. Both teams playing slow, though, opting for this neutral game. I mean, this obviously is fine for Korea because they can get that one shot, but also Finland. They build up towards those ultimates. Fielder, the closest one towards the amplification matrix. Hop actually gets Rain on first, loop towards the point, jumps towards Cloud, and actually finds him before he can ice block. Oh no, what a shot from Lip there. And then also onto Mickey Micknet too. Fielder combines onto Pistola. 3 now for the star player of Lip, and Korea capture the objective first.
Finland were actually trying to bait South Korea onto that point and also stall it out for as long as possible. Cloud had already used the ice block. That's the reason why he doesn't use it when he's put under that pressure. And Mickey had already expended the Immortality Field to keep the Mei alive as well. And Team South Korea just run onto the Mei the second they see all of those abilities invested previously. Now, Lip set up on that Sojourn so close to the overclock has all of these different off-angle positions that Solana is forced to use the nade and try and drive him out of.
Finland walking forward. Got their Amp Matrix, but so does Korea. Blizzard incoming, eaten by Pistola. What an eat from him. Also rocking to Hoppin, forces the Immortality Field, but now there's that Amp Matrix. And Lip's already found Cloud, so even though Pistola did so much, the beat drop support ultimates from Korea is far too much to deal with. They capture the objective for a second, but they're headed right back to the spawn.
Yeah, there's the tight corners and those spaces under the point that I was talking about. Sojourn is so happy here with all of those high grounds. Like, every single time you power slide, you put yourself into such a good position to be able to escape a lot of the pressure coming through from the other team, and also put yourself onto an angle to try and pressure out the opposing backline as well. Someone is approaching that artillery strike, but first of all, they have to deal with the Sigma Flux coming through from Hanbin. Team South Korea do not have an ultimate to be able to use off of the back of it, but it's going to put everyone into a bird's eye view for the left.
Oh my god, Pistola. Nice job from him. Beat drop to counter the Gravitic Flux from Hanbin, who is still sitting forward. Doesn't want to give up the objective. Still has to back up, considering his HP. But Lip, oh my god, off of that, able to find Moss, and now Pistola panicking. Tried to go for the Gravitic Flux. Did not connect on anybody, but Sana, with the artillery strike, able to find Hanbin. Lip trades it back again. That's been a consistent so far in the series. Lip on the Sojourn really has been hard to deal with. Playing around the corners, jumps into the sky, drops the disruptor shot towards that Bastion as well. Pistola trying to keep him in check, but you can't do anything when the DPSs of Korea are playing this well. They flipped the point, but it's going right back for Korea.
That Sojourn mobility is the undoing of Team Finland at the moment. They invested so many ultimates, even the artillery strike, just trying to push Team South Korea back and buy themselves a little bit of space. But Lip, with the power slide, is able to navigate around the artillery strike, still find the pick onto the Baptiste, and then reposition entirely unpunished as we move into final fight territory. And Team Finland, they're not going to have the opportunity to disengage the Blizzard.
What a wall. What a wall from Cloud. Pistola gets Hanbin. Immortality Field not going to make it there in time. There's a Lip over the top that you can't really get it through. 90% of the board now for Team South Korea. Amplification Matrix eventually falls away. Korea just wants to back up. They're giving the space. Finland understand this. They want more. Pistola tries to go into the room, but can't find it. It's too safe around the corner, and Korea got some ultimates to re-engage with.
Yeah, Team Finland can't go for the bait and take that fight inside. It's going to be too enclosed a space, and that Blizzard is going to be absolutely devastating, especially since Massa does not have the sound barrier. So both of these teams going to play footsie around that point, trying to bait one into the other. Don't overstep so the Blizzard can find value.
Oh, what a kill from Sana onto Sparkle. He tossed the Blizzard out too, so that's big, but overclock from Lip. Sana trades back. Or sorry, Lip trades back. Cloud, so both Mays are gone. Hanbin finds Massa through it as well. Bastola goes so low, has to get some kills with a Gravitic Flux. In the sky goes Hanbin, down to 1 HP. But the Baptiste healing from Fielders too much, and Lip over the top is still putting as much pressure as he's done previously into Finland. Artillery strike from Sana. Only can get off one before he has to get out of that form, knowing he was the target of Team South Korea. Bastola goes to the point and will fall for it too. I mean, it's been so hard for him to live towards the objective. Team South Korea just finding those cleanup kills too. Beat drop from Moss is far too late. And Team South Korea take round number 1.
Yeah, Vastola has to try and anchor that point, like you said, but Amplification Matrix comes up and it becomes so much harder for Team Finland to be able to keep that Sigma alive long enough for the team to formulate any sort of push and figure out which player they want to try and jump onto. Lip was just constantly pressuring on the Sojourn, using that mobility, getting to play those off angles, keep applying that stress onto Sauna. And that's the thing with the Sojourn, right? The Bastion has insane burst potential when you're in your transformation form. The Sojourn 24/7 has that threat to her name where you constantly have to be vigilant about all of that pressure, all of those shots, all of the ult gunfire that can come through. So this time around, as we head to downtown, we're going to the Sojourn Mirror.
Sojourn Mirror. Coming through, like you mentioned. Both teams rocking the same exact thing. We'll have to see who goes first, Mux. I mean, Korea has been the ones to constantly put Finland on the back foot, huh?
Well, Team South Korea decided to go for high ground control. Team Finland have to be careful. They don't want to directly engage this because they don't know where Lip is playing from. They don't know if he's flanking.
Over the top, Chio. Looking for where to go with Team South Korea. They walk towards that point. Chio showing off some movement. Headshot box manipulation for Team South Korea. Lucio player on that side. Sana walled off. Oh my god, what a wall from from Sparkle. Make sure Sana doesn't have LOS for now. Also gets poked down. No kills just yet. Here's that railgun shot whiffed from Sana this time around. But no kill for Team South Korea just yet. They're split up. Hanbin goes down. So does Chio. Immortality Field could not be there in time for Team Korea. They got a little bit too split. Finland together as a unit, able to find this first wipe. Just looking for the staggers now. They're going to claim the objective first.
Yeah, good accretion coming through from Vassal to further isolate Hanbin away from any potential peel coming through from Team South Korea. And with that pick off onto the tank, it then recedes away from that race towards both of those Baptistes, trying to get Amplification Matrix up first so they can find initial pick and space control off of the back of it. And now it becomes a game of Team South Korea rotating onto this point without losing a pick potentially to Sauna.
I think he needs to be a huge Amplification Matrix in the midst of his team. Fielder taking a lot of damage to the left side. Nice wall from Cloud. Zones off Hanbin and Sparkle a little bit, but eventually the wall's broken. Cloud still gets the cone to Sparkle. Sparkle dropped out with that Blizzard. Did it get canceled there too?
Yeah.
Or, oh my gosh, Cloud, what a kill from him. Also held on to his Blizzard. Perfect ultimate usage for Team Finland as they have the advantage going forward. They drop their Gravitic Flux. They want more onto Hanbin. Find these stagger kills, potentially beat drop forced from Chio too. So Korea's committing to this fight against the Blizzard of Cloud. Finland take yet again another win.
Yeah, Sigma Flux comes through, like you said, forces out that sound barrier from Chio, and then Cloud follows it up with the Blizzard, knowing that Team South Korea do not have any utility to be able to save themselves from getting further staggered, and off of the back of it, Team Finland have pulled up 60% and counting. They have to be incredibly careful now, however, because Team South Korea are coming in with the Flux that Team Finland do not have. They're still looking to cancel it, however, and they've bought enough time with that Blizzard to cycle back into a lap.
This is where a lot of teams tend to crumble under the pressure. This is a team like South Korea. But Sana, he comes out on top with his own overclock off the left flank. He gets Chio too. That's 2 for Finland. And with 81% on the board, Finland's looking for more. They found Sparkle, Hanbin on the stagger, Immortality Field forced. Fielder panicking. He's trying to live, but he's going to go down 90%. Now Lip comes back with his own overclock. Sana finds Hanbin. Can Lip find more? He needs to get Sana on the retreat. But Vistola's there. It's super hard to kill these tanks with how much survivability they have. Nobody else can touch. And Finland are forcing that round number 3.
We go to Volcano. No La Seraphim strategy coming out from South Korea. Lip had to pop the overclock just to be able to walk out of spawn. The desk said this is going to be Team South Korea playing 100% seriously, and Dustin, they may need to if they want to be able to walk away with this win. Team Finland looking strong, looking coordinated, and I mean, what a performance from Sauna on that Sojourn.
I mean, Sauna played so well. We've known him throughout the years. We've casted him in the professional scene for such a long time. So this series obviously means a lot, not only for the players, but also in terms of seeding, right? Going forward to get that #1 seed. It's a huge deal for either team at the moment. And
huge deal as well as whoever wins this first fight. When you're running those pick potential compositions, you want to be in control of those chokes so you can dictate the tempo of all of these fights and have that opportunity to pick apart a player and buy yourself more percentage.
Finland walking in first. Team South Korea backing up. They want to stay regrouped. I mean, previously, they've gotten split off. The Fielder, Hombin kind of tandem there has been a big point of contention for them. Over the top, Fielder goes to give the immortality field. Sparkle finds Vistola as well. With that sustained, Team South Korea are able to just now walk forward. No more Vistola in sight. Nice wall from Sparkle, who has been doing great with the walls on this round in particular. Pretty much just giving Team South Korea this first win.
They have Monopoly as well when you compare these compositions. Sono has that damage burst potential, but again, he's going to lack that mobility, so Team South Korea just surrounding all of those angles and then enclosing in on Team Finland, and with that wall from Sparkle, they have to use the immortality field to avoid the staggers. Team South Korea, this is something they've done against every team so far this week. When they've won a single fight, Dustin, they keep that pressure up and they force you back to spawn.
That's tough. I mean, such a long fight there with no mistake until Cloud peaks the last second. Now back to the spawn. Like you said, it's very easy to do it on this map with how much cover there is. And that's rough for Team Finland. 30% on the board. Oh, wait.
Lip's punished.
Okay. That's a big pick.
He tries to power slide back to his team, going for a main, and gets picked apart by Cloud mid-air. And now Team Finland can immediately speed onto that point, drop the Blizzard, and find the flip. They just have to make sure it doesn't get cancelled by the signal.
Ready Flux. Everyone in the sky. Immortality field there. From Mickey. Masa holding onto that beat drop. Good coordination between supports of Team Finland. Sparkle forced into the ice block. Blizzard to cancel him. As soon as he gets out of it, beat drop to keep Sparkle alive. So he boosts over the top. Meanwhile, Hombin found Mickey on the backside before the beat drop could even connect. And now everybody goes into the sky from Vistola's Gravitic Flux. They're able to find kills off of it. Sparkle's found Sauna though, so Cloud needs to go hard here with his Lucio and Vistola, and they do so. Oh my god, what a gravitic flux from Vistola. And team support here, Chio just tries to delay but can't live any longer. 75% for Korea, but Finland flipped the point.
Team Finland, like you said, flipping that point will have artillery strike, but it's the only ultimate that they have to work with. In Team South Korea now trying to put together a very fast recontest before Team Finland can regroup.
Team Finland regroup here on the objective finally though. As you mentioned, as Team South Korea tries to push in quickly. Rock on to Sauna for now, knowing that's not there. Now we can go for the artillery strike. Sparkle foresees the ice block. There's the amplification matrix in the main, and it finds Fielder. Oh no, he got too cocky there in the main side, thinking he had the immortality field, but he did not live. And with that amplification matrix gone, Team South Korea's health pool is incredibly low. They're backing up.
Yeah, Mickey drops the amplification matrix to make sure that Team South Korea can't stay in the fight long enough to try and find trade. And Team South Korea forced now to regroup. They've got the Flux, they have the Blizzard, however, and they are ahead in terms of the point percentage. Lip moving forward into a position, just trying to threaten Vestola into using that Sigma shift a little bit too early, so Sparkle can get into position and use the Blizzard.
Whoa, that is an early Gravitic Flux. It just catches out Vestola, but that's going to give Sparkle time to come in with the Blizzard. They don't go for it, though. Finland did a good job just avoiding that engage until Lip. What a shot from him with the railgun onto Cloud. That was crucial for Finland to have a chance to win this fight unless they find some incredibly good picks. But immortality field used now. Team South Korea know that. Do they want to not use any ultimates here? They're trying to save them and find stagger picks. They've already gotten the objective too. Moss on the left side has to beat drop because they've committed the Blizzard. But Lip with the overclock can just melt through it. That's 2 for him. 90% on the board now. This is borderline impossible for Finland. They have the Blizzard here. That's from Cloud, but
yeah, but Massa gets staggered, Dustin. Who's the only player that potentially could have tapped And as a result, with the Lucio going out that late, Team South Korea take Volcano and put themselves 1-up in the series.
Yeah, tough for Masa. Man, I was Masa's teammate for a bit too there. I mean, he takes losses very, very seriously. And obviously, Team Finland as a unit want to win this series. So Team South Korea, Moxie, towards the end there, I mean, they played that perfectly. Like, you can't play that any better, can you?
Yeah, I mean, every single time they were able to take an inch, they would just use it to take a mile and push you all the way back into your spawn, and you lose so much percentage trying to just navigate your way back onto the point. A lot of the time you have to sacrifice your entire ultimate economy to be able to find that distance yet again that you're never really able to fully recover.
All right, let's take a look at the highlights. That was an incredibly close game, too. I mean, Lip, first round, was the star of the show. Consistently hitting railgun shots, giving Team South Korea the edge for the entire round, basically. I mean, Sparkle had some moments there, but in this map in particular was all on him. Meanwhile, round number 2, Sana on downtown Moxie. I mean, he really popped off for Team Finland. Was the star of the show. They pretty much just crushed South Korea on that point in particular. But then when it came to round number 3, I mean, Sana did a lot of work right here, obviously with the overclocks, with a lot of the ult usage, but then it was Sparkle, right, of Team South Korea. Sparkle and Hamid doing a lot on the front line. Lip eventually came through with the overclock, but that was just amazing individual mechanics from Team South Korea.
Yeah, I mean, the walls coming through from Sparkle being able to isolate those targets, allowing you to pick up those kills incredibly quickly, allowed Team South Korea to pick up that first control, and yet again, they were able to police all of the ways that Team Finland tried to engage in, a lot of the time bullying them out of being able to salvage their ultimate economy. And you know what? The desk predicted it. No surprises. After the break, we're going to be heading to Circuit Royale, so that it's going to be the Sigma Mirror.
100% right there. I mean, the sojourn of Lip has been amazing so far. The team of South Korea has been awesome. Sparkle on the Mei. But obviously, the man we have to talk about is Lip.
I mean, he popped off. Sorna was matching him beat for beat on Sojourn Downtime, but when we moved into Volcano, it just became the Sojourn show. And we were talking about this a little bit during the break, why the Sojourn is so strong, why she's always sort of been incredibly valuable ever since Overwatch 2 dropped and she came into the hero pool. It's that insane amount of damage that she can do, as well as the amount of disengagement tools and mobility that she has, so she can look very quickly to find those picks, keep applying that pressure even when the ultimate isn't built up with just the threat of that ult fire on the railgun, still having the one-shot potential. And then even if you see her, even if you go into that 1 versus 1 and you start winning, she just presses shift and power slides out, and there's nothing you can do. And when you compare it to something like the Bastion, who, if you lose one of those fights, is really slow, really clunky to get back into position, gets baited into using the transformation, and then the other team has the movement and space to be able to kite around that as well. It's just no contest.
I couldn't say any better myself. You're 100% right, Moxie. It feels like the Sojourn really has been taking over the lobby in this series, and in particular because of all the points you mentioned, it's really hard for the Bastion to make it work. But Moxie, the map we're going to is going to be Circuit Royale after the players load into the lobby. And, you know, we saw yesterday versus Team Mexico that, yes, Team South Korea won that Circuit Royale map versus them, but this is the map you want to take South Korea if you want a chance to win, right?
Yeah, this is definitely where they've looked the most fallible. Right? We saw them yesterday on Ilios with their dive composition, and they looked extremely put together.
Oh, yeah.
But when we moved over to Circuit, like you said, Team Mexico were making some real headway. Angel Volado was winning the Widow duels. We were seeing some really good Sigma fluxes coming through. Choblocks on the Genji as well, able to pop off and clutch point B with the blade to keep applying that pressure onto Team South Korea. It's no surprise that this is where Team Finland decided to try and take us.
Yeah. I mean, you talk about the dive, Moxie. I know we're going to Circuit Rail, which dive isn't really relevant, but I mean,
yeah.
how do you really compete against like Team South Korea dive? Realistically, the only team that does dive as well as them is like what you got, like Team China or the team from China, right? It's just like you don't really do it that well. Maybe Team Saudi Arabia can.
So there are two things that you can do, right? You can either fully run counter dive and look to punish like something like the Echo jumping in so you can find that kill, or you go counter dive yourself, and when you see Team South Korea decide to kick things off with a dive of their own and pressure that backline, you do the exact same thing, because if a body is in your backline, they're not going to be able to peel for their backline, and it becomes a race to see who can find the first kill.
We're going into this map in particular. Lip will be on the Bastion this time around instead of a Widowmaker like yesterday, opting for a bit more consistency, but it's interesting they're trying out the Bastion instead of the Sojourn Mox.
Sparkle Symmetra as well, so a lot of mobility to take away from like all of the points that we were discussing with the Bastion, right? All of those fallbacks now get removed, especially since they're deciding to go for this full spawn hold right on top of the roof of spawn. Team Finland spotted out. However, Sorna might be able to set up a nade to connect onto everyone, but South Korea going to use that Symmetra teleport and reposition.
They go for the TP. Cooldown usage is the key factor here, right? Immortality field used on both sides. No team getting the kill there because both teams played it perfectly. Usually relies on one mistake, but a boop from Masa! Oh my god, Lip is now in such a vulnerable position. What a boop from the Lucio of Finland, resulting in them getting this first fight win unless Sparkle goes crazy on the Symmetra. You still have Fielder up top, who has built up the window. Hamid got Sauna too. Okay, maybe I talked too soon. Masa will find Fielder though. Hamid gets staggered too. Sparkle the last one alive there. But what a boop from Masa.
Yeah, great stuff from Masa, like you said, calling out the fact that Team South Korea, with the absence of that Brigida, they're not going to go for the hold on left building where you bunker up and contest the cart before it can move around the first corner. Instead, they have to go for that high ground control and try and put Lip into a position to be able to find the kill. So Masa moves up into that space, finds the knock, and immediately Team Finland descend the second that they see their Bastion go low. And Team Finland, off of the back of it, have already got the sound barrier.
Already using that kinetic grasp. Hanbin now doesn't have that cooldown, but Pistola goes so low. Oh, gets the immortality field just in the nick of time. Also beat drop to support them. The wall from Sparkle. Sustains Korea for now is they want to back up, actually. Taking that ultimate trade, amplification matrix, though. They played so passively there. I wonder why exactly. Because now they're going back to spawn off of that window from Fielder.
Yeah, it looks like they wanted to fully disengage around that corner because they were anticipating Fielder's amp matrix, and if they were on that really long open line of sight, they know that they're going to get caught out and lose someone as they try and rotate away. Playing around the corner gives them a little bit more room to be able to disengage, but they get caught out before they can round it. They do lose those players, and we go right back to open line of sight as Team Finland try not to lose a player.
Oh, what a jump away from that gravitic flux for Lip. If he was caught on that, could have been worrisome, but the beat drop from Chio keeps everybody healthy as Hanbin found Masa. No support ultimates there too, and you know, this is Team South Korea in the driver's seat at the moment. Minute 30 seconds left now, and Team Finland looking a little bit scared.
Cloud does have that blizzard. In Finland, just have to get in position to be able to use it. Cloud already using that Maywall, not able to catch Hanbin before he's able to get back to the rest of his team, and now they have that corner to play around, so even if the blizzard comes through onto the payload, Fielder can disengage and save the team.
Gravitic Flux catches out 3. TP from Sparkle to follow up with the artillery strike from Lip. That gets that kill onto Sana. Cloud does trade back Sparkle, though, who came over the top of the bridge. So it's 1 for 1. Kinetic Grasp Butte, Rock from Vistola. Perfect. Hanbin's low. No immortality field to save him. But can he get healed there? He can't. Vistola finds the kill through that Ant Matrix from Mickey. What a perfectly placed Ant Matrix from Team Finland. Now Fielder off the map you go. Bye-bye, buddy. Team South Korea now backing up. Lip tries to live. Maybe his hitbox is a bit too big. Oh, no. Cloud finds him. And with that, Team Finland are moving on a second.
Snowball potential too, quite literally. Cloud is able to hold on to the Blizzard for the May because they're able to take Hanbin down, and Team South Korea know that they can't take that fight, can't take that stand without their tank. Because now they potentially lose control of all of this high ground, which is where the defense is able to slow the attacking team down so many times.
And we need to see Finland keep up that aggression. Got some ultimates to work with there. Vistola's got the Gravitic Flux very soon, but incoming TP from Sparkle. That's with the Ant Matrix over the top flank. Do they have the line of sight here, though, or is it a bit of a cheese play? Nope, works out. Hanbin finds Cloud. Moss is trying to do something against Lip, but you can't. Melts down 2. And off that Ant Matrix and TP play from South Korea, they get a team white.
Team South Korea, that's so smart. Fielder uses that Ant Matrix to set Sparkle up to spam, but Lip is actually still on the off angle as the Bastion, and Fielder is using his ultimate to double the healing on the Bastion, so when Team Finland try to jump onto what should be an isolated Bastion, they're not able to find the kill, and the payload stays exactly where it is.
Wall still available for Sparkle as well. Finland's built up some ultimates, so they got 5. Loop away Mickey. From aggressive position. Nobody using ult yet. Now Vistola comes in with a Gravitic Flux. Chio avoids it narrowly. Actually, nobody was caught, and it looks like it. Lip over the top flank now has to deal with Sana, who comes in with the beat drop and the overclock. Just diffs Lip, who almost had the beat drop, but Chio couldn't make it in time. Overclock on the Chio. Goodbye. Sana is waking back up. Oh my god, what a 2K from him. Finland now with the advantage. Can they get more? They're up 2 members.
So much more of a fan of this Sojourn.
Yeah.
It means that you can just track down where Team South Korea used the Symmetra teleport to reposition their entire team to with the power slide. Suddenly all of that mobility that Team South Korea have to set Lip up goes out the window because Sona can track them down and find them when they're vulnerable. Cloud's going to have the Blizzard still as well for the contest.
Gravitic Flux, Sparkle comes to touch, Cloud drops the Blizzard as well. Lip's artillery strike can't find much versus that either, and that begs the question, Moxies, after this wipe now, because Finland are going into 3rd, does Lip swap to Sojourn?
Well, the Bastion can still find value, right? You still have the Symmetra, so even if you're coming into a space that you don't control, you can still get the Bastion in position to be able to find those picks. And Sona is going to go onto Symmetra as well, because Team Finland, they know they have to have some way of getting onto this high ground without taking too much pressure from Lip in the transformation.
It's interesting. Symmetra May for this fight. Korea sticking with their comp. TP. Onto the coastal side. Notice Vistola potentially could get got out here. They don't have mate wall. Chio's still able to find Masa, however. On the other side of the map, it looks like towards the payload. Chio regroups with his team as well. Ice block used by Cloud. Hanbin's able to find Mickey, and off of a dry fight, Team South Korea win this.
Yeah, Vastola with the damage, however, able to build up the Sigma Flux. He was also trying to bait Team South Korea into Clyde's primary, so that 100 damage per second on the blaster. It connects onto multiple players and cleave through to build the Blizzard as quickly as possible. Since Team South Korea, they don't have the sound barrier just yet. If Cloud is able to build the ultimate up, it should be at least free space, but here's the exact same thing we saw on Control. Team South Korea win a fight, and back into spawn Team Finland are forced.
Oh no. Catch me at the spawn door with my boy Lip on Bastion. Lip as well finds Sana. They can't even leave the spawn. No, Masa falls to 60 seconds left now, Moxie. This is brutal.
Yeah, because Team South Korea, they're dwindling down the time bank. If Team Finland have to use ultimates just to force their way out of spawn, I guarantee you Team South Korea holds on to theirs. They can have something like Artillery Strike or Ant Matrix in overtime when Team Finland can't disengage.
Oh, there's a nice window though. Lip has to get their Immortality field. Does this make Team South Korea a little bit worried? Hombins goes a little bit low, but has the Ant Matrix to stay alive from Fielder. Wall also used. Masa goes aggressive on the off angle, and he is able to find Fielder. Immortality field keeps them healthy as well. Vastola, the Gravitic Flux gets a kill, but Team South Korea used what? The wall and window, whereas Finland used their window and Gravitic Flux, so it's 2 for 2 in that fight.
Team South Korea hold on to the Artillery Strike though. Sparkle does get staggered, but it's not the Symmetra that you worry about. When we head into overtime, you also don't have an Orisa to be able to anchor and sustain on that point. Masa has the soundbite. He cannot get picked before Hanbin uses that Flux.
Yeah. Cloud with the Blizzard. Want to play on the payload. Finland, though, if they get stuck out here, that could be worrisome. Gravitic Flux still available for Hanbin. Overtime takes down, catches how many members? It's all of Team Finland. But the beat drop is here, and the Artillery Strike comes through, melts through that beat drop, but the Blizzard freezes Hanbin. Immortality field there, and they can kill him before the beat comes off. Symmetra's still here too. Maybe they have enough damage with Sana, but he falls low. 25% health. Fielder will find him, and there might be too much damage now for Team Finland, but they got the payload pretty far at the very least. Team South Korea will stop Finland before the cap out.
I mean, when you compare the distance and struggle that it was to pick up point A to how far they were able to get for the majority of that map, Team Finland are honestly really happy. You've been able to hit all of the checkpoints that a defensive team wants to be able to control going into circuit. You've got all of point A, you have the high ground on point B, you've also got all of this area of point C as we move inside that building, and it forces the attacking team into being so careful, even swapping to something like the Symmetra, just to be able to navigate those down spaces where they're looking up at a team already preset before the fight starts.
Team South Korea, Moxie, obviously have been rocking that bashing composition throughout this map in particular. Finland, I know hindsight's 2020, but they looked super good with that Sojourn. Let's take a look at the spawn camp, by the way, for Team South Korea. Lip and the rest of the Team South Korea, we're just sitting above this, able to get so much damage on range. Who needs Maywall when you just have Lip in Symmetra, or Lip on Bastion and Sparkle on Symmetra? I mean, what do you do against that? That was like a full minute too, by the way. Look, they keep setting back up here on top of the tent, just waiting, and then boom, peeked into the grenade. Goodbye, Sana. See you back maybe on Sojourn on the defensive side.
I blinked and thought we were on Havana A. Oh, I'll be honest, Dustin, that brought back memories of all of the Havana A spawn holds. It was absolutely devastating. As it is going to be Team Finland now. They know that they have to burn as much time as possible, so they're setting up right outside the spawn as well.
Yep, not on top of the little hang over this time. Meanwhile, Team South Korea walk out against that wall into a TP. Perfect. All of them together, too. That was well-timed, though the card is not pushing forward. So they've gotten a bit of an off angle. However, neither team getting a kill just yet. Cloud takes some poke from a lot of different things, forcing that cooldown. That's big. Chio falls back to the rest of his team as well. Both teams looking for that first kill. Team South Korea push forward onto Masa. Masa hides from the corner, but he's eventually found. And Finland will be wiped here. Sana finds Chio on the delay, but has eventually found himself as Team South Korea get the team wipe.
Yeah, Chio was looking. The second that we had that stalemate between both of those teams, both the Lucios were looking to try and knock a player away from their team and into the waiting arms of 4 others to force that immortality field as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, it is Massa who goes down, and without that Lucio, they don't have the means of disengaging the Bastion, and so many kills follow shortly after. Fielder incredibly close to the amplification matrix as well. Team Finland have to be so careful that they don't go too deep around the corner.
Yeah, TP in. Fielder pops that end matrix, like you said. Moxie on the backside, but it's avoided from Finland. Perfect movement from them. Cloud finds Chio too. What a rubber band back into this fight. Lips close to the artillery strike, but what's he gonna do with it on this flank? Mickey pops that amp matrix, and off the map goes Lip. 2 kills for Team Finland with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. The staggers now come through. Team South Korea trying to wipe quickly here with 2 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, good immortality field from Mickey just to guarantee that Team South Korea don't find another player on that defense and force Team Finland to give up more space to wait for that regroup. Enough time will have passed for it to be back onto cooldown when the next fight sets up, because you're going to need it. You're going up against the Sigma Flux. We've already seen it be combined with Lip's artillery strike. And Team Finland have to be so careful that they don't get caught out by it, because it means that the sound barrier, which is normally used to counter the Sigma ultimate, is useless.
Early artillery strike from Lip, and there you go. Like you said, Team South Korea the best at doing this. They get the immortality field, though. Perfect beat from Massa to counter it. Now Team South Korea down 2 ultimates. Finland have them, but Finland aren't making the first move. They're waiting to play slow. Symmetra Wall now out. They counter-engage with a Blizzard onto Hanbin, and the Gravitic Flux is here. TP, though, away from the Gravitic Flux, but it's back into it. Caught out is Hanbin, and the rest of Finland are here to collapse onto Korea before Chio could even think about using the beat drop.
Well, Desk questioned whether or not Hanbin was one of the best Sigmas. Vasilla is definitely throwing his hat into the ring. Brilliant Flux connecting onto the members of Team South Korea, taking advantage of the fact that Chio did not have sound barrier available. Team South Korea will have it for this next fight, however. If they want to use it aggressively, you can speed boost past Mickey's window and take the fight directly to Finland.
TP towards the bridge, immediately booped off by Massa, though, and Matrix here as well, countered by a beat from Chio, and oh no, Mickey just fell over on the right side. Sparkle also finds Sana. Quick wipe from Finland. They want another fight probably, so they're just gonna stagger out on this payload.
Yeah, and Matrix from Finland immediately is Chio returning in with that Cyan Barrier to allow Team South Korea to just aggressively face tank it and walk straight past the window and straight out of any impact it could have for Team Finland, turning that fight in their favor. Team South Korea as well moving forward to make sure that Team Finland are not able to regroup and put together a recontest before the payload moves forward. Don't find a kill, however, so here are Finland wanting to try and stay.
Boop in, Cloud comes to touch. No ultimates yet. Like you said, it's a drive-by. Massa goes to touch the payload. Lip missing some shots. Pistola finds Sparkle. Cloud takes down Lip. And Chio, too. Hanbin only found Pistola. 5 seconds left. Finland are actually going to win a map versus Korea and bring us to map number 3.
Yet again, Circuit Royale is where Team South Korea look the most mortal. And I tell you what, Dustin, oh man, we've got Canada and Great Britain watching this on tenterhooks. You have to remember, Great Britain, by taking that first seed, thought that they weren't immediately going up against Team South Korea. But Team Finland, they're here to show that Team South Korea, they're not all that. There's definitely competition in this group, and Finland might walk away with a win yet.
God, well, obviously the onus is on Team South Korea to pick a map that is going to favor them. But oh my God, I don't think anybody expected Finland to take Team South Korea to that game number 3. You know, obviously with the attacking side of Team South Korea, Mox, we've seen teams have 3 on the cart there, cap out on first point. But obviously, let's take a look at the highlights here of the series. Obviously, Sana, whenever he swapped onto that Sojourn, was doing a ton of work around that Symmetra Wall, just kind of playing back and forth. Re-peak Chio here on the left side to find 2. That was huge for Finland. Also on the attacking side, Mickey consistently putting down some amazing amplification matrices, and then the rest of his team to follow through. Like you said, Moxie Vistola had some awesome plays on the Sigma alongside Massa, really just playing in tandem with his Lucio player to a T. Finland really did a great job overall on their attacking side. And on the defensive side too, Cloud, by the way, towards the end was the hero of Team Finland, just kind of shooting that laser or the May ice beam. I don't remember the endothermic blast. I know I wanted to say it, but like I know I mess it up every time. We're going to New Junk City, Moxie, for that map number 3. Oh my God, this is exciting.
This is close. A lot closer than I think a lot of people were anticipating. Dustin, this is our first free map. I wouldn't have it anyway. Team Finland versus Team South Korea. What a matchup. We'll be right back with that last final map to decide who comes out on top.
Team Finland winning the previous map, bringing us to that map number 3. Nobody's been able to do it thus far in the Overwatch World Cup 2023. But if any team could do it, it was probably them, Moxie. I mean, Finland really looked good today versus a team like South Korea, where you need to have your A game. You need to bring your best. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to beat them.
Yeah, no smiles. Full seriousness. Stretches, warming up those wrists. Both of these teams playing for something incredibly important. They know that they're continuing on in this tournament. This is entirely a fight, the seeding, to determine which team they're going to be up against. But for Team South Korea, it's a statement, right? You're one of the favorites, touted to win the entire thing. Imagine if you drop a match in group stages, what that says to some of these other teams.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's a big deal, right? Obviously, maybe you're like, okay, maybe we want to go against Team South Korea this year. I mean, obviously, in the professional scene, for the likes of some of their players, it's been a bit of a difficult journey thus far. But, yeah, I mean, Finland really have come to today prepared, right? In the wise words of Uber. when you come at the king, you best not miss. And Finland, they ain't missing today, Moxie, obviously, for this map number 3, which is Flashpoint. I mean, maybe you could take him off guard with it.
Flashpoint is such an interesting map type as well. Like, it's so devastating if you get staggered. It's all about trying to figure out when is best to use those ultimates, pushing for that space, not wanting to overstep. However, like, really quickly, what should be an advantage where you're just going a little bit more aggressively and trying to find a kill to just keep pushing that percentage forward, very swiftly turns around and bites you directly in that backside. And a huge question as well is what composition these teams are going to play. We've talked about it in the past. Team South Korea's best composition, their strongest look, has been their dive, but a huge part of New Junk City is indoors, especially that opening fight, and we're not seeing any substitutions come through from either of these teams.
Nope. Team Korea rocking with their the same team they've been running the whole time, like you said, Mox. Lip, Sparkle, Hanbin, Fielder, and Chio. A lot of people said this is the lineup, right, for Team South Korea this year, the all-star lineup that shouldn't be even dropping a map in the group stage, but guess who did it? I mean, it's Team Finland with Vastola on the Sigma, Masa on the Lucio. This is kind of a perfect meta for Team Finland even, right?
I mean, Vastola has always been a standout tank player, right? Absolutely amazing diva, but his Sigma is just something else. Cloud and Sauna too have been working together, especially on that last point of Circuit Royale, where you have that pressure coming through from the Symmetra to buy your Mei the opportunity to close up the distance and use that primary beam that melts. It's insane. It's also so ironic that Mei, a player who has long been focused about freezing, melts players literally if you stand too close to her now.
Both teams getting ready here. We'll see what compositions they rock. Moxie, do you think that they're going to lock towards that Sigma again? Like you said, you mentioned the inside areas on this map in particular. Does that mean Korea doesn't want to play like a dive? They want to maybe stick the Sigma again?
There's a lot of chokes, there's a lot of inside rooms, and that means that there's a lot of movement that's sort of stunted for things like the Winston and the Diva. You want to have the Sigma to be able to control all of those potential off angles. It's why Sojourn is really strong because of the amount of flanks that you can pick up. And so Lip going for that Symmetra initially out of spawn is then going to rejoin the rest of their team with that power slide. Sauna, however, going to go on to the Bastion. We've seen this work out in South Korea's favor in the past. This time, is it going to be different?
Walking out now, Team Finland goes with the wall. Everybody's low on Korea already. I mean, they get that lamp, keep them healthy, but a counter lamp comes out from Finland. They can take advantage of that early damage that Finland just did there. 2 gone. Sparkle Hanbin out of here. In Finland, they're going to be capping the point first.
This is so smart from Team Finland. The Sojourn needs the time to be able to match that damage output to either set up an off-angle flank and find a surprise pick, or to build up the ult fire on that railgun. So Team Finland get aggressive, knowing that Sona can instantly go for the transformation and do so much more damage potential. And as a result, Team Finland now have control of Choke and have a perfect opportunity to use these concussives to land on multiple players.
Still thinking that choke, like you said, it's so tough to deal with it there. Oh, goodbye, Sparkle. No time to react. Immortality Field not in time to save him either. Finland, another crucial kill. Korea have to play around the corner. I mean, the Bastion looking kind of good versus this Sojourn at the moment.
Clyde's doing so much damage as well because Team South Korea are having to take these fights incredibly close, so the Mei is getting to cleave through, and if Hanbin tries to use the shift to navigate around the damage threat coming through from Sauna, Clyde just moves into that forward position and beams down with the primary.
Quake, Ant Matrix, there it is, but it's walled off again. Counter, Ant Matrix used, but Finland try to back up for now. They just want to take some poke. Chi over the top, maybe could get picked off, but he's playing it perfectly. Jumping back and forth between the wall and the outside. Now Gravitic Flux catches Chio in the air before he even has the beat. Immortality Field not there. Now comes the Blizzard, and it can't be eaten by Hanbin because he's frozen now. 2 down. Point capture from Finland. That's 1 out of 3.
Goes over Hanbin's head, lands on the ground, and that's the Blizzard claiming the point, locking it in. Finland pull ahead on New Junk City, but they did use both the Flux and the Blizzard in that fight. Now they're going to get to set up around that next point, however, and this is where the Bastion gets to come into play. They just have to survive the pressure coming through from an overclock of Lip.
This point favors Korea because it's so close to their spawn. Now Gravitic Flux used by Hanbin. Stole in the air. They don't have to use any cooldowns though. So smart from Finland. Not baited out to use Immortality Field. Finland's actually more on the point than Korea is at the moment. And they're going to get it first. But Team South Korea is still playing on the outside. A bit far, right? It's hard to engage here. Now they use the overclock. Blizzard as well to combine. Can they find kills with it, though? Everybody's frozen, but Moss is beat. It connects in time. Can they even kill Mickey? No! Overclock wasted! Blizzard wasted! Counter beat by Korea. They want to try to find the kills. They need the kills desperately to not let this upset happen. Team South Korea, they use their immortality field. They finally get Sauna. The kill comes through. Philip goes low to Vistola, who wants to go aggressive. Homban trying to counter him. Cloud trades it back. And finally, Team South Korea get a fight win and reclaim the point.
Yeah, off angle pays off massively for Lip. Sauna goes down, and without the threat of the Bastion, the floodgates open and Team South Korea get to pile forward with the aggression that they want to be able to set this mate up with. Sauna does have the artillery strike. That's a lot of zoning potential to make sure that Team South Korea do not get to hold Team Finland at the choke the way we saw them previously use that last point to keep Team South Korea away and build up so much percentage.
Got ultimates this fight. Finland walk in. The choke wall already used by Sparkle. Hard to get walls in this map because it's so open on these choke points. They get through it. Sparkle grouped away. Really trying to avoid any of that damage from him. Now Sauna on the main side. Pops the artillery strike into the gravitic flux. We saw Team South Korea do it. And this time it's Finland. Goodbye! 2 down. Homban, Fielder, Lip. The rest of Korea go back to the spawn. And Finland got the fight win.
Anything you can do. Team Finland says they can do it better. They're going to be able to match the point percentage. Cloud has a Blizzard as well to be able to peel away any aggression the Team South Korea want to use Sparkle's Blizzard for. I mean, you might just throw it in off of the back of the flux coming out from Homban as the flanks attempted to come through from Team Finland. They catch Homban!
Yep, Homban, goodbye. See you later, buddy. Counter Blizzard used, but nobody's caught in it. It was just yeeted from Sparkle. That's so unlike Team South Korea. They're looking absolutely lost at the moment, to be honest. Shields finds Mickey at the very least, but nobody else here. 2 out of 3 about to be down for Team Finland. Or overtime takes down, rather. And they get it. 1 more to go, Moxie.
To explain that Blizzard, Sparkle knows that Team Finland are so close to just capping that point out fully. He throws the Blizzard in to try and freeze any player from Team Finland, so Team South Korea can look to pick up a cheeky flip and just move away from that potential threat of overtime. Unfortunately, it doesn't catch anyone. Team Finland had already rotated back to the point to stop just that from happening, and Dustin, Team Finland are 1 flash control point away from taking the series.
The point doesn't unlock for 10 seconds, so they know they could fight this. Before Gravitic Flux, Immortality Field used. Can they sustain through it? Sauna goes low, but a nice beat from Masa to counter them. Homma gets slowed down eventually with the beat drop of Chio. They're able to get the kill. Also the Ant Matrix from Fielder, so both support ultimates used to counter Finland's. And finally, Team South Korea finds some life here. They claim the point first.
Yeah, both teams throwing in both of those support ultimates. Sparkle, however, is going to have that Symmetra Wall for the next fight, so they don't have to worry about that pressure coming through from Sonic, can try and buy themselves a little bit more point percentage. But look at the respect coming through from Team South Korea. In the previous maps we saw, when they want to fight, they push Team Finland back to spawn. This time they know they cannot afford to make that mistake and lose a player as they try and rotate. They need to keep control of this point, and they need to hold on to it.
And get through. A lot of damage for Team South Korea with that Symmetra. Like you said, they back up to the right side. Missing some of their team, though. Ice Block has to be used. Sparkle goes down, even though he had the Symmetra Wall. Lip finds one, but Vistola will get on the Fielder. You don't have that Baptiste heals anymore now. Team South Korea, they don't even have the Overclock to continue getting kills here, but it doesn't matter. Lip still gets the railgun shot off of Homban, finding a kill there too. That's exactly what Team South Korea needed. Maybe Finland prioritized the objective a bit too hard there because they got the point, but not the fight win. Now it's like last fight on this point in particular.
They did stop Team South Korea from taking us into final fight territory, potentially, though. If Team Finland try and move through choke and have to reset, they do have the opportunity to do so. They could just dry push, bait out the overclock, and then fully just immediately rubber bands back into the fight, knowing that the Sojin ultimate is off cooldown. However, now with 8% left, they have to make a decision. Do you give up this control point and hold on to ultimates, knowing that you have to go for a second? It looks like they're a little bit too hesitant, Dustin. I hope they don't get punished in the rotation.
Flashpoint, more like walk to the point. I mean, it's just unfortunate that Masa couldn't touch there. It was too far for him. Maybe misjudged the distance, but regardless, they're still alive. So they could take this fight. No wall to catch Nibia off there. Super close Team South
but
Korea.
Team South Korea get inside first.
Yeah.
We saw the devastation of holding chokes, and now the Bastion, all of those problems that we talked about on Volcano, they're going to rise their head up in full, especially because there's high ground control, and that means that the Sojourn's mobility comes out in full.
Ultimate's used, or is still available rather. Pistola doesn't have the Gravitic Flux to combo with Sana for that 1-2 punch of the Artillery Strike and the Gravitic Flux. Meanwhile, Korea have Gravitic Flux and Overclock, as well as the beat drop. Masa super close to his. They get to the choke. Gravitic Flux now here, catches out 2 members of Team Finland, and also Lips there with the railgun shot. Doesn't even need to use the Overclock. Finds Masa before he can get the beat drop. And now Sparkle to the left side is able to get one more too. Lip with the beat drop and railgun shots with the amplification matrix is too much for Finland to deal with. Now up to 50% for Team South Korea.
And Team South Korea honestly are really happy, even though they used 3 of those ultimates, because they burned through a lot of Team Finland's firepower coming in to try and zoning them out and putting Sauna into a position to put this Bastion into place and make it hurt. Lip still holding on to the overclock. As a result, Masa has to play reactive with the sound barrier as well. This is a pick potential composition with the space to make the Sojourn find those kills, and Team Finland don't have that Symmetra wall set up to stop it from occurring.
There's those turrets set up as Finland walk out. It's very annoying to deal with. Overclock from Lip as well. It's a bit more than annoying. It's usually deadly. Onto Pistola as he touches the point. Overtime ticks down. They find Cloud too. And surely, Finland just melt away at the moment. Masa gets one. Give it the beat. No, Pistola! He could not get the beat. And the beat is now wasted because Finland get wiped. Oh my God, Korea. Now we're going to the last point, Moxie. This is dicey for Finland.
Oh, that's going to cost Team Finland potentially not having the sound barrier to be able to engage on this next point. The Bastion needs that space, otherwise Lip gets to literally run circles around this composition. Vestola will have a Sigma Flux. Chio doesn't have that sound barrier, but Fielder is going to have the lamp to be able to save Team South Korea. It's going to force Sauna to use the Artillery Strike to combo up, and that's 2 ultimates gone for Team Finland.
They need to get a fight win, though, so better to overuse than under at the moment. Pistola playing around the shield. The shield's about to go down. There it goes. Now he uses the Gravitic Flux, catches out Hompin. Now the Artillery comes through. But the Symmetra wall keeps them nice and healthy. For now, Sana waiting to use those. Point being captured by Finland. They claim it first, but it's just Masa and Pistola down there. The rest of their team isn't with them. They were caught out up top by Team South Korea. They ignored the objective temporarily and found the kills. Now Finland don't have any ultimates to sustain on this point. Cloud will get found, and as will Pistola as Team South Korea flip it.
The Bastion needs to go. You need to be able to mirror Lip with that potential, with that mobility. Otherwise, you're always going to be playing too reactive. And Team Finland, they can't afford to be stuck at these chokes for too long. Otherwise, Team South Korea are going to cycle through all of those ultimates. The Sigma Flux to win the next fight.
Yeah.
In order to use Amp to hold on to this space. And here it is again. Team Finland not getting to regroup.
Oh my gosh. Cloud, goodbye. Stola on the right side of room. Maybe they could find a kill here, but Team South Korea playing so smart right now. They seem locked in compared to earlier. 50% now on the board. They're halfway to winning.
Clyde's going to have that Symmetra wall to allow Team Finland to approach the point and get in position to use this Amp Matrix, but Field is going to have one of their own, and Lip is going to be so devastating. It's going to be a race between Sauna and Lip to find the kill first.
Window, my fielder. Lip is poked down. Has to play it slow. Symmetra wall running out. Finland on the point. They're capping it with Masa. Beat drop, counter engage, flank from Team South Korea. Bahamut's health goes low. Mickey falls. The beat drop too late for Masa once again. But Lip dies at the very least. However, it costed Sana his life. Team South Korea now up a member. The point is flipped as well. Pistola finds Lip. Oh my God. Sparkle low. Sana swaps over to Tracer. Sparkle goes so low. Pistola does too. The rock into his face. Cloud trades out Sparkle. They're going to need a miracle at this point. Team South Korea in overtime, halfway to finishing it. Cloud touches. Mickey's here, but nobody else here. Just Sana looking for something, looking for a breath, but he can't find it. Team South Korea, even though it was incredibly close, will get the win today and claim that first seed moving forward into the playoffs.
It started strong for Team Finland, and that is something that they can take. That's something that the other teams as well can take into account when we head into the BlizzCon stages. Team South Korea dropped a map almost Dustin dropped 2, but they're able to pull it together towards the end. Lip getting to really just play so strong with the Sojin, setting up on that high ground, always just able to chunk through the forces of Team Finland, who weren't able to find those picks off of their ability cycles with that Bastion. And when you're in cooldown from the transformation, Sojin still has all of the power, all of the space to play with.
What a series between Team Korea and Finland. You know, I know some people are probably worried about Team Korea, but Finland looked, Finland looked good. So it was less Team South Korea playing bad and more Finland playing up to their level, and Team South Korea showing that veterancy, really coming together as a team, you know, in the clutch. They were down 2 on Flashpoint, Moxie, and they still came back.
I mean, that first point, it started off so strong for Team Finland. They identified, okay, we've got the Bastion, we have to play aggressive, we can't allow the Sojin to set up. I just wish it had continued that way, because the second that they started losing those points, they got a little bit too hesitant, and that's when all of the power slid into South Korea's favor.
And there's a lot to break down. To do it for you guys will be Johnny and Danny. Woo, let me know your guys' thoughts. Desk, to you.
Listen to Moxie. Man, that was a crazy match. That was a crazy match. I'm gonna be honest. I thought there was a potential for this match to go either way, but I did not expect this match to be this close.
Dude,
Finland,
it was that close. It was so
Finland
close. They were like 1 point away.
Amazing. I know they were just 1 round away from getting the win, but I mean, fantastic match. Let's break this match down, Johnny. I really liked how Finland played this whole series. I think they were aggressive just as much as Korea. Korea's like, hey, we're gonna go in. Finland was like, yeah, you want to come in? We're gonna go in too. And I think it was like just pound for pound. They were just going back and forth all the way throughout, even till the end.
Yeah, Finland has such a great understanding of how to play this composition, and also they looked so good on Samoa, right? They came out and they got a round win here because they had Sauna pop up on the Sojourn, of course. Korea ended up taking Samoa, but I was really impressed by Finland's ability to absorb the pressure coming in from Hanbin and his Sigma, and kind of like find opportunities to win the front line, you know, with Cloud's May, you know, finding May walls to really get frags on South Korea and get early picks that they can snowball with. Here on Circuit Real as well, it was the same story where, you know, you get Sona popping up with an overclock right here, but like finding opportunities to really put Korea in an awkward position. Again, I think that their Symmetra and their Mei play was really good. Sona finding opportunities with a Symmetra teleporter to get a positional advantage over Korea. Masa had like a crazy game.
Oh yeah.
Like Masa was unbelievable with the sound barriers and like getting aggressive and finding picks until the very end here, where the game kind of got away from Finland, right? I mean, you get up 2 rounds here over Korea from a flashpoint, and like you think you're gonna wrap it up in the bag. The combination between Sauna and Vestola was clean all series long. Clouds, Blizzards, like this was a really good showing from Finland, and they were so close to beat out South Korea. But at the end of the day, Korea's just too clutch. Lip got value from the Sojourn, and they ended up winning this positional battle where, you know, Sparkle's Symmetra wall like was really pivotal to like find these picks, right? So it set up Korea to succeed. They go 3-0 in the group, but man, what a nail biter. I feel like anyone can kind of win the World Cup when you have matches that are as close with this with the favorites.
I mean, Finland definitely surprised us. You know, unfortunately, they did take the L from this match against South Korea. But hey, this is Group A. Both of those teams that we've seen, they are going to be moving to for the matches in Anaheim, and now South Korea being the first seed, they will be facing off against Canada from Group B.
Oh boy!
And Finland versus Great Britain as well. That's going to be an exciting match.
Who do you got, Danny? Great Britain, Finland?
For which one? Great Britain. Honestly, after that match I saw, I got to root for Finland. Finland is looking scary.
Yeah,
but Great Britain as well. They're the top team in their group as well. So I don't know. Yeah. I don't know, Johnny. I think it's going to be exciting. Like all the matches coming up in Anaheim, it's going to be great.
I feel like it's wide open now. Like I feel like you can't just sit back and be like, "Oh, Korea's gonna win it all."
Yeah, Korea's gonna take it over. It's like, nope. Finland's like, nah.
They just went down to the wire with Finland. Like, and no disrespect on Finland. That was an amazing showing from Finland. But the point I'm trying to make is that I feel like anyone can win it now. I don't feel like South Korea are like by far the favorites. And remember, like the team from China, they play Gushui most of the time, right? They play Winston Doomfist compositions. The meta is clearly Sigma. So I'm not willing to put any of these teams as
True.
like the big favorites anymore. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna head into a quick break, but I mean, next match is going to be Hong Kong versus Spain. Chat or friends, tell us your thoughts by using the hashtag OWWC2023. Who do you guys got for this matchup? We're gonna be looking into that for the break. So right now we're gonna head into a quick break, and then we'll be right back.
셔터 나이즈마서 루시오 심해 나타 심해 셰피 쏟아놓으시 거점에 도전 이겼다 나이스 와 실포했네 오 개꿀
Final day of group stage. Teams fighting to punch their ticket to BlizzCon and battle for the trophy. And also to take home a piece of a prize pool determined by you. That's right. Pick up some of these exclusive limited time cosmetics, and a portion of the proceeds go to all the players as well. So support everybody. Get the skins. Get the goodies, everybody.
Get the goodies. Get the goodies.
Get the
Danny,
goodies. Get the goodies. All right.
Which name card are you wearing in game? Which are the name cards? You just
What-
do South
which one-
Korea, or do you like?
Do I do
like
USA
Thailand?
or Thailand?
Yeah.
I
Maybe Finland
sometimes.
at this point.
You know what? Honestly, I think I'm gonna go for Finland because usually I go either USA or South Korea because I was born in Korea but I moved to the States. But how about you, Johnny?
Well,
Which one do you
Sweden,
rock?
but let's not talk about it. Let's move on.
Are you gonna do Great Britain now?
Great Britain. Why would I do Great Britain?
I don't know.
Sure.
What did you ask me to
No.
do Finland?
I don't know, because Finland's fun to root for. They just went head-to-head with South Korea. It was really, really thrilling. I don't know. I'll rock Japan. I'll pick
You rock Japan? Okay, all right. So in game, I'll be keeping an eye out for that. All right, let's talk about our next matchup. Our match number 3 is going to be Team Hong Kong versus Spain. Let's take a look at their starting lineups. Hong Kong, this is a team that we have been seeing for the past couple of days. I don't know. I think they've, it's a tough group, and they've had some tough matches. Johnny, what do you think?
Yeah, it's been tough. I mean, we've been hyping up about some of these individual players like Mangojai, for example, his reputation in the Asian Pacific region as a really strong flex supported player who came back here for the 2023 World Cup. But there's been other standouts, like Kurumi, for example, bringing out the hit scan play like we're seeing right now. And Rek as well. Rek is the person to really talk about here, or R3K rather, is the person to talk about who competes for DAF Esports over in the Asia Pacific region as well. With some of the other players who are participating here in the World Cup, right? So R3K could perhaps lead the way on the tank role if you want to get a win here today. Definitely look out for the tank player.
Yeah, I mean, and also their opponent, Spain, they have been looking pretty good. I would say they've been looking pretty good. I mean, we hyped up Crazy Dragon. He's fantastic. Yes, he's a fantastic DPS player for Team Spain, and also Helv as well. So if we're looking at the tank matchup against R3K, I think it's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, Zoe's not here today as she's busy preparing, but she would rave about Helv, of course, as both a Spanish and from Switzerland. So yeah, I mean, Spain has looked pretty good so far, and it's looking likely that they're going to make it out of this group if they take down Hong Kong here today. I do feel like they've been another one of those teams that just have a good understanding of the compositions and the meta going into this tournament, right? So now you find yourself having beaten Thailand, which I think we'd say is the other team in this group that really was vying for that second place spot, right, out of Group C. So Spain just got to clean things up here a little bit, and they'll be looking forward to BlizzCon later this week.
Yep, we're looking at the group standings for Group C right now. Yes, it is Spain with 1 win and 1 loss, and Team Hong Kong with 0 wins and 2 losses. For predictions, I gotta be honest. I think it's gonna be a tough battle for Team Hong Kong. I think Spain kind of knows what they want to go with, so I went with Spain. Zoe as well, both of us 2-0. Johnny, any surprises? Spain too?
No, but it's the World Cup vibe. I went with Spain, but it's the World Cup vibe. Like, I'm really just rooting for underdogs and for teams that we aren't familiar with. New players we don't get the chance to watch every day. So I would like for Hong Kong to get the win today. I think it'd be a celebratory moment. I think it'd be really fun. And so I hope that Hong Kong puts up a good battle here today, but Spain has to be the favorites by how they've looked so far.
Do you think, is there any way for Hong Kong to get the win against Spain?
You gotta bring the aggression. Bring the Doomfist dive.
Bring the aggression.
Bring the Doomfist dive. Bring it. Screw the Sigma. Don't pick Circuit Real. Play Doomfist dive. I'm into it. All right? Can we get that going? That is my wish. I don't think it's gonna happen, but that's my wish. I'm
on the same page, Johnny. All right, let's get this match started. To bring all the action, it is going to be Dustin and Moxie one more time. What do you guys think? Is there a chance for Hong Kong to get the win today against Spain?
No. I'm sorry. Listen, not to break anybody's hopes or dreams, and I know you guys are talking about underdogs and stuff, but I'm always for that. I'm with the desk 100%. Danny and Johnny both 100% right. Want to see these guys that really don't get to compete all that often do well, but I gotta be the only one that's a little bit of a realist around here, Moxie. There's no way in heck, right? I mean, maybe? I mean, Spain looks so good, though, at the moment.
I mean, Spain have looked incredible, to be honest. There's a couple of teams that have caught my attention that, like, going in, I was thinking, okay, they're going to have a really tough time. Both Team Spain and Team Japan have definitely exceeded a lot of expectations. The fact that Helve has been able to play the Orisa as well, given the fact that we are playing on the patch where she recently went through all of those nerfs, and a lot of these teams are prioritizing things like the Sigma and the Doomfist to be able to play the more meta compositions. But like the desk have said, Team Spain are very, very familiar with this Orisa composition. They're very comfortable running it to be able to circumvent a lot of the slow burn and the pick potential that the Sigma composition works around. Because, I mean, you have an Orisa, you have the Javelin Spin, you fortify in, you take all of that space away, and even if you have a pick potential composition, it's not going to work out if you don't have DPS to find those picks.
Oh, yeah. Busan, the first map we're going to between the series of Team Hong Kong and Spain. And like you said, I mean, there's so many things that Spain can do to get the win today. Team Hong Kong can kind of figure things out as it goes along, right? For Busan, the map in particular, like, what do you think the compositions will look like, Moxie? You think we'll see more Bastion, some of that Sigma again? That's been kind of the staple of the World Cup so far.
Yeah, well, Team Hong Kong, they're not running Xiaolian at the starting lineup. It is going to be Kurumi. Kurumi typically comes in to play the hit scan. Xiaolian is very much their Genji and Echo specialist, so I am expecting hit scan to be coming out from Team Hong Kong. Spain, we have seen in the past on Mecha Base run that Orisa against these Sigmas and just get aggressively into your face, try and just put this pressure on the Sigma composition so something goes wrong, someone gets caught out in those rotations, in that disengagement, and the Orisa composition is able to find that immediate first kill and snowball it into a fight win.
They're going to walk out with a very unique composition if it's this one. Wrecking Ball with an Ana with the... Really? With the Wrecking Ball. Okay, is this the first time we're seeing Wrecking Ball, Mox, or have we seen it already?
No, they're cooking. Helve is going to be trying to come in with these knockbacks. Remember, Team Hong Kong, they're playing the Sigma composition. They also don't have a Symmetra, so they're all going to be bundled up super close together, which means it's going to be really easy for Helve to land those pile drives onto multiple bodies.
Here it is. 4 members. Oh, Ice Block, perfectly timed, but Gala still gets the kill, and that's been a consistent of the tournament. Is Gala on that roll of Ilari and really doing a ton of damage. Punk comes through, Helve as well, and Team Hong Kong back to the spawn door as they go. As R3K just tries to live, but will not much longer. He did find Gala at the very least. However, Spain captures the point first.
Immediately, Crazy's going to go on to that Brigitte. We're going to see a full swap come through from Team Hong Kong. As Helve on this, how much we talked about it, right? The Sigma composition, everyone's super stacked up, so you're always going to get so much ult charge off of those pile drives. But with the pile drive as well, you actually send players above the immortality field, so Gal is able to use that opportunity to try and find a pick.
Slam from Helve immediately gets those shields up with the anti-grenade connected on the Team Hong Kong, but Despair finds Crazy Dragon. That's a fantastic opening pick. Kurumi just needs to play his life here on the outside. Gets the mini as well. But Punk actually got Am Crazy during all of that sick movement on the outside from Kurumi. Though we are even. Gala over the top left with Kaneo looking for some damage to get onto Mango Jai. Oh no. Before we can even get the immortality field down, he falls. Despair finds Crazy Dragon again. I mean, Despair has been playing so good thus far. Nano boost on Wrecking Ball. Unfortunately, this really doesn't do that much besides get some space in which Puck takes advantage. R3K will fall as well. Another anti-grenade to stop Team Hong Kong at choke. 50% now on the board. We're halfway for Spain.
Yeah, and R3K can't even use the Sigma shield to play Minesweeper. He knows if the shield goes down, Punk gets a free tac visor, and all of those players stuck in choke for Team Hong Kong are going to be at the mercy of that soldier. R3K now actually going to swap onto the Diva to have that Matrix to protect them from that ultimate.
Yeah, and the anti-grenade there too. Everybody low temporarily, didn't get the Matrix there in time from R3K's sign. Crazy Dragon maybe needs to play a bit safer this time because he has been the focus of Team Hong Kong. Punk drops the tac visor over the top, buys some space, but counter visor comes through. Helve already got R3K out of mech and out of the lobby for now. Tac visor from Kurumi runs out as well. 85% on the board now. They got to do something. But incoming Captive Sun from Gala. Kurumi is dead, as is Am Crazy. Team Spain, amazing work from them. Perfect Captive Sun, 90% of the board. R3K switches to Wrecking Ball. Can't even... We see a team...
He's knocked back!
He got the touch though, but nobody else is going to be here for sure. 99%. Nobody can make it there in time. Team Spain will take round number 1.
He's knocked back into the sloop dot from Canal.
Rough.
I mean, Team Spain have boasted about their backline and how strong it is, and they really have been popping off. Gala and Canale, these are two supports that you do not want to sleep on. The fact as well that Helv is so flexible in his tank pool and is able to come in with the curveball of that Wrecking Ball to just nullify so much potential of that Sigma composition. We talked about it just like the Orisa, right? The Orisa comes in and stops the Sigma from being able to slow burn, build up the Sojourn to have that pick potential, and the Wrecking Ball does exactly the same thing. Descent is sown. Everyone is uncoordinated when the Wrecking Ball jumps in, and you're going to lose a player off of picks from the pile drives as well. And with the map widening out even further, Helv gets even more room to be able to breathe.
It's scary. You know, Gala reminds me a lot of like Kodak in the, I think it was 2019 or 2018 World Cup. Really made his name in the World Cup stage, playing well on flex support. By the way, Team Hong Kong switching things up because they didn't like what they saw from Team Spain.
This is just a counter Wrecking Ball composition. Karumi's going to go on to rework Sombra. Afrika is going to go on to the Mirror Wrecking Ball to try and drive into that back line and do exactly the same thing as Helv. Mango Jar onto the Kiriko to be able to cleanse the pile drive when it comes through, and Swift Step to someone if you get left behind, isolated away from the team.
See if the Sombra actually pans out for Team Hong Kong here. Towards the left side, Karumi's trying to take the duel with the Soldier. Gives up for now. Helv noticing the cooldowns are removed for Karumi. Gonna dive right onto him. The anti-grenade from Canale, perfectly timed from the Ana of Team Spain. And also a body shot on the M Crazy. Why not Canale? Put on a show with Gala. The support's playing more like DPSs in World Cup so far, as Team Spain are the first ones to capture the point.
Yeah, Karumi's trying to focus on taking out Helv, so there's no pick potential and opening up space, but the backline dive for either Despair or Afrika finds a pick onto Canale or Gala, and even if you find the hack and virus onto Helv, the Hammond can just roll back into position of the Ilari's pylon, and all the while you're taking that poke pressure from the Ana and Ilari's. Canale finds a sleep and slow things down even further from Team Hong Kong.
Oh yeah, Canale having a game at the moment. Pulse Bomb available for Crazy Dragon. See if he can add on to this. Shield blow. Oh no! It connected on the shield. Did not let it down in time. Crazy Dragon with a Pulse Bomb onto Am Crazy. Helv also finds his counterpart and Despair. Meanwhile, Mango Jai found Crazy Dragon at the very end of it. But Team Spain, even though losing Crazy Dragon, you know, was a bit of a, you know, not good thing, Team Spain still came out on top.
Okay. Are we going to see the Echo swap come through to punish the fact, well, Punk is on the Soldier, so they can't go for the Echo. Team Hong Kong looking like they're trying to figure out what exactly to run into this with. They give up the Kitsune Rush as well, understanding that Helv has those Hammond mines, and will just drop them in the middle of the Kiriko ultimate. It's better to swap immediately to match that pick potential with Ilari.
How split Team Hong Kong is, right? They're running that Soldier and Ilari on the other side of the map. That leaves, obviously, is Baptiste exposed now. And Crazy will go down. Canale also found Karumi. And with the Captive Sun, just to kind of give them a bit of a fireworks show at the end of it, Team Hong Kong back to the spawn. One fight left for Team Spain.
Pile drives from Helv have been perfect, and the follow-up from Gala has been absolutely exceptional. Team Hong Kong yet to find their footing, going to be walking into a nano tag fight as we head towards last fight. Afrika on the Sigma does have that shift and the shield to try and block a little bit of the damage, but there's so much flank potential. If you block the Soldier, you open the way for the Ilari.
Visor coming through. Immortality Field removed. Punk is low with the 2K. Off of that, Despair finds Gala, but Team Spain looks so good at the moment. R3K left on the point in overtime. Found Canale! No way. Gets the shields back, and 1 versus 2 finds Crazy Dragon! Juggling around the shield. 1 versus 1 with the Soldier. Has a Lucio coming back. Team Hong Kong have done it potentially. Brock into the Wrecking Ball. Booped away. Team Spain not out of it just yet, though. Helv finds him. Crazy, and I might have jinxed them. They got a little bit of point presence. Flipped the point. Unfortunately, R3K will go down, and Team Spain have come back to claim the point. R3K made it interesting. However, Team Spain, over time, are going to win the first map.
Yeah, it's Team Spain looking incredibly strong at the moment. There's a reason why we thought this team definitely had the opportunity to move ahead into those BlizzCon stages. Smiles for the Team Spain players. They're really happy with how that map panned out. Like you said, R3K towards the tail end of it was looking really good with the Sigma. He gets slapped by Canale, but obviously the Sleep Dart has a much shorter duration on the tank, and then he's able to land that accretion onto the Ana to follow up some of those damages coming through from the Sphere to just keep himself anchoring onto that point. But unfortunately, Team Spain just have too many ultimates to work with, can yet again cut off the players from Team Hong Kong, pounce on them with that dive, and just continue to apply constant 24/7 pressure with that backline as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was great work from Team Spain. Helm on the Wrecking Ball looked good. Just putting consistent damage in, displacements, had the support from Gala, who had some amazingly timed captive Suns. Just beautiful from Team Spain, which, I mean, this series, they obviously want to win it today. I mean, why not? But, like, specifically, if they win this series, right, or even, I believe that map, they will eliminate Thailand moving forward, or Team Thailand moving forward, which is definitely huge moves going forward, because that would place them in the playoffs.
Yeah, one thing I want to talk about as well is Gala. We've talked about his captive Suns and his burst potential with the damage, but his pylon placements were perfect. Health knew he would be taking a lot of pressure from either a Sombra or a May when he goes in close to set those pile drives up, and the Alari uses the pylon to make sure that the Wrecking Ball is able to survive and get back to the rest of their team.
That's tough for Crazy as well. We looked back at the highlights, and he didn't put the shield down in time. He got it stuck on the shield, played it almost perfectly. Nearly there, buddy. Just a little bit more Brigitte to practice, and I'm sure he'll be able to get that pulse bomb off his shield in the nick of time. Meanwhile, Hong Kong still picking, or Team Hong Kong picking the map. But we'll be going to a short break. When we come back, we'll have that map pick for you guys and see you for map number 2. Team Spain is hungry today to get the win obviously with some fantastic plays of the DPS and supports, they're looking to move forward, get into those playoffs, lock themselves in, control the controllables. And if they take out the team from Hong Kong today, that will bode incredibly well for them moving forward. As if they get the 2-0, which is looking likely, I mean, that is obviously amazing for their team.
Yeah, well, moving forward, however, we do go to that second map, and with Team Hong Kong losing Busan, they get the advantage of choosing where we go to next. No substitutions coming from their end as we head over to Midtown. Instead, it's going to be Team Spain mixing things up. Crazy Dragon is out. Bones come back in.
Bones back in the lineup, obviously that means a bit of May, right, Moxie? That's like been the consistent swap, is when they want Bones in for the May.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it's good for them, right?
I mean, it's really good. Midtown especially has a lot of really punishing chokes that you can hold with that May, setting things up to either isolate out a player or set your team up to be able to maybe rotate away from some of those damage potential ultimates, things like that amplification matrix, which if you get caught out a little bit unawares from when you try to run away, does very swiftly result into players going down.
Midtown coming up. Obviously, you know, for Team Hong Kong, at least they could take away on Busan that they didn't get totally shut out. They got some percentages on the board. You know, with the Sigma composition, they look solid at times, right? I mean, overall, they're not out of it just yet, Moxie. I mean, they can come back on a map like Midtown. Maybe they got some strategies for it. At least, you know, in my eyes, we're not going to Circuit Royale, and that's already a bonus here.
Yeah, this is what, like, the first time that you and I this week are getting to go somewhere on second map that isn't Circuit.
Yeah, because we've seen some Midtown so far on World Cup, but a lot of teams favoring Circuit Royale, Moxie, and that's probably due to the meta, right? It just seems like for the Sigma composition, it's a little bit more consistent maybe on a map like Circuit.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen some really close mid-tens, though, coming through from Team Spain. They're definitely very confident on this particular map. They're going to be attacking first, Team Hong Kong going to be defending. Despair's actually going to be swapping on to that Echo. No Mercy Pocket, Mango Jai on that Ilari to be able to use those defensive positions to be able to set up the pylon so that Team Spain has to really commit in, with Halve using a lot of that fortify and defensive capability to push forward and take the pylon down.
Punk on the Ash. Interesting pink to go forward as well. Team Hong Kong with the Echo, like you said. Mango Jai going to be on the Delari. Johnny talked about it on the desk. I mean, he's a standout player for Team Hong Kong in the APAC region. Gala just doing some poke work off the left side. R3K is also naded on the front lines, so a bit of a micro fight happening on the left between Gala and Despair. Meanwhile, Help just walks forward on the fire truck, but Kurumi, nice railgun shot onto Gala. That shuts down the star support player for Team Japan. Help trying to go forward, find a bit of a trade. But Team Hong Kong aren't giving up anything right now, right? They send Kurumi above the fire truck, drop onto Help. Help needs to find this trade, but he's not doing so. Kurumi gives up on shooting Help for a second, resulting in Help finding Despair. But at least Am Crazy's there with the follow-up, and R3K also finds Bones. So far, so good for Team Hong Kong.
Yeah, Kurumi, like you said, does stop paying attention to Health because he knows that the Orisa is trying to act as that distraction. So the rest of Team Spain can safely move out from the choke and onto that point to push Team Hong Kong out of those positions where the Sojin can find the pick potentials. And off of the back of that, Team Hong Kong will be able to hold on. Health off of the Orisa goes onto the Winston. Kineo on the Ana, looking to build up that nano boost to enable this dive composition to jump that back line.
Captive Sun available for Mango Jai. Another Captive Sun from Gala used. 9 HP down in the sky to Punk. Captive Sun on Kurumi. Doesn't even need to actually blow it up because Bones takes him out on the flank with that Icicle. 2 kills for Team Spain at the moment. Despair sitting up above trying to hide. Rikita really going to come through for Team Hong Kong, but Despair is focused over the top. He's actually living forward now, but eventually, yeah, you got the May there, you got that Ilari there. Too much to deal with at the moment. The auto boost also here just to secure things for Team Spain, maybe to counter the window from Am Crazy and Team Hong Kong. Help just trying to get the space, make sure nobody can touch the objective, and Team Spain are moving on to streets.
Off of all of that cleave as well, he's building up the primal immortality fields invested, so he's able to get a free passage into that backline. Goes for both of the DPS in that small enclosed space. Is able to find Kurumi up against the walls and going back in for more.
He's on this Baptiste and the Delari. Mango Jai will go down 2. That's a big stagger kill to 5 for Team Spain. The wall from Bones there, great too. Is Payless going to keep pushing forward here?
Yeah, this continued push coming through from Team Spain pushes Team Hong Kong off of being able to control that high ground and delay Team Spain. So like you said, Pale getting a lot of movement, but also Kurumi and Despair lacking a lot of positions to be able to try and find these picks and slow Spain down further.
Pylon at the choke point 2 for both teams, able to stay healthy on the outside, but Kanale still hits the body shots on the Mango, while Punk with the Bob able to get Kumail. Copy from Despair, eventually whittled down. Punk also will find the final blow onto them. And Team Spain, I'm just pushing forward, forcing out cooldowns, still maintaining a decent ult bank too. I mean, they're looking to close it out here on streets.
Yeah, that earlier lack of high ground control from Hong Kong is their undoing. Despair has to use the shift to try and challenge the supports on the high ground, and he's just too exposed. If he tries to go for small room, he goes directly into health with that Tesla cannon. And it's unfortunately Team Hong Kong now trying to stem any further stagger picks as Helv looks to hunt out more people, backed up by Gala. He's going to get fully healed back up, and again, Team Spain remove the high ground control. No slowing down as the payload continues to move.
Yeah, when Punk's playing as well as he has for Team Spain, it's going to be hard for Team Hong Kong to really get anything going. If you're going to take away anything from this game, it's that Punk is a fantastic DPS, and the rest of Team Spain are great at supporting him, making sure nobody of Team Hong Kong can really get much done. Dive in from Helv, goes low. Nano Boost can't even peek him for now, but the Blizzard here to zone. Also Primal Rage from Helv to maintain his health. Also drops the Nano Boost on him too. Why not? But a nice sleep dart for Mango Jai. However, still Team Spain winning that fight.
There's no tank to absorb the pressure. Earlier on, Bones used the Blizzard to split the Sigma away from his team, then uses the wall to block line of sight, so they're not able to save him with something like an Immortality Field, and Helv yet again gets to play aggressive since there's no Sigma to push him back with that potential accretion.
Despair just loses the duel on the left side to Gala, who just triple tap, removes him from the game. Gala is lining up the shots too, healing his team, constantly hitting these headshots. I mean, it's beautiful to see. R3K, unfortunately, final blows himself on that cart. Captive Sun solo onto Despair. Can Despair live here? Takes the headshot. Nobody can touch, and he's still going to die after the round 1 is complete. At least that's not going in the stat sheet. But what is going to the stat sheet is Team Spain winning with 3 minutes on the first attack.
Textbook performance coming through from Team Spain. Whenever Helv was taking a little bit too much damage and had to fall back to the rest of his team, he'd already pushed Team Hong Kong into being in a position where Bones or Punk could step in and continue applying that pressure. So Team Hong Kong were never fully able to regroup and play around those defensive tools that some of these teams are able to use to slow the attacking team down to an absolute standstill.
Team Hong Kong now on their attacking side, you know, what do you do at this point, Moxie? I mean, I know that this is a hard question. I'm sorry for asking you, but for Team Hong Kong, you know, is this a matter of composition, you know, talent, or just trying to figure something out versus Team Spain, who, I mean, kind of can play whatever they want at this point?
You have a couple of options, right? You can go for the more meta pick of the Sigma. Despair could go for something like the Echo. This here is the replay, by the way, of Kanale just handing himself that life. Goes for the duplicate against Despair. Catches him with the sleep as well as he drops out of the dupe copy. Really good stuff coming through from the backline of Team Spain. Like I said, you do not sleep on these guys, because otherwise they'll sleep you.
Kanale, amazing work from him. Now, Team Hong Kong starting out on their attack. See what they run. They're going to rock towards the Ilarian Baptiste again with that Echo and Sojourn this time around to combine with the Sigma. Meanwhile, Team Spain liking Helv on the Orisa. Not a lot of teams focusing on the Orisa as hard as they are.
They're going for a lot of pick potential, but for individual picks, right? R3K on the Sigma can provide that sort of damage cover so that your Echo, Sojourn, or Ilari can come into a position to find the picks, but without a Mercy Pocket, you're not getting to close up the distance that the Echo wants to use the Focusing Beam to full effect. Instead, you're relying on the poke, chipping someone down low enough so that other players can capitalize. And that is that your Echo is left behind.
Yeah, Bones, nice shot. They try to set up that flank, but it was a bit too telegraphed. Team Hong Kong still have to sit back towards main 2. Helv does get stunned temporarily, but they go forward. Hard to push past this choke. Even up one of their members on the team, it's super hard to get past this choke without taking too much damage. R3K notices that they're a bit too far, wants to push in a little bit, take some space, and maybe get an advantage for Team Hong Kong.
here's the problem as well when you're attacking. Health with the Orisa can absorb all of the damage and threat coming through from main, and then you can play either Bones or Punk to protect the flank from Ali. However, Bones goes down to Despair. This should open the way for Team Hong Kong to finally collapse onto point and get the Echo within distance to use the full kit.
Banks from the back, now the Nano onto Helv. Walks onto I Am Crazy. Can he live on the inside? Nice. Eat from R3K to slow down Helv, but Helv just might be inevitable at this point. Runs onto the inside. Oh, backs away. Perfect. Avoidance of that amplification matrix. Puck piece for a second. It almost cost him his life, but the pylon's still here to keep him healthy too. Far too much healing to deal with. Now, incoming captive storm from Gala. Walled off by his own team temporarily. Comes through at the end of it. I mean, that's onto everybody of Team Hong Kong. So much damage. And it's too much for Team Hong Kong to deal with. They just reset quickly.
R3K going to have the Sigma Flux. Mango Jai, if he wants to, can combine the ultimate to be able to use the ground slam to activate the full hindrance of the Sun Nade. Problem is, then you're going to absolutely tank the entirety of your ultimate economy, especially when you're going into Terror Surge combined with the Blizzard.
Punk. Bob at the map too. Team Hong Kong definitely gonna have to use something to get through this choke point. Not doing it just yet. Now they use the Gravitic Flux. R3K walks out. Punk's still on this right side angle. No ultimates committed yet until the Bob now comes out. But Kale is found by R3K. Kurumi also finds Bones and then also helps. So maybe Team Spain holding onto the ults for a bit too long. But however, Moxie, it looks like they have a recontest here.
Oh. Yeah, they use Bob. Punk's able to win the 1v1 against Kurumi. Help's coming back in on the Orisa with the Terror Surge, and Despair has not been able to find the pick on these players above the point because Gala's still alive on that Alari, keeping everyone healed up.
Yeah, Punk has to take the duel now with Despair on the outside, and he can't win it. Nice shot from Despair. Down to 21 HP in the copy. Pylon wasn't really useful anyway, but still gets rid of it. Out of the copy he comes. Now goes the captive Sun, but he gets deleted by Despair. What a shot, but Kanale will take him out from across the map. Also throws the anti onto Am Crazy and the body shot. Kanale's team is falling all around him. However,
no one's capped.
No one's capped. You're right, 33% of the board. 34 seconds left. I mean, this is looking dicey for Team Hong Kong now, who surely should have captured out by now, but Kurumi finds Bones. That's something. Punk has to back up as well. This ticket just going up so slow. Nice shield to save off this left target of Team Hong Kong. Bob here from Kurumi 2 to secure things. A lot of ultimates forced out from Team Hong Kong, considering how long this first point is taken. Held to touch a little bit longer. Also, another amplification matrix pop by M Crazy. Anti to slow him down. Kanale trying to find him. Immortality field. And a sleep dart onto him too, why not? But it doesn't really matter. Eventually, Team Hong Kong capture point A.
Yeah, but that's a lot of ultimates forced out from Team Hong Kong. They will have the Sigma Flux as well as the Captives on. Helv onto the Winston as we move into B, and there's so much focus on that high ground. He can pressure out the backline, he can bait out that lamp so Punk can come in with the Tac Visor without having to worry about Nano needing it to have that kill translation.
Team Spain trying to continue their great performance thus far on the defensive side. ET comes through, flanked from Gala. Is spotted out. Mango Jai in the front line, able to find Helv because his support was flanking a bit there. Looking for a kill. Team Spain, though, you know, they're still trying to fight this. Bones will get staggered. Gala finds the kill, too. So Team Spain making it uncomfortable for Team Hong Kong. However, you know, they're still moving this payload even during the staggers of Team Spain.
The lamp was used. They don't have high ground control. They have nothing to sort of bully Punk out of this position for the Nano Visor.
Oh my God, 2 for Punk. And Team Spain is moving forward. Make it 3 for Punk as well. Fantastic Nano Visor play, Moxie. Now 1 minute and 25 seconds left.
Yeah, Team Hong Kong just not able to find that space monopoly that they needed because Gala on that Kiriko had gone into the backline and just deterred Am Crazy, kept the map's position, and Bones is going to keep Kurumi in the spawn a little bit longer. In goes the Tracer, out goes the Pulse Bomb, out goes the Ash, and down goes more time.
And as soon as you see that Immortality field, that's how you know it's dicey for the team that has to deal with the Pulse Bomb. Team Hong Kong on their attacking side built up some ultimates at the very least. They're nearly 80 on 3 ultimates. All Despair has the copy, and all Team Spain has is that Kitsune Rush. Oh, there it is. Kitsune Rush out. Cooldowns reduced. Also could build up towards those ultimates very quickly. Help building up towards the front range. Punk still gets a kill dry onto Kurumi. R3K trades it out at the very least, so both DPS is gone. That I'm playing the hit scan roll. Bones also finds Mango Jai, so even though they're down in ultimates, they're still getting trades Despair and R3K will find Gala too, though, and Bones. So they are up in this fight. Kaneo also gets staggered, and Team Hong Kong come back, but surely now, Moxie, the Streets phase will be going into overtime.
Someone needs to press tab. Punk is on the Widowmaker. Team Hong Kong need to understand that this swap has come through. He is looking for a player to reveal themselves on the high ground.
Shield there on the left side. Aware of it now, they see him. Only a body shot into R3K. Gravitic Flux committed. Also with the help from Despair, they're able to find Gala. Team Hong Kong, great kill from them in overtime. Captive Sun for Mango Giant connects onto Helv, but Helv just tanks it, and he's just going for more. However, the heals are too much to deal with until Punk gets the shot onto M. Crazy. Krumi tries to trade it, but he's zapped down by Helv. Outskilled by the Winston player of Team Spain. I mean, what does Team Hong Kong do now? Mango Giant falls to Bones. Canale also gets one, and Team Spain, after almost setting, I mean, it's the third fastest time on mid-town on their attacking side, now come through to get the 2-0 versus Team Hong Kong.
Team Spain looking incredibly strong, incredibly happy with themselves. A very good performance from them on Midtown. Punk getting to swap onto the Widowmaker. Like you said, it does get spotted out, but when we head into overtime, everyone from Team Hong Kong's focus goes away from the Widowmaker onto the payload and also onto the nano-boosted Winston, who's in their midst tracking all of those players down, and it allows Punk to find that pick onto Am Crazy, and without that Baptiste, that Sigma is gone.
Yeah, I mean, Team Spain looks so good there. And, you know, this means a lot for Group C. We have to wait till later, see what happens with the team from China and also Thailand. You know, a lot of exciting things happening before the playoffs, before things get officially locked in thus far in the group stages. I mean, what a win for Team Spain over Team Hong Kong there, Moxie.
Yeah, really good stuff from Team Spain. Team Hong Kong having a good performance as well. They were able to break out onto point A. You could see as well that they really wanted to hold on to those ultimates for as long as possible, but they knew the contest was coming through and they had to use those ultimates a little bit earlier than they wanted to, and as a result, it spiraled into time tuning against them on B.
Yep, Team Spain 2-0. Let's go throw it to the desk now. Danny and Johnny, what do you guys think about that match?
We were hopeful, Dustin. You know, maybe Hong Kong could put up a fight, but I mean, that wasn't the case. It was Spain taking the win quite convincingly, 2-0 against Hong Kong. Listen, before we break this down, I just want to say I was happy to see Spain pull out the wrecking ball when they started that match. When was the last time, Johnny, when we saw a wrecking ball being played the whole?
I hate that you're putting me on the spot like this. I know Helv played a little bit of wrecking ball.
Yeah, but that was like to get on the point, wasn't it? Like,
I said a little bit, you know, emphasized a little bit.
all right, my bad, bro, my bad.
Look, this, you know, with all of these matches, sometimes it's a bit of a blur, so I can't exactly recall the last time we saw Wrecking Ball. But we did see Wrecking Ball, and that was a lot of fun, right?
That was a lot of fun. And
I like that Spain, they're a little bit different, you know? We're seeing all these other teams, they just play the Sigma compositions,
or the Orisa,
Spain, they just pretty much just play Orisa all the time. And, you know, they mix it in with Help Winston where possible. I like that they went Winston here, for example, when you play versus the Echo and the Sojourn composition and you don't have to deal with, you know, stuff like Bastion, for example. So they like to change it up a little bit. I feel like Spain has a bit of a unique flair compared to some of the other teams we're seeing here in the World Cup.
Yeah, definitely agree. I think we did see a little bit of Orisa as well, but like I loved how Spain just they were aggressive with it, you know. I think they did their homework. They clearly had a plan. They knew what they wanted to run, right? And then I think that really paid off at the end of the day when they were going up against Hong Kong.
That's scary. You know?
Yeah, very scary. And as we were seeing, this is Group C standings update. Like Dustin and Moxie said, nothing is set in stone yet. We do have to see a team from China and Thailand go up against each other. And then after that, we would have the finalized group standings for Group C. Right.
There you go, Danny.
There you go.
Good.
Looking good. Hey, we're gonna continue on this excitement because match number 4 is coming right up after this break.
Okay. I'm back, Sean. I'm going on Larry, bro. Behind, Larry.
Sig 1, Echo. Well, we did it, guys.
I did it, guys. Peace. La carnicería.
Welcome back, everybody. We're heading into our fourth match of the day. This is another exciting match. We got Brazil up against Great Britain. I mean, Great Britain already, punched their ticket to Anaheim. They are the first seed, right? But I mean, both teams are still fighting for their honor. They're doing it for the fans, right?
Yeah, I mean, Brazil especially, you've lost 4 maps in a row. You'd like to at least get a map win for the fans. It is probably the toughest group here in Group B with United Kingdom, Canada, Australia. So, again, the underdog energy here, Daddy. We're rooting for Brazil. We need them to get a map win here. Come on.
Listen, Johnny, I want these guys. Sure, you guys are knocked out, but this is Brazil's final match in the Overwatch World Cup, right? I want them to have fun. I want them to go all out. Play your hearts out. Do it for your fans. Have no regrets. That's what I want to see from Brazil.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Neil, this is Neil's 3rd World Cup. Been subbed in sometimes playing the Winston. They picked Paraiso. I love that. Please do that again today.
True.
Yeah, please pick this map again. I'd love to see that. And also, I mean, they've had some decent showings when they play this Tracer, Echo Mercy kind of composition. So, come on, bring out the dive composition. Pick Paraiso. It'll be a
Johnny, Boneback is back.
Boneback
is back, baby. Great Britain, they are definitely one of the strongest teams in their bracket right now, right? And as we're seeing, because players like Backbone, who's a great DPS player, great Mage player, who could also flex onto the support role as well. That flexibility, that versatility, it's something that we have to talk about.
Yeah, that was my talking point. Just like, hey,
oh really?
Backbone's Mei and Symmetra is invaluable here in the World Cup. But instead, he's gonna come out and play flex support for the team as well. That's kind of what they do when they like to play double flex support. Obviously, we're seeing some funny Astro highlights on the Lucio and fantastic main support Lucio player. But when Great Britain, when they want to come out and play double flex support, they swap over Backbone to that role. And he's called Boneback because they had this old joke that, it's not the same player.
It was not from us. We didn't make that up.
Backbone. We don't make that up. Yeah.
We don't make that up.
Lono Spitfire made it up. So it's a bit of a gag. But yeah, so this probably tells you that they're going to come out and play double flex support. Now, we did see Backbone on some Ana earlier this tournament. Right. So maybe some more Ana in play for Great Britain.
Yeah, I mean, we'll find that out very, very soon. Let's see our predictions. I know, so we went for
Brazil.
Let's go!
Brazil.
Hey, anything could happen in the Overwatch World Cup. There is a chance. There's a chance that Brazil could beat Great Britain. But for me, it was Great Britain. They look too strong. They're the first seed in their group. They got Boneback. Kai, we forgot to mention Kai when we're talking about the team. That guy is just absolute monster.
Really good.
I have to go with Great Britain.
Yeah. As we kind of progress through the World Cup, there's this endless conversation about do you want to play Bastion? Do you want to play Sojourn? And we're seeing some of these higher tier teams just we want to play Sojourn because he can make plays. And Kai on Great Britain has been one of the standout Sojourn players so far. So definitely going to have impact at this one. I got Great Britain 2-0. But we've had some Netherlands 2019 energy vibes going. You remember when they made that big World Cup run with Brussen in the mix and everything like that, right? So not sure if Brazil is going to channel that underdog energy here today. But come on now.
Johnny, honestly,
come on now.
They might. There's no pressure on them. I think we talked about this before because they have nothing to lose, right? Maybe they have a chance of, putting up a good fight against Great Britain. Who knows, right? We're going to find that out very, very soon, guys. We're going to head into a quick break, and then we'll be right back.
Here we go, folks. Group B here in our 2023 Overwatch World Cup is pretty much finalized with our delegate teams heading to BlizzCon. Basically already been named. The United Kingdom, of course, or Great Britain in this case, and Canada. Speaking of Commonwealth, they've lumped me and Scott together for this one. So you know this one can't go wrong at all. How you doing, big guy? Nice shirt. Big fan.
Yeah. Love the Cats. Just got to give some representation. Unfortunately for the cast, we didn't get an Australian one, and they have fallen out of the group. You know, it happens, but
who do we have to blame for that?
I don't you dare try and pin this on me. I am sick of this gaslighting that I'm getting, that I am the problem with Australia. Yes, in 2018 when I played, I was the problem, but not anymore.
See, that's why I didn't get you in 2017, and yet people still gave me flack for that. Like, I can't believe you've overlooked customer. Yeah, look.
I still can't believe it. I cannot believe you stubbed me back in 2017. I'm gonna get you back one day for that.
Oh yeah. Next time I'm up for selection for a national team, Scotty, I'm sure you'll stick the knife in right there. The United Kingdom. I mean, this Great Britain team rather. Here's my problem. I'm just reading it off Wikipedia, and I keep seeing that name. I've got to just erase that from my memory. Obviously, this is Team Great Britain. Look, great start. I think that 2-0 against Canada at the start of this group, really quite decisive and very quickly gave us the lay of the land and what we should expect for this team. And Scott, like the desk pointed out, the fact that you are flexible enough to bring Senor Bone back into the mix means that, you've got a heck of a lot of options up against the team in Brazil who has struggled to make an impact.
And Boneback has done this in the Overwatch League. He's already done it in this World Cup. In their first match win over Canada, they pulled him in, came in to play the flex support. The reasoning for this is Boneback came in, Backbone comes in to play the Ana, and that allows Maimone to go over to the Echo, and they've done this historically on Ilios, so I expect to see the same thing once again. The real question for me is, how seriously is Great Britain taking this match? They're not locked in at #1 seed. Unfortunately for Brazil as well, they're not going to go to BlizzCon. So how seriously are both of these teams going to take it? Are they just trying to have a good time, or they have something to prove?
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Brazil on Ilios against Australia try and play that dive composition. Ludwig and Svenko. It was Tracer and Echo. They were playing Neil on the Winston rather. So we'll see if Samoa, if there's any opportunity to go for that style. But we've seen so many teams, opt for different approaches, right? We've seen plenty of maps like Volcano lend itself to more of those brawl style compositions. I'm very gaslit by the graphics, so I'm going to assume it's Samoa going forward here and stick with that. But I still haven't seen a team coached by Mauricio Honorado ever lose a game.
Yeah,
well, so I've got a lot of confidence in Brazil in that sense.
Hey, the history writes itself. Honestly, we're moving forward into Samoa. You are being gaslit by the graphics. But as you said, this isn't very traditional to what you would play dive on. You would usually play the Sigma. We've seen almost every team so far in this tournament play that Sigma mirror. That's when you play the high damage, which is what I would expect from both teams. But with Backbone on support, I don't think that's the direction they're going to go. And from the looks of what Brazil are playing as well, that's Le Seraphim. Honestly, I'm about it.
Yeah, coming up with the Le Seraphim composition here. Niall, we actually saw play a lot of Mercy on control maps so far. But no surprise to see this more dive look here from Great Britain. Backbone, the Boneback meme comes from him actually playing Zenyatta on that Spitfire team when they didn't really have like a dedicated Zen player. And he was really nasty. So my mind, of course, going to be on that Echo. And out of the gates we come, Brazil. I'll make the switch over to what we start to consider a pretty standard look for this map. The variation, though, comes in that Tracer and Echo slot, as Ludwig will be on the former.
And I love to see it. We're moving away from what most of the teams have been playing on the Sigma. We're playing a very honest dive setup. We have the Doomfist coming out of both sides, but the major difference comes from Maimone being on the Echo with that high damage output against the Ludwig Tracer, which honestly has shown glimpses of brilliance from time to time in this tournament.
Kai takes note of Ludwig's position there on that low ground. Something to be aware of as that Tracer starts to encroach a little bit further, but look at that Kai. As soon as he gets the indicator of a headshot with the left click, he just smashes that right mouse button and finds an insta-kill. Maimone gets picked off here by a whip shot, though, in a 4v4. The Gear's taking a ton of damage up front and personal. And even with that power block, Ludwig is the one revealed when the Doom steps out of the way, and Kai, he's just gobbling them up right now.
We felt this wrath yesterday for Team Australia, but Kai has been exceptional in this tournament. He's just been almost one-tricking this Sojourn and finding value time after time. It's not just his aim that's exceptional, it's his positioning. You saw him in that fight. He's just standing on the sidelines, not even getting looked at by anyone because he's in the right spot at the right time, just picking people off one by one.
My own switches over to the Tracer here. Great Britain want to mirror these compositions, but even with the Tracer, Brazil put very little pressure on Kai's position. Even now, Kai is just sort of pivoting around the rest of his team, actually playing as a little bit of a loose end, but all eyes are turned towards Jaikaru in the back line of Great Britain. The former gets hit by a body grenade there, and Gear's able to finish the job. Backbone now might be under some scrutiny here, and that'll be 2 for the Doomfist player. The serious Gear ain't taking any prisoners so far. Brazil finally gets some capture percentage. You're running hot here. Can they turn this one around? He's still very, very healthy in a pulse deployed here for Funny Astro. That might punish that ult use there.
But Kai's still alive and doing so much damage, and Jaikaru is back in this fight. Flip has gone over to Brazil, so now all they have to do is slow everything down, control the point, because at this point, Great Britain's are the ones who has to clear Brazil off and get that capture back.
They want to go with 3 here. Stop straight away. Jaikaru going to push the back line. A mutual knockdown. The shield bash there means that Niall can trade himself for a Doomfist kill. You've got to feel good about that. Kai sees the enemy Doomfist lit up like a Christmas tree, but he's so focused on the back line until they move out of that line of sight. He can't put enough pressure on Kai, who still gets to rule the roost as Great Britain look to flip it back.
Well, it was close. I love the idea there from No to just try and punish Jaikaru, but he gets punished himself. So now it's going to be Great Britain taking back control. But Jaikaru is the only ultimate, and Doomfist ultimate doesn't really get you a lot to work with. So it's going to be on Svenko for Team Brazil to start finding picks. He needs to start matching Kai in this Sojin mirror if they're going to get control of this point back.
Kai knows exactly where he is. Svenko is not playing as a loose element from the rest of his team. So when Jaikaru comes to call, he will be in that mass of players. Again, gets spotted out, and Kai wins it. Bores a steaming hole through Svenko's head, and now we've got a 5 versus 3 favoring Great Britain. And that capture percentage is ticking up. Niall able to find Jaikaru, but the damage is surely already done. Svenko coming back off respawn was just Ski, and there was no chance at a flip there. He was just hanging around for no reason.
Yeah, Svenko is sort of like, trying to find some targets, peeks his head up for a second, and Kai rips it off. Was able to hold on to the overclock, so they will have that big tool coming back into this fight. But at this point, Great Britain, they're one fight territory, and with my main going down, though, that should give Brazil an opportunity to get an advantage.
It's like the seismic slam was just the extra damage that was required to finish off my moan there. Svenko now gets to play for the high ground, but opts to give it up in order to get a little bit closer to his intended targets. The pulse bomb, though, from Ludwig claims backbone, and that's a win condition satisfied for Team Brazil. They will flip now at 45.
And it's interesting to see Jaikaru make this switch over to the Winston. I'm trying to understand why this decision has been made. Usually Doomfist is a lot more self-sustainable. You have the block, you can move around faster. But Jaikaru moving over to this Winston potentially thinks he can execute plays, maybe play a little bit more defensive. Tries to drop a bubble on Funny Astro, but doesn't keep him alive.
Losing the big at the start of the fight, not a great look. Backbone desperately trying to work towards that nano boost. Should Jaikaru need it? Just teasing Gear around the corner, but you definitely don't feel favored as Winston in the tank head-to-head, constantly getting knocked away from where you need to be, especially when you have to try and put the bubble in the right place to add some defensive utility. Backbone has that nano now. Speculative Bionade, no connection, Scott.
We need to see Brazil get their support ultimates online. If they don't get to them, they're not going to have the sustainability to get through this fight.
Jaikaru now nano looking for Svenko here, trying to get up in his face. Kai elsewhere found a headshot on Xfel, so that's an Ana out of the picture. Niall might have to pop the rally here just for the extra healing, and they do, but it might be too late. Guy was in no position to receive the healing. The absolute wrong postcode, in fact. And now we're in overtime. Funny Astro wants to head straight towards Svenko, who had no choice but just stand there and be countered. As Great Britain, after a bit of back and forth, will take downtown.
It's a good look from Brazil, though. They look very comfortable playing this dive setup in the mirror against Great Britain. They were going toe-to-toe. They were using their ultimates right. Just a couple of plays from Kai really gave Great Britain the edge.
Decent looks here. The switch to Winston, I think, still we're a little quizzical about. Obviously, fundamentally, they achieve rather different things, and it's a very all-in approach you're going for when you bring that Winston. Whereas Doomfist has the option to get in and get out and be a little bit more selective, and also has much better levels of self-sustain. Ultimately, it doesn't end up being a huge difference maker. Give the nano, I guess, to Jaikaru. He's a better nano candidate as Boneback eventually develops that ultimate and deploys it. But I think we got to be honest with ourselves here, Scott. Kai is the story of that round. These solo kills at extreme range long before the fight even starts. That's good for a heck of a lot of free percentage.
Kai is him. You know, he's obviously had, some average seasons in the Overwatch League lately. average for him is still exceptional, but he hasn't had that like high peak that we've expected from him so far in the last few years. And we're starting to see glimpses of it here. And that's important for Great Britain. You know, we talk about this match not having big implications in the grand scheme of who's qualifying. But for me, I want to see as much of what is the peak of Great Britain in this tournament, because we've seen already South Korea, they're struggling. They almost got pushed to the very edge by Team Finland. We know Team USA is struggling. We're going to see if they're going to be able to qualify for BlizzCon. At some rate, we have to start thinking, is Great Britain a threat to win it all?
And there's history with Great Britain and the United States. If they ever have a chance to play against each other, we'll be unloading all of those storylines for you. The United Kingdom have already qualified to the quarterfinals. So they'll play against the second seed from Group A, like you sort of pointed out, Scott. And that's why they're looking straight at Finland. That really is set up to be a blockbuster of a match. The United Kingdom not tested to any great degree within this group. Against Canada, I mean, Circuit Royal is a complete bloodbath. I mean, Canada get absolutely rolled. Ilios is a little bit more competitive, but outside of that, Australia really aren't able to put too much pressure on them either. And honestly, that's what you get kind of coming out of these groups sometimes, Scott, is that sometimes the power disparity is so present that you don't really get a good check on these teams until they hit the single elimination bracket.
Yeah, and I think the thing that's been most impressive to me about Great Britain from their matches is, yes, obviously we're getting that individual brilliance. You know, we have obviously Funny Asher on the Lucio. Backbone has been great, probably one of the best mays we have in the world, and Kai obviously on the Sojourn. But it's been their coordination and synergy, especially against Australia yesterday, going up against the Reinhardt compositions. They were playing as one, they understood exactly their win condition, and they were executing at a high level. And that's what happens when you have a coach of the caliber of Christopher as the head coach. He won the 2022 Coach of the Year for the Overwatch League. He's very smart and understands how to play to his team's strengths.
The last time we got to see Great Britain at a big tournament like this one, 2019 was actually a pretty rough showing for them. They were very underpowered this particular year, and they're actually end up in a group with the United States, France, South Korea, and Sweden. So really difficult group. They come out of that group only winning 2 maps out of 12. They go 0-4 in the end and have a very quiet one. So, you know, in more recent history, not as an exciting a prospect. In 2018, though, it's a 4th place finish. They give us this incredible game, you know, against the United States. Great Britain win 3-1, and then they have to face South Korea in the semi. So we all know how that goes, but there's a lot of history behind this region. They always turn up when it counts, and honestly, that kind of makes me feel like this year should go a similar way based on these kind of individuals they got on this team. Kai, yeah, he's had a quite a year. I get it. I mean, but in the past, he's been one of the most frightening Western hit scan players that you've ever seen. Absolutely filthy stuff here. Volcano on the docket next, Scott.
Yeah, looks like Jay Cairo is going to stick with the Winston, realizing that they're going to potentially be in that Doomfist mirror. Doesn't want to take it. Feels confident to play the Winston. Maybe we will. I liked your point earlier of like the Ana Nano Boost onto the Winston is a lot more effective than putting it on your Doomfist. And if you don't want to put it over the Nano Boost over to your Sojourn, it's a great target. Biotic nade from Backbone slows things down for Brazil. Great Britain's going to take the point, while you can see Brazil, they just want to sit on the high ground, have their backline in a safe position.
It feels like a little more efficient than giving a nano over towards your Brig, as is often the case in these matchups. Oh, there it is, Kai again. This guy doesn't need a nano boost at all. This guy's juiced to the gills already. Straight to the point, go Great Britain. That one pick is more than enough to put you in a position just to catch straight away. And I think Brazil agree. They are headed for the hills.
I almost wonder as well, the reason Jay Cairo is playing the Winston is Winston zones dramatically better than the Doomfist. So it's almost just putting more of your eggs in the Kai basket. Just Jay Cairo gives him the space, makes himself a threat, and that just gives Kai the opportunity to find picks exactly like that. And right now, Kai's coming up with them, and Brazil don't have an answer.
Yeah, also, Doomfist is really susceptible to sleep dart. Winston throws down a bubble and can't be touched by that, but if Doomfist is standing in the open, just like we saw from Gee, in power block, and you sleep him, it's all over for the Doom. That damage mitigation is gone. He just gets wiped off the map. Speaking of which, Xfel just vaporized there under that pulse bomb scrutiny from Maimon, and this time, yeah, Great Britain are looking to try and go for a complete shutout on this round.
Yeah, that just, once your Ana's dead, there's nothing else that you can do. Great Britain slowly start to get some staggers. They step back up once again, but Brazil, they haven't even had an opportunity to play the game yet. maybe with some of these ultimates coming up, Ludwig has a pulse bomb of their own. Maybe they can hit another great pulse bomb onto Backbone and Xvel with the nano boost. Let's see if they do decide to put this over onto the Doomfist. We talked about how that can be a little lackluster at times, and there he goes.
Oh my goodness. I don't know where comes Gi. Kai gets finished off there as he was in the animation of being punched back into a wall. It's an easy shot for Svenko to land. Great Britain might have to concede the point here. Nicely done. Nano boost, though, helps Gi get right up in the face of Great Britain. And we talk about candidacy for that ability. At least the damage reduction is very helpful for the Doom.
It wasn't lackluster at all. Gi absolutely pounding Great Britain into the ground with that one. But fortunately for Great Britain, they didn't have to use a single ultimate. They're coming up to 5, Mitch. How are they going to utilize all of these? They could just nano Jkaru in back deep, but he has the Primal Rage. But Funny Astro falling early. Do they even want to commit any ultimates at all?
Yep, going for the Primal Rage, pretty much straight away. Jkaru hit by a Bio but doesn't seem to be too bothered. This could be nasty. X-Men can't get back up onto the platform. That's a freebie, but they can't keep Jkaru standing, even though Backbone has a decent sideline. It doesn't matter. Maimone's going to be there with a double pulse. Nio and Svenko both taken down by that ability, and you're reeling. How do you pick yourself back up from that? Maimone is far from done as well. Look how low Gi is, and he wants to pursue. Just a little bit more damage would have got it done, but Great Britain happy enough with a point flip.
Gi tries to draw it back, but that double kill from Maimone was enormous. And with Ludwig falling so late in this fight as well, and Great Britain moving over to the Reinhardt, they might push the objective here. They can get in the face of Brazil and take them down. They won't even get another fight.
Orion coming out here for Great Britain as Jkaru makes the switch, and my goodness, he makes an impact instantly, and I'm not talking about the shockwave from the hammer. Xfell down immediately. Niall can't escape that second rail that came out from Kai. An attempted a back cap will surely be stymied here as it's just Ludwig to try and keep Brazil alive, and it is a hope that is short-lived indeed. Xfell will have a brief touch, and over the top comes Gi. We have a switch to the Moira now. It's all about mobility. It's all about desperation for Team Brazil, but Great Britain put the foot down just as Niall gets the touch. Jkaru taking his hands off the keyboard. He's had his time, and now it's time for a break. What's he doing in that chair?
He's chilling.
That is a JDM posture in that seat.
Not advised. Do not recommend this posture at all when you do your game, and I think he was just pulling that one back after some very clean play, but honestly, Great Britain showing why they're the #1 seed in this Group B. They are just flawless. They have the idea of how they want to play around their own synergies, but then once again, an individual player popping off for them. Maimone with the big pulse bomb double kill really put the nail in the coffin for Brazil on Samoa.
That look on Funny Astro's face means play the game was scored by someone from Brazil, and he strongly disagrees with the algorithm's decision. It looked like he'd had a bad smell waft his way. Yep, Great Britain, plenty of horsing around over the course of this particular map, whether it's in-game or reaching for the knobs on the sides of each other's headsets and turning the directional audio into different directions. Still, though, when it comes to the gameplay, pretty clean in that second round. The first one was much more back and forth, even with Kai making it so hard. You could argue that Jkaru takes a tank pick that's weaker in, the role head-to-head, but has more utility, and it pays off. This pulse, though, saves the fight in a big way from Maimone.
Yeah, Yol tries to save them by bashing into his teammate that's pulse bomb, but it doesn't work like that. It ends up sacrificing themselves. So honestly, I respect the dedication, but maybe not the best play.
Yeah, not what you want to see. Let me guess. Circuit Royal?
Don't you dare say it. No, come on, mate. I'm so sick of seeing Circuit Royale. Someone pick something else, please.
In fairness, it depends on what kind of composition Brazil want to go for. Gi, obviously, a Doomfist player. Maybe they have an interest in trying to go back towards Sigma compositions. It's something that, the United Kingdom played quite a lot of and really punished Team Australia, for example, who were really adamant that the Reinhardt, the Symmetra composition was the way to go. It's going to be Blizzard World for our next map here, Scott, so nothing to worry about
Love
here.
To see it.
Opportunity to play those dive comps if you like them. More likely, though, that we do see these Sigma looks. This is Group B, everybody. Their last match in this group. The United Kingdom already locked for BlizzCon, but it's time to see if Brazil can get some pride back. That's what's on the line, so don't go too far. This is the 2023 World Cup. for the first time this tournament, Team Great Britain switched their support and DPS players and come up with a great result. That's Mimone there on your screen after a double pulse bomb bonanza that actually saves Great Britain in a fight that starts pretty horrifically for them. And of course, we saw Backbone make that switch over towards the Ana play. That's a great stuff. A lot of the time, the disruption on the serious Gi, that Doomfist constantly getting slept, making it very, very hard for him to get anything done. And Cronus getting subbed in here now for Funny Astro.
Maybe just getting a couple of reps here. Obviously, we said Great Britain, they've got everything locked and loaded. They don't have to worry about winning or losing this match. It's a great time to bring someone else in, give them some, land experience, get them on the stage, give them an opportunity to play. So we'll see what Cronus has to offer for this Great Britain squad. And as we head over to Blizzard World, I expect both teams to shy away from playing the Sigma and stick to the dive.
We've definitely seen teams attempt it on this map at times, playing around that slow-moving Sigma, but Jkaru has shown more of an interest in playing the Winston after Samoa. We've seen the positives, I guess, and negatives of it here as he tries to outdo the serious Gi in terms of that disruption. Looks a lot better when he's given that nano boost, another offensive weapon in the arsenal for Team Great Britain. We're heading over to Blizzard World. We're seeing some fairly one-sided showings at times. Teams have also opted to bring the Zenyatta into their lineups, especially against poke compositions with that Sigma in there. That's a hero that Backbone is uniquely well positioned to pilot here. May not be getting that, but it's something that is well worth getting excited for. And yeah, we saw Team Japan also want to try and bring the Illari in as much as possible here. So Brazil also agree she's a great look alongside the Ana.
We saw the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia just yesterday, full hold on the second point. Team USA, if you can get into position and you can play on these high grounds, just rain down damage, it becomes very difficult for the opposition team to just move around the map. And I'm curious to see how much success it's going to have because, yes, the Illari is great against immobile compositions, but Great Britain, they showed it on the first map on Samoa, and they're showing it right now in the spawn room. They're going to go quick, and they're going to have shots. And you're also, as Nyol, you got to really be careful of Kai on the Sojin. You peek your head out for too long, he'll take it off.
This may be the last time you get to see Team Brazil take to the arena in our 2023 World Cup. Loss on this map means it's all over for them. Already mathematically eliminated from this Group B. Now they're fighting just to leave it all out there. Svenko, a couple of shots to warn Kai away from that high ground. It is the Jkaru Winston pick now as he goes up there just to exchange pleasantries and try and contest that high ground. You do not want to let Great Britain settle into this, but Jkaru's already gotten rid of that key healing pylon. It looks like he's happy enough with that.
Yeah, he's not trying to find any picks. He's just trying to take that position away from Brazil, give the rest of his team space to move forward. And that's exactly what they're doing with Gi getting so low as well. All of a sudden, Great Britain have control of the point. Gi falls, and all of a sudden, this is desperation mode for Brazil. They're going to have to touch the point, but they don't even have a tank to do it.
Got nothing to work with here as the Doomfist is already picked off now. Jkaru will just wrap around and go and find Svenko as that was the loose end left behind by Brazil to offer some token level of resistance on point A. 5 minutes and 22 on the clock here as Great Britain continue to march on.
Yeah, Jkaru is just putting on a masterclass of how you play the Winston. He's not overextending himself. He's not trying to do too much. He's just making himself a threat and allowing the rest of his team to take over. While Gi, you can see him, he feels like he's the one who has to keep making the plays. He has to go deep. He needs to find the picks, and at times he's getting punished for just that level of aggression.
The bio might slow him down, but Backbone doesn't have a sleep available. It's Mimone losing out in the Tracer battle to Ludwig, but this nano on Jkaru is such a problem, and it looks like Brazil don't have the mechanisms to stave this electrified Winston off their backline. Jkaru trying to get back to his team, probably calling for healing desperately here now as Gi wants to try and accost him before that happens, but no, Backbone eventually sends administrations the direction of his tank, and Great Britain are ready to go again.
Cute little sidestep from Jkaru on the Winston to dodge the sleep from Xvel. The Ana sleep is really the biggest threat to a Winston, but Jkaru reads it like a book, sidestep, and then from there, there's nothing that they can do. And the card keeps moving, and now Kai has the overclock Mamo with another pulse bomb, but there's a response already from Brazil. They take down Jkaru, and the pulse bomb got the pylon, so, you know, that's good for them.
Value?
Sort of. Questionable.
Great Britain here slowed up somewhat, of course, with the loss of Jkaru. Kai not bothered here. Yep. Just gonna move out, take the shot, and get a free call. Are you kidding? Gi steps up to try and fill Kai's field of view, and he just ignores the guy. Can captive, son. You aren't kidding me. Niall takes a huge risk, and Jaykaru was there to drag that Alari right back down to earth.
Brazil just couldn't punish Great Britain because they were so defensive in the room, and Kai, he's going to hit that shot eventually. I like the idea to pop the captive Sun by Nyol, but like, you're in the air, flying around with an overclocked Sojourn looking in your face. There's nothing you're going to be able to do from there, and 5 minutes on the clock for Great Britain to get through this third point, and they have the ultimates to boot as well.
Oh man, Kronos probably feeling a little like Lengster right now. He gets to come in for Great Britain and spends most of the time driving that cart.
Love your work, hey? You know, we got to appreciate our kart drivers because, you know, all the DPS like to think they're overpowered and then they get to go forward. I appreciate us main supports out there. Nano overclock, but Svenko takes down 2.
Okay, like fair enough, bro. This is maybe a better candidate for that than the Doomfist. Svenko gets a lot of that damage reduction. That means you can play slightly more aggressively. And finally, Team Brazil win a fight here. They spend a fair bit to get it done, though. Nano and that overclock, in many cases, sometimes just the overclock enough to be a fight win if you can follow up with that aim. Regardless, Brazil get a little bit of breathing room, but it'll be short-lived as Great Britain come back in, and they're going to have a primal rage for Jaykaru.
And that allows him to go very aggressive without the threat of dying. Pops the primal rage, trying to get Svenko so low. Great juggle. Does manage to get the punch on this one. Ludwig needs to go big with his pulse bomb, but goes a little wide.
No stick there, enough for Backbone to be able to step away from it. A second biotic grenade coming in Jaykaru's direction, but he's able to get away yet again. The pulse is good, and Maimoon takes down another support. I think Ludwig just walked into that one there. Maybe he was trying to blink forward for a quick melee finish off on Maimoon, but he was absolutely unbothered. 3:35 to play. Great Britain now are stuffing Brazil back where they came from.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, Brazil, they have to desperation touch. Guy gets on the point, but then Ludwig tries to follow up, and Kai's already taken them down. Guy has to go enormous.
Sleep! Big one there from Backboners. Guy is forced to now pull out and go for the ultimate. Backbone, though, might be ready for this. Another body grenade, and yes, Kronos comes to the rescue. The whip shot claims the Doomfist. Audacious play indeed from Guy, and all that effort to try and get the one kill goes by the wayside. As he flies through the air, Svenko's able to send a shot in Kai's direction. A glancing blow, though, as Kai is still more than happy to play aggressive, play close to the card, hold onto that rail, just as Ludwig showed his kneecaps underneath the card. He got a defensive body grenade there, but it's just not enough healing to keep him standing, and eventually Great Britain will overrun.
Hands of Steel by Kai. I would have popped that overclock like 10 seconds earlier and had no one to shoot at, but he understood. Just wait until Brazil has to come to the cart, and then it's going to be a shooting range for him. Takes down Ludwig, takes down the Doomfist, and Brazil just falling over to the scrutiny of Great Britain. And honestly, we talk about the great players on Great Britain, you know, Backbones, Kai's, your Overwatch League players. Maimoon has been impressing me a lot so far in this World Cup. His ability to play the flex support from time to time, but also the Echo and his Tracer, his sticks especially, have been exceptional so far in this series.
Yeah, Maimoon ended Samoa at 12 final blows and 3 deaths. With 2 out of 3, I think, yeah, like it's like a 0.75 pulse bomb efficiency. So yeah, 3 out of 4 pulse bombs getting kills in general. Very, very strong. Kai was 14-1, but don't worry about that.
Don't worry about him.
We're talking about that. We're talking about the young blood here, you know what I'm saying? Here's Jaykaru, though. This constant pressure from the Winston, though, really, really hard for Brazil to answer. They don't have an answer to Jaykaru if he's able to avoid a sleep.
And that really becomes the issue, and what makes Winston so great. It's like he's not doing a ton of damage, but he's just a never-ending threat that, as you said, Mitch, Brazil don't really have an answer to because they're losing out in so many of the other matchups, and Guy feels like he's always in damage control, just trying to get heals. Feels like no one's able to feed off of each other, and Jaykaru's just feeding for free, and now we get to see what Great Britain are going to do on their own defense, sticking with the Winston against the Guy Doomfist.
It's the first port of call here for Team Brazil. He's trying to understand what kind of presence there is up on this high ground. Actually, no Sojourn playing from here. Kai can obviously transition, but he has that off angle, that nasty off angle. Svenko Riddle looking like Swiss cheese out there, and Kai is so comfortable here because can you dive this spot? He just slides up to the high ground, back to both of his supports. Yeah, he just gets to play uncontested.
And the issue that Brazil are happening is that Guy is always getting pressured, and every target he's going on is finding support, and Ludwig, he just can't even walk in. Every time he shows his face, he's just getting taken down, and
Tracer.
Bad to worse for Brazil right now.
And again, this is for people that play a lot of Sojourn, you're probably really familiar with this, but the second Kai gets a headshot indicator, he just hits that rail if he has it available. especially with like the lowest speed that Ludwig is moving there. Yeah, I mean, you can really take Tracer down with these burst damage effects. There's nothing you can do to blink away from them. Svenko spotted on the high ground. Yep. Warning shot from Kai, and that's going to be followed up on by Vaimon, who's mating on the high ground.
Yeah, and something that Kai does that is so smart if you just watch him as we stick on his POV is he charges up his rail. Everything is cycled. He's just trying to get up the rail, and then he takes it very slow. He's not rushing the shot. He just waits, puts out a little bit of pressure, and then as soon as they dive and put all this pressure on, you see the support that's coming through by the Great Britain backline. He does get one, but at the cost of his own life.
Kai lived through so much there. Both supports in Great Britain making sure the Sojourn could also like command a lot of threat but live through it there. We're already down to 2 minutes and 22 seconds left to play. Brazil have laboriously managed to develop some of these ultimates here, and XFL is pretty close to a nano, but who gets it here? You're not going to wait to combine it with an overclock? That doesn't make any sense.
Guy has been getting it, but it's had mixed success, right? He's found some value a couple of times, but usually the fight's already devolved to be able to get it. He needs it to just give him protection, get that extra health, but gets anti-healed, so he can't even get the nano boost to get that over health and falls before the nano even goes out. Ludwig does respond back onto J-Karu, so no tanks for either side.
Overclock available though for Kai. Backbone's hit with a Bionic Grenade, and Svenko wants to go upstairs, and there's nothing Great Britain can do about it. Great little play made there by Svenko, seeing an opportunity to get a 1 versus 1 against the support already anti-healed. Kai only able to find the 1 kill from that overclock, and eventually Ludwig is able to finish him off. He notes that mostly Great Britain back off into that side room, and Cronus has rally active here. So stun up, I think, and now it's going to be J-Karu pushing out, forcing Svenko to that lie ground. Maimon maybe hoping to try and get the finishing blow on a Tracer, or maybe this Brig. Yeah, Primal Rage is going to do most of that work, though. And Gee's forced into power block here. The stick, okay, still in power block, so most of that mitigated here, but he's still under a lot of pressure.
And J-Karu is utilizing his health pool so well, goes aggressively, pops the Primal Rage at the last second, takes down Yol, and then lives with a sliver of health as well, and helps Great Britain hold this one. And another sliver of health. This man does not die.
Cronus can hardly believe it. He's like, I don't know if I'm taking credit for that one.
Yeah.
Trying to keep you alive. Okay, so Lucio Brig here. Backbone maybe wanting to get back into the fight quickly.
Yeah, they have their AoE healing now, but they've lost that big direct healing from the Ana, so J-Karu is going to have to play slow. You can see his health pool just is not going back up. He goes in, pops the Meteor Strike, but he's so low. If he drops in the enemy team, he's just going to instantly fall. So an ultimate that goes by the wayside, and another pick by Great Britain, this time on to Svenko.
Backbone might be in trouble here. Being chased by Ludwig as we speak. Cronus though to the rescue, and Kai punishes the Ludwig as he's looking for the Lucio. Somehow Backbone's still in it. Also getting closer to that sound barrier here. A pulse bomb by Waimo. Gonna catch him.
Someone's gonna touch. He's trying to just stay alive. Svenko does make it on the Sombra. Very easy to get to the point. Hits the hack, but Kai says no.
You're not getting away with that. No chance. Ludwig might attempt to touch, but it's far too late for that. And there it is. Victory for Great Britain. The hold on point A of Blizzard World, and that's the last we'll be seeing of Brazil.
Honestly, it was awesome to see these guys once again performing at the international stage. We don't get to see them as much in Contenders these days, but there's still some talent there. You got to see, signs of life from Brazil, but at the end of the day, Great Britain continuing to make a name for themselves in this Overwatch World Cup, that they might be a threat that some of the top teams are going to have to deal with.
There's a sense that we may really not have seen exactly what Great Britain have been working on. Maybe their best look is yet to come. Frankly, sometimes we had suboptimal sort of compositions from them, right? Lucio plus the Brig. Backbone just wanted to get back into the fight a little bit more. I can understand that. It's obviously not a pick we normally see him take. But the Winston here looks quite good against teams that don't really have ways of shutting him down or creating enough spacing. Quite often, Guy is attempting to do the same thing as J-Karu, but one of them really has an insane amount of consistent damage, whereas Guy has to hit those punches, and then if he doesn't, he has to get out. So pretty nasty stuff there from J-Karu, showing us that Winston play. Curious to hear what our desk has to say on this one, Scott. Let's have them break it down. When we come back, of course, we've got more from our final day of matches here at the World Cup. Don't go too far.
Thank you, Mitch and Costa. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a close match, but I mean, I think Brazil gave it their best, but it was a convincing victory for Great Britain, really showing us that they are the #1 team in their group. Great stuff from Great Britain. I mean, I think I personally really like the the Winston. I think did we see some Winston play from Great Britain before this? I'm not too sure, but I mean, I think it was Mitch and Costa mentioned because Jay Caro was able to play that Winston. It really freed up DPS players like Kai and Maymon to like just free range, just shoot, right?
Hey, you said you wanted fun, right? Well, Great Britain, they gave you some fun. They flexed over, played some dive compositions with Jay Karu and, you know, Backbone played the Ana here on Samoa as well. So
and Lucio?
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I felt like, the Backbone Lucio.
It was great. It was great.
It was great. It was great. Yeah, but besides that, you know, moving on to Blizzard World as well, you know, we get to see everyone here with Kronos coming in and playing the Brig as well and making a name for himself. So, Great Britain having a bit of fun with it here. And we get to say goodbye to Brazil, who, you know, where they were tasked with the very difficult challenge of taking on 3 really good teams with pretty stacked rosters, right? So, can't be too hard on yourself after this group stage run. They made it here, though. They made it to the group stages and to California, and they get to enjoy BlizzCon the rest of this week. So, tough matchup, tough draw.
It was a tough matchup, but hey, I mean, at the end of the day, they didn't go down without a fight. I really enjoyed seeing Ludwig as well. Great job, great stuff from Team Brazil, but unfortunately, they are out. This is Group B that we are seeing. Of course, it's going to be Great Britain in the first seed, and then Team Canada going into the second seed, going into the quarterfinals for Overwatch World Cup 2023. Canada versus Korea, Great Britain against Finland. That's something to look out for. I mean,
that matchup is going to be so good between Great Britain and Finland. It's going to be so good. I can't wait for it. You got the stoic, solid Finland team that almost took down South Korea today against a Great Britain team that, you know, they got Backbone. Probably the best Mei player in the world.
I would agree.
Sniper skills as well. So, that's going to be a spicy matchup in the playoffs for the very first round.
And also, I think Canada versus South Korea could be very interesting as well. You know, because Finland played it really close. Who says that? Who says that Canada can't play it close with South Korea now, right? So those are going to be happening for the quarterfinals in the Overwatch World Cup very, very soon. Johnny, do you have any questions for the fans? Anything?
Look, man, I already asked them what their favorite color was. Although I guess you did.
I did. I took that one.
I spit it off.
Another one.
All right. Here's the question. Do you want another question for you?
Yes.
What is the best ice cream flavor?
Ooh,
What is the best ice cream flavor? All right, is it chocolate chip? Is it just pure chocolate? Do we have any
mint chocolate chip? Mint chocolate
matcha
chip.
enjoyers?
Mint chocolate chip all the way. Mint chocolate chip.
It's up to you.
Yeah.
Tweet at us.
Tweet at us.
Hashtag OWWC23 and let us know what your favorite ice cream flavor is.
Again, hashtag OWWC2023. Let us know your favorite ice cream flavor. We'll be right back after the break, guys. Don't go anywhere.
Woo!
Welcome back, everybody. We are jumping right into the 5th match of the day. Johnny, this is a big one. Woo! USA versus Japan. They are fighting for their lives. Everything is on the line for them. The winner of this match will be moving out of the groups, and they'll punch their ticket to Anaheim for the quarterfinals, along with Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. There we go. There's no shenanigans about this one. There's no like, oh, well, what if? Oh, wait a minute.
Guys,
Super in the lineup.
Super is here.
Super in the lineup.
Is here to save the day, everybody.
Rumors are true.
All right.
People asked for it.
Okay.
They were like, where's my streamer? And here he is, the return of the reigning World Cup champion, Super.
Johnny, here's a question. So now that we're seeing Super in the lineup, what can we expect from USA? What sort of changes do you think we're going to see from them today?
Okay, first of all, okay, I gotta absolve myself of some, risk here.
Yeah.
Don't know what the first map is going to be, so that obviously determines what they're going to play, right? Kulush is supposedly like the Sigma specialist on this team, right? So Super being in the lineup tells me that they're probably not gonna play Sigma,
right?
But we'll see. Is it gonna be Doomfist, Winston? Obviously, Super has one of the best Reinhardts of all time.
I'm expecting a
Reinhardt.
Reinhardt.
We don't know what USA is going to play.
I'm expecting a Reinhardt. I think Super is known for his Reinhardt. It's going to be exciting, but they are going up against Team Japan, a team that really surprised us in the Overwatch World Cup group stages. Like I said, I'm going to keep hammering it home. Loud for Cloud, baby.
Loud for Cloud, baby. There you go. Well, they started off, right, by beating France here, and they came out just like on fire with pace. KSG was playing the Doomfist, QKI was playing the Echo and the Tracer, QK, and they were like upping the pace, right? But it feels like in their matchup against Saudi Arabia, they took down the pace a little bit. They started playing more of these Sigma compositions, something in Plankton, for example. Now, this is like a team with a lot of synergy. Obviously, they all play together on Varel, which competes in the Asia-Pacific contender scene, right? So they have a lot of synergy. They played a lot of these Sigma compositions before, but I'm curious to see that in today's matchup, are we going to see the Team Japan that like comes out with pace and plays Doomfist and punches and like the Cloud just goes for these like wild Ilaria flanks? Are we going to see that version? Or now, do you look at USA after they were beat by Saudi Arabia, like, hey, we got a chance. We got a chance to beat USA in the Sigma compositions. So I don't know what way Japan are going to lean in this one.
Yeah, I mean, either way, I think it's going to be definitely a very exciting match. Team USA versus Japan. Yeah. Let's take a look at our predictions.
Pressure's on.
Pressure's on. It is definitely on.
It's now or never.
It's honestly, like we said, everything is on the line. So pressure is definitely on. So we got USA 2-1. I'm on the same page. I went 2-1 for USA. I honestly think there is a chance for Japan to take it. I mean, taking the win as well. And I think that would be very exciting. But at the same time, I think USA still has the upper hand. And now with Super, probably, I'm hoping that we see some Rhine compositions coming up. But I think it's going to be USA.
Yeah. I've been saying it all day as well. I think USA are favorites in this one. But man, like you can like feel it in the air, Danny. Do you feel it in the air, Danny?
What
like it's just like tense air. It's just like pressurized air. Like it's not. I don't feel free. Like there's pressure in the air. So USA, it's now or never. Like you gotta take down Japan. If you lose to Japan, you're out. The defending champions are out.
Right.
You gotta take down Japan.
Quite honestly, it's more pressure for USA, right? Because they are the defending champions.
Tons.
And if you lose today, that is it. America, that is it. So a lot on the line. USA, I mean, we gotta jump right in. Let's jump right in. Let's introduce our casters. We got Costa and Mitch. Bring you all the action. Take it away.
Has anyone tried telling Johnny that pressure in the air is just sound?
And like wind and stuff like that. It just kind of happens. It's not always just because Overwatch is happening at the moment, but I kind of see what Johnny's talking about. I do feel that it's more like tension, and you can see it on the US players right now. This is a make or break for both of these teams. The winner goes to BlizzCon, the loser goes home.
Absolutely. And I mean, we got a lot of hype, of course, around this team, and many people asking, when do we get to see Super? we kind of got the feeling that maybe there was only a very small number of maps in which Super was really intended to come in on. We knew he was a big part of the training process. We heard that much like the protagonist in a shonen anime, the second he touched down in Florida for practice, he had a massive blood nose and then couldn't find his way to the house. That's my streamer, by the way. Yeah, no surprise there, of course. Super, getting a chance to get outside and show us what he's made of now, and hope to send this team to qualification here in BlizzCon. There is so much on the line in this matchup, and I'm sure there's very vocal fans and proponents on either side of this.
Yeah, and the most important thing to note, obviously the first, he is one of the most storied and decorated players in the history of Overwatch, but he hasn't played since 2021. He was a part of the 2019 US squad that went on to win it all, and he was masterful on the San Francisco Shock, but the reason we haven't been seeing him as much is because he doesn't have that experience at the high end, and so far, Team USA has just been playing Sigma, which is up Kalush's wheelhouse. So Emily did a hit earlier on in the group stages and said Super only plays on a select few maps. So what map are we going to that Super is going to come into, and what is he going to play? You would have to assume it would be the Reinhardt.
Absolutely. Super is known for his, what we call back in Super's era, main tank play. Winston and Reinhardt primarily. He was obviously part of a world championship team at the top level of Overwatch, where he traded roles with another tank who played other things like the Sigma and the Orisa. So he was definitely tasked with dealing with a lot of the Reinhardt and a lot of the Winston play. Something worth keeping an eye out for. Ilios is coming up first in this series, so that's a great map to bust that Winston out a little bit. We definitely saw that from a couple of teams. Brazil, Team Australia, they did that in their matchup. For every stage, it remains to be seen whether it's sort of great. Ruins might actually offer Super a chance to move to the Reinhardt Scott and play a little bit of more of that up close and personal style.
Yeah, and this also could be the USA adapting to what they've seen from Team Japan, because as much as we talk about the proficiency of playing Sigma on so many of these maps, Japan have strayed away from that. They prefer to play the dive style. They want to play Doomfist. They can play the Sigma if they have to, but you can tell they're shying away from it. They want to play more Doomfist for KSG or playing the Devo, I've seen at times as well. So let's see what USA are going to roll out. Maybe at the end of the day, we could say maybe it's Super's map. This could just be USA trying to breathe some new life into their team. After a pretty tragic loss to Saudi Arabia yesterday, where they got utterly boomed, maybe Super, experienced player, comes in and sort of brings this team back to the former glory they should be at.
No reason that Super can't come out and be sort of world class on this Sigma either. The guy was probably put more hours into the game, especially in ranked, than any other Overwatch player. And that's actually how his stream got so big. I'm sure many of you understand that, but it was like day in, day out, he was there, he was grinding. So it doesn't really matter what tank he's on. We're just talking about what we've seen from him professionally in the past. Japan. Come out with KSG on the Rhine. More Doomfist oriented, like you said. This is a very different look from them.
And Super is on the Sigma. This is not how I expected both of these teams to look, but Japan, with the Symmetra, they're going to teleport onto the point. USA should see this coming. You can see Super's already in position.
Yeah, Ultraviolet already takes Kyuki down, and nothing better than a dynamite as soon as all of your opponents emerge from the small space that is that teleporter. USA were ready for this. Team Japan try and go for something a little bit off the wall, but I'm sorry, you're dealing with a team that includes Super and Hydron. Good luck.
Yeah, going as a small group all onto the point against an Echo, an Ash, a Sigma. There's just too much damage coming out from everywhere, and that is going to prompt a swap from Japan. They do go over to the Doomfist, the Sojourn, the Echo, so more traditional style that we have seen from Japan. USA does have their high damage composition. They have a lot of damage coming from long range. So Japan, if they can stay alive and execute effective dives, they'll be in a good spot. KSG goes to the point to try and force Super out of position, but then absolutely punches RuPaul into a wall and opens it up for Team Japan.
Now it's just that ultraviolet healing, something to bear in mind here. The ladder going to be pressured down. KSG's been able to find both supports already in this fight. Nico though is felled. Japan's starting to lack some of those key tools, but again, with RuPaul and ultraviolet out of the picture, you have to believe you have a good shot at making a flip here. KSG is everywhere at once, but Hydron is able to stave him off, and Super there adding the twinkle and toes to twinkle toes here with that Sigma play. Here comes the accretion. Min gonna be knocked by that one, and Hydron can play this off angle, an easy dynamite to secure that elimination on the brig.
Yeah, exactly as you said, Mitch.
Twinkle toes,
Super
Sigma.
Yeah, twinkle toes. Yeah, great twinkle toes play by Super. He does a great job. Let's be honest. He stayed on the point. He anchored down. KSG gets over ambitious trying to get that pick onto Hydron because he doesn't find that Super stays alive and keeps control. And now USA is up to 80%. Super retaining the flux. Sugar Free has the duplicate. And because Japan swapped so late in the round, they don't have any of their ultimates up yet. They need to take a long drawn out fight so they can come up for them.
Generally astonishing that the USA won that previous fight with no supports to play with. Sugar Free adds another one to the mix there. Duping that Ana. Coming out of that as Kuki is going to layer him with those sticky bombs. KSG going to try and go for a flip here. He's going to be discovered pretty quickly though, but this opens things up. Cloud and Nico out to find eliminations respectively. KSG in that power block now, buying even more time. Kuki dupes a Baptiste, but has to deal with RuPaul and that air matrix. It's going to be a meteor strike. KSG has to get out right now. Kuki also about to be knocked out of dupe as Ultraviolet lays those rails in, and he seems to feel like there's no chance of touching. But KSG is able to go over his head and get onto the point. Healing pylon thrown out. That might need to be dealt with here, although Super's going to be really hard to take down. And look at him stay alive through all of this. Backs off the point, gets that healing. Mint's not really giving anyone that rally healing right now. And eventually Super comes home to roost. KSG down, Hydron and the focusing beam is Sugar Free, yielding that key kill of the tank player. And USA should look to wrap it up here.
That's my streamer. Super is just living forever on this point. Obviously, props to the supports of USA, RuPaul and Ultraviolet, pumping out so many heals, but that is the issue with playing the Doomfist and the composition that Team Japan is playing. They're able to get picks, but actually closing out the entirety of the fight has proven to be difficult for them, and that's going to be a clean first round by Team USA. Let's see as we move over to Ruins if they will opt into the Reinhardt or just stick with what worked on Lighthouse.
Still bringing that Sigma in to create a lot of zone for your DPS players. I think when you have someone like Ultraviolet who wants to bring this Illari in as often as possible, it makes sense to go for a poke shell. Hydron was, for a time, back on the Florida Mayhem, the most feared Widow player, I think, at that level of Overwatch at the time. So much so that, like, his team would force Gibraltar over and over and over again to try and get Hydron on this role because he would just lay waste to teams on his own. This is a very scary prospect for Team Japan to face off against.
Hydron has endless clips of him getting multiple kills, opening fights, winning fights for his team. But it's worth mentioning, yesterday against Saudi Arabia, we didn't see that level from Hydron. So he is going to gamble, goes over to the Widowmaker. He's done a bit of damage, but has not found a pick yet.
Yeah, waiting for a couple of those behinds to move back far enough to be caught on the causeway over the point. It's going to be Sugar Free going first. The Lenny Genji feared as well. Hydra now trying to play from the top of that pillar, but being accosted briefly by Mint there. It's going to be Super getting dragged down eventually, but Sugar Free's found his second kill of this fight. And there's nothing for KSG to protect really here.
Yeah, okay, and the Team Japan is so split up. If they are wanting to opt into the Lucio and play fast, they need to move as a unit and they need to go faster because there is so much damage coming out from the backline of USA. The Baptiste, the Illari is just going to pump out damage, and that just enables Sugar Free to be the executioner taking out players. So Japan, I like the idea, but needs to just execute faster.
This is a composition for the USA that has really limited defensive utility when it comes to ultimates, right? Both of them are really aggressive. Captive Sun and Amp Matrix respectively. So the USA really want to be the ones that set the pace, and this is a great way to do it. An instant kill on Kuki, someone who has an ice block that gives him a whole 5 or so seconds of extra life, plus that effective health. That is such an important pick to start.
And now Team Japan is kind of stuck under these archways and they're getting accosted by USA from all angles right now. You can see trying to get out, but Hydron says no. Mint Cloud also falls, and that's 40% up for Team USA. Did a great job of not getting over Eagle, rushing into Japan once they had that pick, and now USA with 5 ultimates online. It feels like they haven't had to use a single thing. And look at the positioning of the Genji and the Illari on top of this archway. Japan has to move up now with wall hacks for Team USA and try to avoid getting picked by Hydron Widowmaker.
And it's not a particularly mobile composition from Team Japan either, Scott. And all this information for the USA just makes it even harder for Team Japan to get into any position that could be considered advantageous. Captive Sun here, that's a connection. Nico, nowhere to go. Now, Icarus went the same way. Cloud can't make any use of that solo Amp Matrix there as Ultraviolet picks him out from behind it. KSG hopes to drop down and get some value out of it here, but the USA have been all over this one. 83% and counting, and Team Japan are struggling.
Team USA, they're playing angry. You can tell they have confidence, they believing in themselves, and they're looking like a completely different team to the one that we saw yesterday. Japan's having to make swaps to get to the touch. QQ over the Tracer, KSG on the Doomfist, but it's going to cost them so much to even get to the point, and USA's still holding on to their some of their ultimates. Sugar Free holding on to the Blade. Mid drops the sound barrier. Sugar Free holds on. He'll pop it later.
Great immortality field thrown then there by RuPaul, giving Ultraviolet a route of escape there. And here comes the Lenny Blade. Already one down. Sugar Free deals with Mint. And that'll be that. USA with a dominant showing here on Ilios. And we have a plucky Team Japan that tried some cute stuff at the start of Lighthouse, but that's not going to cut it against the team of this caliber.
Almost everything that they tried to throw at Team USA fell flat. They tried to play the Reinhardt, but USA was prepared for it. They knew it was coming. Maybe it's the experience of Super coming in. Maybe it's just the team being more prepared and taking the match more seriously. It's hard to really know, but Ultraviolet as well, it needs to be noted. He is hitting a lot of shots. That's a 2K there. We saw another one for him on Ruins. If you have a support putting out that level of damage, you can understand why it's so difficult for Japan to play the game.
Ultraviolet, one of the most storied supports from the North American region entirely, let alone specifically the United States. He makes a splash when he enters the top level of Overwatch in one of his first games, hitting a massive 5-player biotic grenade on Arnold, which is what we're used to seeing him on. But here on the Ilari, still looking absolutely terrifying and aggressive too. You see Cloud sets up that air matrix there, Scott. He just goes to the high ground, picks him out from behind it. I've got to say, though, Sugar Free, 12 final blows and 2 deaths out of a total of 36. And Ultraviolet is 8-1 after Ilios.
Oh, yeah, those are big numbers. There was only 6 deaths from the entire Team USA squad in Ilios. That was a dominant performance from Team USA, and now you have to ask the question, does Super come out for the next map? He got his map, he did his one, but is the team better with him in the roster?
That's a great question. So far, they're looking fantastic. It's Route 66 on deck for map number 2 here in this Group D match. We have one spot available for BlizzCon. Both Japan and the United States are fighting for it in this match. Winner will advance. Loser goes home. Don't go anywhere. both Team USA and Team Japan able to find victory against France respectively. Coming into this game, they knew they had to win to have a chance to stand alongside Saudi Arabia from this group, competing at the Overwatch World Cup live event at BlizzCon. These games happen towards the end of Group, Scott. There's always so much on the line because you want to go from that room with the row of tables facing each other to the roaring crowd. And to get them there, Mihawk is going to get subbed in here for Japan, listed as a DPS player, but often coming in to play that Ana specifically. And again, coming out of Group D as the second seed, not exactly ideal, because you'd have to face the top seed of Group C, which is very likely this time to be the team from China. So we need to see some world-class play from the winner here if they want to advance any further than that quarterfinal.
And that really is the big thing. You know, obviously everyone's fighting and you're going to have to beat these teams to lift the trophy at the end. But, you know, Japan and United States, they've been stuck in Group D, which has absolutely been dubbed, and, you know, necessarily so, Group of Death, because every single country has been playing at a top level. France is the bottom seed going 0-3, and they were no slouches in this tournament. So Japan really trying to prove that they have what it takes to compete with the best. And with the United States struggling in their match yesterday against Saudi Arabia, this is going to be the best opportunity that Japan's going to get to qualify and get out of this group. And most importantly to note, heading into this map, Mitch, Super does stay in to play the Sigma.
Yeah, so they keep Super in the lineup, and it sort of begs the question. This wouldn't be the first time also that Kalush, you know, gets to take a break in some of these more critical matches. Let's not think about that. Let's not forget, rather, about that San Francisco Shock 2022 grand finals showing here. So giving Kalush a chance to maybe recuperate, maybe just to recalibrate, in the case that the USA makes it to BlizzCon, makes perfect sense. Super comes in fresh, full of vim and vigor as only Super can be. And to send the USA to BlizzCon would be huge. So far, they're looking like they're going to make that happen.
And, you know, we talk about Kalush is a great Sigma. It makes sense why he was the player in to play the Sigma. That's his hero. But Super, at least in that first map, obviously it's hard to know playing against different teams, but Super's performing exceptionally on this Sigma, doing a great job of being the threat in the front line, finding picks, and he's just doing exactly what is needed from him. We're going to see a close hold coming out of Team USA. We've seen people do this in the past. It's very difficult to displace the USA out of this tank unless you have KSG just punching them in the back.
Yeah, getting rid of Ultraviolet is huge, but even before that, Nico finds a pick on Sugarfree, who's hovering above this train cart that Q-Key is just alighted on here. Super getting that elimination on KSG is not insignificant. That is going to buy a bunch of extra time, and that's where Hydron steps up. Mihawk needs help very quickly. Japan bring Mihawk into play, this Iliari Ana setup here, and Hydron is able to come away with that kill. Now you can settle into this a little more. Even with the loss of Super, you give a little bit of ground, but you still feel good as the defenders.
Yeah, that first point hold is all just to waste as much time as you can. That's a minute off the clock that Japan, most people usually give that highway, you know, for free, and it takes 10 seconds to get up there. And because USA did a successful disengage as well, they're going to have all 5 players on top of Big Earls, and they're going to have the positioning once again. The only threat they're going to have to deal with is this Cloud Captive Sun.
Comes on down. Hydron seems to be affected by that one and needs to avoid these subsequent shots from Cloud, and looks like he'll be able to shrug that debuff off. It's KSG falling into the focusing beam of Sugarfree, and it looks like he's hungry for more. Inside Big Earls, dives Q-Key, but Hydron won't let him escape, and there was a duplicate available for Team Japan's Echo player. That one's going to have to sit in the back pocket a little bit longer. And with the healing pylon snuffed out, the USA now have a much stronger position here on Big Earls.
And you have to question, how does Japan get into this fight, right? Ultraviolet and RuPaul are going to be able to play defensively on this high ground. They have the crossfire. You see Ultraviolet's going to play on the right of your screen, RuPaul over here. They're going to be able to assist each other, and there's so much damage that every time KSG goes in, he's just going to have so much pressure against him. Ultraviolet rips the Captive Sun. Is there any follow-up? Yes, there is with that.
Oh, man! They're going to flex to follow it up. I don't know how Super's still alive. Cleverly, KSG punches him off the top of Big Earls, but there's a regenerative burst from RuPaul and then an immortality field that keeps the frontliner from Team USA standing. Okay, Sugarfree's knocked out of dupe, and eventually Q-Key's able to finish the job. Nico has to try and chase Ultraviolet down here because it's a 4 versus 4. KSG has to get out with that ultimate, but is able to turn up at just the right spot. Ultraviolet is flattened, And now Team Japan can advance somewhat, but there's still a tank, a DPS, and a support with Sugar Free coming off respawn for the USA.
And that costs Team Japan so much. And with Hydron on an early flank, pops the overclock after taking down Nico, takes down Kuki. With no DPS remaining for Team Japan, they're going to have to run for the hills. Now they're just going to stand and fight, but that's once again even more time off the clock, Mitch. 1 minute remaining. Cloud gets an exit pick on a RuPaul that might not be insignificant, but with a minute remaining and Japan using all of their ultimates in the previous fight, they're just depending on the Cloud Captive Sun once again. Fortunately for them, USA don't have many ultimates in their bank either.
Hydron in a 3 versus 4 drops off the high ground, bathes inside a disruptor shot, pops overclock and gets 2 kills to send the USA to another defensive hold. Sugar Free there as well. Very elegant little takedown on Kuki. And this gets harder and harder to break now. This is so oppressive. 30 seconds left in the round. Team Japan have to bank on an Iliari ultimate to win the fight, to keep going in this round. It's almost unconscionable.
And it's very difficult to find value with this ultimate if things haven't already broken down, because people can heal through it or they have protections. And with Nico falling to RuPaul early on, they might not even get a fight.
Cloud at least able to find Sugar Free, but not before the damage was already done. Both DPS are down for Team Japan, and they're starting to run out of options. KSG gets a nano boost here, but for the most part, the USA are ignoring the Doomfist. Nice little, I guess, outburst there to avoid the accretion that came on in, and a big old Captive Sun from long range. Is the follow-up available? There's an immortality field to protect the USA from the extra damage of the debuff buff getting procced. And Super's looking for a gravitic flux now. He won't need it to get rid of Kuki, that's for sure. Just a little left hook and that'll be done. Now onto the point. Mihawk caught up inside that gravity. Super still needs to deal with the Tracer on the low ground, but the rest of the USA are here as well. And KSG comes off that meteor strike and realizes 2,000 years have passed on planet Earth. In fact, everyone's turned to stone. He's the only one alive. He's not long for the world either. And the USA get a hold outside the first checkpoint.
And this is the USA that we expected coming into this tournament. This is the dominant performance. Team Japan is no slouches. They are a great team, but right now, they just have no ability to play the game at all, because USA is shutting everything down before Team Japan even gets an opportunity to start executing their own. And that's going to be a difficult task. Team Japan, to keep their BlizzCon dreams alive, need to fuller hold Team USA.
I think it speaks volumes of the preparation this team has gone through, and especially with Super in the lineup. As Super gets knocked down off of Big Earls, instead of turning his back, trying to run back up to the high ground, he just plants his feet, throws up a shield on the low ground for himself, throws an accretion out, and immediately RuPaul is keeping him alive. Heals him up with the shift, throws down an immortality field, and the USA just decide, okay, we're fighting on the low ground now, no problem. They win from there, get back up on the high ground, and every fight there's something audacious. There's something just a little bit cheeky from the USA, and they get away with it because it's facilitated either by incredible individual mechanics or crazy team cohesion.
And that is the thing that I've been most impressed in this series by Team USA. We've expected them to have those individual brilliances. They are great players, but where they always fell short was that as soon as their strategy was breaking down, they seemed to crumble. Individual players were going for hero plays, people were getting punished left and right. Maybe Team Japan don't have the players to punish USA for some of that hubris, but so far USA look like a completely different team to the one we saw yesterday against Saudi Arabia, and they need to stay like that if they're going to be a threat as they head into BlizzCon if they win this series.
Here goes the past glory. I'm hearing them now. If Team USA can show this level as we get to BlizzCon. Still, though, some work to be done to get them there. Plenty of time to work with, of course, but they need basically this first checkpoint. First of all, it's about that healing pylon. Super's able to get some AoE damage with those hyperspheres, and Sugar Free wraps around to pick it off. Japan split themselves. They do it of their own volition here, but KSG gets surrounded. As soon as he drops to the ground, the call comes out. Doom's low. Let's finish him off.
And as much as I say Team USA is playing with confidence, Team Japan is playing with the opposite. They're just spreading out. Everyone's playing for themselves, just trying to stay alive. KSG ends up diving completely alone and just falls over to the raw damage that USA has, and they're just going to fall over, Mitch. They're not even getting an opportunity to touch again. KSG gets the point, instantly rocked by Super, and that is going to be Team USA punching their ticket to BlizzCon.
That's it for yet another year. I won't say consecutively, but once more, the United States of America will have representatives at the Overwatch World Cup. They floundered yesterday. They looked confused and frankly couldn't keep up with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. But Super comes in and all of a sudden this team looks refreshed. They look locked in. They look like they're ready to win. And they make it a very quick one as well. we were maybe expecting this to be a little bit of a closer series in general, but no. The USA lock it up and set themselves up with a quarterfinal matchup against the number one team from Group C, which at this stage we expect to be the team from China, but you never know with the way these games have gone.
Yeah, you never know. And I do want to give a quick shout out to Team Japan. I think they've really shown as a smaller region that we haven't seen much of in the last few years that they have talented players there. Obviously, they play in the Asia Pacific Contenders region and they have their moments on Team Varel, but it's been awesome to see them back on the international stage and some individual plays and just great teamwork overall, but not enough to beat Saudi Arabia and Team USA in the group of death.
That means we only have one more group to finalize here. The team that features, of course, the team from China, Spain, Thailand, and Hong Kong. We're going to get to that right after this. We're going to head to the desk and get some of their thoughts on what ended up being an utter drubbing as Team USA advanced to BlizzCon.
Mitchell Costa, thank you very much. Yep, it was a very, very quick match. You know what? I think Costa said this. This is the USA that everyone hoped for, that everyone was expecting.
Wow.
You know, dominant performance all the way from Team USA.
Yeah, I mean, this was a dominant performance, Danny.
Yeah,
it was one of the most dominant performances. Yeah, I mean, Japan didn't really stand a chance. You come out and you try to play this Reinhardt composition on Lighthouse, and Team USA are like, yo, we've like broken Reinhardt compositions on Lighthouse for like years.
We're ready,
like,
bro.
We'll just take this apart. Japan couldn't deal with the Hydron Widowmaker. They just had no way to really get to Hydron, and so you absorb the pressure. I really love that when Costa said that yesterday, that like, I think USA is really good at absorbing kind of pressure. Like they back up, they give their opponent space, and then when the opponents, they're vulnerable, that's when they go for these pincer plays. That's when Hydron on the Sojourn, he goes for the flanks, and he really finds the backline. He finds the damage players exposed because you open up the space for the enemy team a little bit. So, I mean, Super came into the lineup. There's a mention as well. Super looked great.
Oh yeah,
like,
his
I'm
Sigma.
at the point now where I'm like, just play Super.
Yeah.
Just play Super.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
it's one of your best chances.
We didn't get the rhyme, but I mean, his Sigma was fantastic. Here's a
really
here's a quick tweet about Super. Super is the GOAT. Argue with the wall. Hashtag Overwatch World Cup 2023. You know what, Jenna? I agree. This guy, he came in, you know, picked up that Sigma, and he dominated.
Yeah.
I mean, Super. You know, it's a great look for
the
Team USA.
the reigning World Cup champion. Two-time Overwatch League champion with the San Francisco Shock. I mean,
Right.
you know, you respect him. One of the best riders of all time. You respect the resume.
True. And with this win, USA locks in the second seed for Group D. So we still have to find out the next match from team from China against Thailand. It's going to decide who is going in for number one seed from Group C. But USA will be facing off the number one seed from there. Man. Right, yeah.
Danny.
What's up? What's up, Johnny? Yes?
USA might play the team from China in the first round of playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be spicy. That's all I'm saying.
True, but
it's getting exciting.
But at the same time, from what we saw, Japan, of course, is a different team. But you know, even today, USA was facing off against Japan, who was using a lot of that doofus comp, and I'm expecting to see a lot of that from Team China as well. So they might be prepared for that. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, we'll get to see. We got one more matchup as they're facing off against Thailand. Some extra footage on team from China. We can see if, you know, we can study the elements, study the compositions, and see what they can bring to the table. Gushue primarily plays the Winston and the Doomfist, so I'm excited now. If you're the team from China, if you're like gonna stick to that, do you think that's your best chance? I still feel like we have more to learn from the team from China, so, you know, we'll get one more glimpse.
Hey, we're gonna see that right now. Actually, never mind. We're gonna go into a quick break, and after that, it's gonna be team from China versus Thailand. Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
I combine.
Where's one?
Kill Echo.
Just a second.
I correct.
Three card, we win.
Yeah.
Echo.
Doom can't touch though.
Nice.
Just kill Doom when he comes.
Doom low.
Doom. Nice.
Good shit, guys. Good shit.
Nice.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're moving into the final match of the day and also the final match of the group stages for Overwatch World Cup 2023. That is right. This is the final match. I think this is also going to be a good one. It is fought out between team from China and Thailand. Let's take a quick look at the lineup for this matchup, starting with team from China, of course. These are the 5 guys. I mean, we've been talking about how scary this team is, like Gu Shui, Leaf, Shy, Monk, and Lengsa. These guys are probably, they are one of the, all 5 of them are great players, and I think this is gonna be a tough match for Team Thailand to beat.
So if you haven't stayed tuned to Overwatch Esports before, let me just like lay out the big picture, all right?
Okay.
Gu Shui, World Cup legend, really made a name for himself with, earth-shattering kind of Winston and Reinhardt gameplay in 2018 and 2019. Primal Blade. Shy and Leave, currently, this year, 2023, are like one of the best damage duos in the entire game. Okay?
Agree.
Leave,
True.
in the Overwatch League, he actually won an MVP. So that deserves mentioning. That's how good this team is. And the backline as well, Monk and Lengsa, one of the most underrated backlines in the world. So they're just stacked. If you don't know about the team from China, they're giga stacked. That's all you need to know.
True. And their opponents for today is going to be Team Thailand. They had some bright moments, but like we said, I don't know, it's going to be an uphill battle for Team Thailand. They do have the pre-existing synergy. A lot of the members from this team have been playing in the same team as well. So I don't know, what are you expecting from Thailand, Johnny?
Well, it's going to be interesting because, once again, they're one of those teams that have kind of like rotated between tanks. I mean, we've seen Titawat, who also is a World Cup legend. This is his 4th World Cup appearance, as well, alongside Puto, of course, who's playing his 5th. The only player in the World Cup, the Overwatch World Cup, to play at all 5 World Cups is Puto from Team Thailand, of course. They've kind of liked playing that, Titawat dive composition. We saw them pick Rialto, for example. That was like one of their picks. They're like, yeah, we want to play this map. But it hasn't really gone their way. Now, they can bring out some of the Sigma compositions if they want to field Kalbun instead on that tank role. So I feel like they have a couple of options. My gut instinct, and I don't know if you should trust my gut instinct, is that they're kind of now like past the dive compositions with Titawat, and maybe like we've seen so many other teams, like maybe you want to play that Sigma composition. This Team Thailand, it's a hard match to prepare for, because if you are Team Thailand, you need to win 2-0 to advance to the playoffs. But not only do you need to win 2-0, you need to win 2-0 by not giving up a single point. Control point.
Okay.
So
they have
control,
to be clean.
You have to win 2-0 control.
Wow.
Against the team from China.
Yeah.
It's going to be difficult.
Yeah, honestly, it's going to be a tough battle for Thailand. But at the same time, who knows? If this is Overwatch World Cup, anything could happen, right? So with that being said, let's take a look at our predictions. Starting with Zoe. Yep, team from China. I'm on the same page, team from China.
Me too.
Too strong of a team right now. Johnny, no surprises.
They're one of the favorites again.
True.
But they're one of the favorites. They should win this matchup. But again, like, I just want to see more from Team from China. Like, what are they bringing to the 2023 World Cup? Because that's going to matter later on in this tournament and as we get towards the bracket stage, right? So looking forward to see what they got in the bag.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll jump right into the action. And for this matchup, we got Costa and Mitch bringing you all the action.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great to be back here. And I think Johnny spelled the stakes in this match out pretty accurately. And that's got a lot to do, Scott, I think, with how flawless the team from China have been so far in this group play.
Yeah, and Johnny also highlighted how good this team is with their players. Like, they have a lot of history of playing together in the past. They, funnily enough, a lot of these players made their name back in 2018, 2019, when the team from China really started to step up. And that was the first time on the world stage where, like, wow, a lot of these players can hang with the very best. And now they're considered some of the cream of the crop. And across the board, Team Thailand is going to have a rough matchup because they like to play dive with Titawat, but they're going up against what I would say the best dive team in the world.
And this was actually a team that really came onto the scene all the way back in 2016. That's right. It was like so long ago. We were just getting our bearings about what Overwatch was like as a competitive title. And Team Thailand impressed us so much with the way they played through the group stages. Ended up placing 9th to 12th, I think, for that tournament. But this is where players like Mickey, of course, who's famed, spent his time at the top level over the years, sort of showed up. Oputo was there. Titawa, obviously, has been in the mix there as well. I mean, that initial team had, Mickey and Oputo as well initially. But many of these faces from Team Thailand have made multiple showings here at the World Cup. And they're so easy to love. They were a crowd favorite team instantly once you could see their energy, their camaraderie they displayed. And I'm sure a lot of people are hoping to see them make some serious inroads here. Unfortunately, Scott, their group play hasn't been up to scratch. Not enough, obviously, up against that Team Spain. So, I mean, it's a very tough ask to see them at BlizzCon from this point on.
Yeah, that loss to Team Spain is really the big dagger that hurt them a lot. That was the team they needed to beat if they were going to lock in the number 2 seed. So because that didn't work for them, they fell to Spain 2-0. Now they have the monumental task ahead of them to not just beat Team from China, they need to win and be flawless. As Reinforced said, they need to not even lose a single control point as we head over to this Busan.
Right, so for them at this point, it's a matter of seeing how they match up against this team from China and sort of how they can sort of come away from this World Cup experience feeling positive. We're just trying to give it to you straight, everybody. That's the way it's going to go down. If the team from China are successful here, that half of a single elimination bracket will feature United States, team from China, South Korea, and Canada. That is absolutely terrifying, frankly, for any of those teams there. But it sets us up for what could be like a South Korea team from China semi-final. You can theory craft as much as you like. It's already looking very exciting once we get to BlizzCon. But for the team from China, they've got to land the plane first.
Yeah, and I expect them to land it. They have a wealth of experience. And as you said, because of Team USA locking in the number 2 seed, the bracket does look very lopsided with some of the strengths of some of these teams. So we might see, as we go to BlizzCon, some big matchups very early on in that single elimination brackets. And some teams are going to go home a lot earlier than they would like. But as we head into Busan and over to Shrine, pretty much what we expected. Both teams playing some form of dive, but Gushwei, is he going to stick with this one? We haven't seen much Wrecking Ball at all, but we know Gushwei is very strong at this hero. Let's see how it works.
I like this, actually. I thought for a second maybe, Leave shows us trace of a Soldier 76 in this composition makes a lot of sense. The Wrecking Ball's so disruptive here, Scott. Feel like you're going to have a lot of room to breathe if you're the DPS and the Iliari from the team from China.
And he's not just about being disruptive, he's so self-sustainable. They have a spread out style with team from China. As you can see, Lengths are getting hounded by High Vision and Titawa, and that's a great first pick. They recognize someone is isolated on their own. Lengths are falls, and now all of a sudden it comes down to who do they get next. Titawa's taking a ton of damage though. Great healing though from the rest of the Thailand squad.
The question is though, in the meantime, what were the team from China doing? It's actually unclear. They're kind of operating from that side room with the large drum in it here. Leave has been trying to find decent sight lines now. Ace gets picked up, but not before Monk goes down. So Thailand are doing a very good job of dealing with this rather strange composition from the team from China. And they're just accepting that Wrecking Ball they might just have to ignore if they can and try and play in like 1s and 2s and dive in on supports first to weaken this team from China squad.
It's about just avoiding a lot of the damage that is coming out from the team from China, especially with their backline. Well, actually, Lengths switches over to the Brig. They're so spread out. Leave shooting them in the back, Shy shooting them in the back. They're doing a great job of finding isolated picks, but over time, team from China just start to find the picks. They match back, and they do get the flip eventually.
Gushwei here on your screen. Going to be very, very hard to bring down for Thailand. They don't have a lot of tools really to answer it outside of Sleep Bio. Then hopefully just go to town on the Wrecking Ball if you possibly can. It's a big ask. In the meantime, we have the team from China take these long sight lines. Lee doesn't want to play too close to where Thailand are grouped up because of this potential for the dive con to explode like this. It's going to be Titawa going in now with the nano boost pressure on Lengsa. Looks like it wasn't a stun to the wall and Titawa might be in trouble. Power block, not an option. Mutual stun between him and Lengsa, who's able to knock him to the ground. And here we go. No tank for Thailand.
Yeah, and that was just great play. You can see from the overhead view how far away Team from China is playing. They're just like, Thailand, if you want to do anything, you have to dive into us. Lengsa gets very aggressive, does fall, but the rest of the Team from China squad shows up, does the cleanup, and 50% and counting from Team from China. And they have ultimates waiting as well. Gushwei? Yeah, that's not your spawn.
Well, here's the question. What's the safest way for Thailand to approach a dive team fight? Like, what's the win condition here against this very split up, very sparsely dispersed squad of Team from China?
It's about trying to find a way to get onto Lengsa, right? And last time they used the nano boost onto Titawa, but the issue that they're having is that High Vision isn't able to close that distance to help out. Ace is having to play so far away. Titawa has to use the Meteor Strike before he even gets into the fight. Lands and instantly dies once again. That's how difficult it is for Team Thailand to even find any value. Now they're just sort of grouped up in this drum room, unable to take any space, so they have to wait for Titawa to come back, but Team from China might not give them that luxury of time.
And what's next? Maybe Thailand's DPS stand on their own 2 feet and find some solo kills. Overclock going to be popped by bot Sojourns, but Shy's going to slide on backwards, realizing that perhaps he's overextended slightly. Leave, in the meantime, gets to go to work. He's on the tool, Scott. Found one with that Helix rocket, of course. Tactical visor against Thailand's setup is very, very scary.
Yeah, and that perfect run that we needed from Thailand has fallen by the wayside. So now it's potentially just them fighting for pride. They just need to play confident. You can see from, I believe that's Titawat's sort of explaining to his team, they don't care about not making it to BlizzCon. I think when you're playing against a team with such high caliber and players, it's about just getting that experience, enjoying it, and learning as much as you can, because Team Thailand, they have a lot to prove as individual players and as a team coming out of the Asia Pacific region.
Yeah, you make a great point. That is really the end of the run for Thailand, but they've never been a team to drop their heads when things get tough. So I'm looking forward to seeing what more they can show us. We don't get to see a lot from them, I'll be honest with you, in that previous round. Team from China now switching towards this Doomfist and base dive. Comp sees leave now, pick up the Tracer. And Shy, I mean, these two are so interchangeable. Shy just grabs the Soldier 76, plays this bridge flanking position. And that's the first problem that Thailand are going to have to answer.
Yeah, and this is the classic Soldier sitting on the bridge. You can see how much pressure he's able to push out, and it's going to be difficult for Thailand to punish, so they actually go in a different direction. They find Gushwei, take them down, pull up on Monk, and that's just a great first dive by Team Thailand.
Yeah, it might have been a sleep dart or something there from Pali, but whatever it is, Gushwei gets stopped in his tracks, and that opens the way for Titawa to get in there and find elimination. Leave able to respond, though, and Leave is going to be constantly very slippery. His High Vision looks to try and pressure the Soldier on the high ground. He needs a one click before there's even a chance to get a Bionic Field down. Shy now is getting that healing, so High Vision might need to look elsewhere, but elsewhere is where Ace gets put in the ground. Monk from across the map's taking Titawa out of the fight here, and now trying to regroup as Thailand funnel in towards this choke.
Oh, great Biotic Grenade hits 3 players from Team from China, but unfortunately no follow-up can be made. But you can see Team China, they're so confident in their ability to play on their own lead, as 3 hits an incredible pulse bomb onto Pali, and that ends the team fight before it even starts.
There's just nothing to play from here now for Thailand. Shy going to finish the job as Ace tries to get away. And remember, when things go wrong for this Thailand squad, they don't necessarily have the momentum that a Lucio comp would afford them. They're stuck in the middle of enemy territory after losing that Ana.
And all of a sudden it gets more difficult for High Vision to move around the map, right? In the first fight, you have so many different directions you can work for. Now they're limited to coming out of pretty much 2 chokes, and Team from China is going to see that coming. Shy's going to have the position. You can see Leave sitting up in the window, and a Biotic Grenade gets hit. Like, there's so many issues that Team Thailand is going to have to deal with. Fortunately, Apudo does have the rally to give them the overhealth coming into the fight.
That Bionade from Monk was really just psychic warfare to start off, but the second one hits just a little bit harder, and there might be some follow-up. Gushwei is able to pull out, no problem. Pali is not ready for that, though. The Meteor Strike comes in, and it's an extinction event for the Ana from Thailand. The rally is all well and good here from Maputo, but he is retired. Back towards spawn. It's just going to be Ace, and a Disruptor shot will not live up to its name when it's Gushwei staring it down.
It's just so hard for Thailand to be able to find any value. You said that Apudo's rally's running, they're giving the overhealth, but it doesn't matter if Gushwei's coming down with the Meteor Strike. 81% and counting, they get an opening pick onto Shy. This is the best opportunity Thailand's had on this round.
Ace brought down, Gushwei able to zero in very quickly on that Tracer. Thailand gonna have a crack at it here. They got 16%, that's all. Leave gonna prevent the back cab as High Vision looks elsewhere. Lengthen though, not bothered by a Tracer. He'll back away, shield bash to the point, takes a bit of damage, but he is shy from the high ground as attack visor from an imperious position. Ace trying to flank here with an overclock. But he has to spend most of the time hiding behind cover. The threat of Shy is immense, and Ace is down at 23. Still a flick to the right, he fights the kill, and then Shy is brought down. Ace saves the day for Thailand. 2 big kills, and now Monk will be bundled out too.
Yeah, Team Thailand had Ace up their sleeve right there at the very end. Pops the overclock when they needed it most. Was looking a little dicey against Shy, but he does end up finding the pick, and a beautiful shot on to Leave. Takes all the damage away from Team from China, and that is going to be a flip coming out for Thailand. Team from China are very confident to just stay in this fight, keep poking and prodding. That's going to cost Shy his life.
Another big kill from Ace as Shy dices with death for a moment. Tito wants to follow up and look for Gushue, who does not want to have to use a Meteor Strike just to get out of the fight here. The team from China will have a chance to regroup.
And now all of a sudden it's Team from China who are stuck within this choke. They're going to get stuffed in. Gushue goes in first because he has the Meteor Strike to get himself out. That will give the rest of his team space to walk out that choke.
Pally trying to play safe behind this pillar here. Pulse bomb, speculative there from High Vision. No one there to see it. It's going to be a stun as the punch comes in. Gushue able to get that kill on Pally though, but it's going to be a trade of honors. Opportune with the shield bash though. Shy is now down. It's up to Leave. How do you make the difference here? The Meteor Strike drops on in from Titawat, but the team from China had to get busy capping this point.
Yeah, Team from China used 2 ultimates and didn't find any value. Gushue accidentally, I believe, falling down that hole, unable to assist the rest of his team. They do have both support ultimates, so they should be able to get into this fight. Gushue slept again. That's the 3rd or 4th sleep.
There's one from Monk, though. It's a big one. It stops Titawat in his tracks. Fortunately, the Nano Boost means he's got the durability to pick himself back up and go again. It's Pally again brought down by Gushue and Opto. Well, he's not faring much better. It's a stay of execution, but he'll be brought down regardless. And the team from China get to move into residence. They will take Busan away with a win here on Mecha Base.
Boy, that was a much better look from Team Thailand than we saw in the first round. You could see in the mirror matchup, they have confidence in their ability to play toe-to-toe. But Team from China, at the end of the day, just a little bit too oppressive and just big play. Nano on to Gushue, knows the sleep is down, just runs down the back line. There's almost nothing they can do.
I mean, it's a tough problem to solve, what the team from China are posing here. They're leaving both of their, no pun intended, both of their DPS to play these really far out angles, right? And sending Gushue in, making sure they maintain that LOS so Monk can keep them topped up and follow up on these massive biotic grenades. But both sides are able to do this. Pally had some really nice bio-nades himself, but is constantly being dove first and foremost by Gushue. Here's some highlights though. We obviously see the Doomfist comp to start with, Scott.
Yeah, Doomfist comp came out from Thailand. I don't think they were anticipating the Wrecking Ball coming out from Team from China. Like, you can see them really just like surrounding them, and Gushue is just a constant thorn in their side. As we headed over to Mecha Base, it did look like Team from China was going 100-0, but this mounted comeback that Thailand was able to make, very impressive. Maybe they can sort of channel that better as we move further into the rest of the maps.
Gushue ends Busan at 10 final blows and 2 deaths. Shy at 9 final blows, Leave at 7 respectively. On the side of Thailand, it's Titawat with 3 and 9. So 9 deaths there on that enemy Doomfist. Then it makes sense. Monk especially is making it really hard for Titawat to get in, get out safely. So, guess what? The old Faithful gets picked here. That's right. Circuit Royal rears its head once more for the last time here in our group stage of the World Cup, Scott. Much to talk about in that one when we come back from the break. This is Group C, our final match of our group stage as the team from China look to lock up a berth at BlizzCon. Give us the great pleasure of welcoming you all once more back to Circuit Royal. That's right, in our last match of our 2023 Overwatch World Cup group stages, Thailand has selected the map to play against the team from China, who look like they have no interest in dropping any maps, any rounds for their entire run through groups.
Thanks, Mitch. I hate it here. You know, I would love to see
Look
some
at the
more of some of
views,
these other
the
maps.
fast cars, the architecture.
I've seen it too many times.
It drips with history and finesse.
Well, let's see what Finesse Calvin can come in. Obviously, this is Thailand's map choice, so maybe deciding, let's not take another dive mirror. Let's go to something else. Pull Calvin in off of the bench, and they'll play the Sigma mirror. We have seen the team from China play a little bit of Sigma. It's definitely not known as one of Gushui's signature heroes, but with the confidence that they have from their DPS line and their back line, they should be able to fill in the gaps.
It's such a pleasure to see Obito here slowly follow the life cycle of a pro player in Overwatch. Starting as like a Genji main, like a DPS player, ending up on the brig. Hey, it comes for us all, everybody. Just came for Scott much quicker than the rest of you.
It happened to me, but I went from flex support and I was having so much fun, and then eventually I was like, I'm too washed, I'm going to main support. And then Lucio was too difficult, so I moved on with my life.
And then you were too smart for main support, so we got you in the booth, brother.
It happens, mate. It happens, mate. Sometimes you just get a little bit too smart for your own good, but let's see if Team Thailand can get a little bit smarter on this composition, because it felt like they just weren't able to deal with some of the firepower. Yes, they fought back a little bit on mecha base, but for the most part, as expected, team from China is just too much to handle.
Absolutely. We actually saw the team from China play a Junker Queen on this map at some point through their group stage. Now, I'm not sure if I recommend that on defense, but on attack, it has merit. We actually saw a lot of teams at the top level of Overwatch try and buck the trend of just being hedged into playing these poke compositions to play something with a bit of pace, trying to get up in your face and make it uncomfortable to try and constantly give this ground up and back up and back up and back up and wait to find a kill. So that's something I want to put on everybody's radar for the team from China's attacking side. But here on defense, it makes sense to see a Sigma setup.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, we've seen a very small amount of Zenyatta. It used to be a staple with the Baptiste and the Zenyatta, but people have been prioritizing playing either the Lucio or playing an Alari. But we're going to see the high damage output that a Zenyatta can play from both sides, and that's going to be a Discord orb that can also go onto the tank, so people are going to need to be careful. But the primary threat that you need to deal with if you're from Thailand is Shy on the Widowmaker. This guy is exceptional on this pick. Let's see if we can get glimpses of that in this map.
Sorry, you're from Thailand in general, actually. You're sitting in Thailand watching this game. Shy is a threat to you as well, because he definitely can put your team under at this point. Even trying to giving up a bit of ground, as these comps often do. It's really a matter of attrition, right, Scott? These Discord orbs from the Zenyatas are really going to work, not to mention that shield pressure they provide.
And the reason team from China give up so much space is they want to hold this corner, right? It becomes very difficult from the team from Thailand to peek their head around because of how much damage is coming out. Hits them with a rock, and Shy, 1-2 punch, takes down Calvin, and that's going to force all of Team Thailand back. But I think team from China is going to try and push their luck, push the objective, and get more picks.
Why not? No reason to let a team without Lucio just hang around for free here. It's one pick that starts that all off. And it was just Gushui biding his time to hit a massive accretion on Calvin. And I think there might have been a Discord orb involved in that too.
And then you see team from China step up because they want to take some shots from them coming out of spawn. They're looking for multiple picks. Every time that Team Thailand turns a corner, there's a risk that someone's going to get shot. You see Calvin just takes a headshot there as he turns the corner. So there's constant threats coming up for Thailand. Now they have the amplification matrix up. They should be able to at least force team from China away from the angle. There it goes. Are the team from China going to respect it? They are. They're going to try and back out, but Leng's just stuck behind this mini wall.
Calvin wasn't even in a position there to make use of the amp matrix. I think he was too far forward while he was trying to poke at the defenders behind those barriers. And then the gravitic flux comes in, which means it is a day of the shooting range for Leave this time around. Those targets have just held aloft and they're tantalizing, and he'll absolutely take them.
And Gushui does end up popping the Gravitic Flux, but you absolutely take those 2 minutes off the clock because of how long it takes for Team Thailand to get into position. You can see every time they lose a member, it is catastrophic. If it happens once again before they get any opportunity to even find their picks of their own, all of a sudden you could see a full point hold before you even realize it.
Infraside available here. Shy holding onto it for the time being. There's no need to hold it for the enemy Widow to use it, as there is none. The Shy maybe just waiting for the end of this fight, the start of the next, to maybe shut it down instantly. Ops2 loses that immortality. Still down. Nice flux. That's bigger. Transcendence in play though, so no one's going to be low enough by the time they touch the ground. But Ace, he gets him. Nicely done. The overclock yields a kill on Shy. He wasn't in the flux, by the way. That was after Ace picks off Monk. That's a big turn of events now, and Length is in deep trouble. Ace opts not to overextend, take the risk, instead try and work Goose Way down because he's buying time for the team from China. But Thailand will eventually surge ahead.
Ace has been the player coming up clutch for Thailand time and time again. He's finding those multi-kills. Because of that huge pick on Monk in the Gravitic Flux, they weren't able to have the healing to stay in that fight. Does look like Team from China is going to try and recontest. Monk goes towards the point, instantly falls. Leave is going to follow, and that will be a first point capture from Thailand.
Dragon Strike gets some value there unexpectedly. There's no chance for the team from China to hang around on that point once that strike comes through. And now an opportunity here for Thailand to try and set the line of scrimmage shot a little further forward.
And importantly to note as well, Team from China on that recontest for the first point used the overclock and the wall hacks from the Widowmaker. So both DPS ults go and accrue to absolutely nothing. So now Thailand, they have an advantage. They have the amplification matrix. Then they can charge up some of their other ultimates. If they can use that to get positioning, this could be a very quick second point cap as Lengsa falls.
That was a amplified accretion coming out from Calvin there. 3 players though caught inside a Gravitic Flux, but somehow Obito gets the regenerative burst. It's just not enough, because as they touch ground, it'll be Gushui following up very quickly, trampling all over them. 2 minutes and 20 left in the round here. China, the team from China are looking a little bit scared in an ultimate trough, but the Gravitic Flux was enough to give them the dub.
Huge Gravitic Flux. Puto just didn't have the immortality field to give them that extra bit of time to get their health bars back up. And now we're actually going to see a switch coming out from Thailand, and High Vision goes over to the Genji. It's a pretty common pick playing against the Widowmaker. If you don't want to match the Widowmaker, you can play the Genji and just apply pressure and sort of get in their face. It's a double-edged sword though, because it can be difficult to move around, and if the Widow just starts hitting shots, there's nothing you can do to match it.
High Vision with the deflect. Shy stays his hand for a moment, but that card is still on the move once more. As an Amp Matrix now, Calvin instantly goes into a kinetic burst, but he's gonna hit with the accretion. He's countered by Gooseway, who saves the accretion for the Waggle Hands. And Thailand are in deep trouble once more. That Amp Matrix flattens them.
Yeah, and you can just see the level of coordination that Team from China has in terms of isolating individual targets, and Discord Orb coming up clutch from Lengsa. Calvin just had no opportunity. One mistake, gets hit by one accretion, and he falls, and that leads to the rest of the team falling as well. They do have ultimates coming online. They have another overclock from Ace, who has been so clutch in this series. Calvin with the Flux, and they have the Transcendence to deal with the Flux coming out of Gushway as well.
Just a minute here. Let's see if they can answer Gushway's ultimate adequately. Gushway will be outside of the Flux from Calvin. He can't see any of the targets. They're around the corner, which means that Monk can tend to their wounds without any poke damage coming in. So that ultimate goes down on Gurgler. Now the team from China will have a chance to respond, but can they force a Transcendence early and guarantee real purchase from this Gushway ultimate? Time will tell. Here's the accretion, whizzes overhead like a trebuchet shot at a castle battlement, and the Transcendence, its time is now. Gushway will be kept at full, but Ace knows he can find burst kills through this healing ultimate if he can get them. Leave goes down, Lengsa trades it out, but Shy's been removed by Parlay. Nicely done, the Widow off the map here, and High Vision's able to deflate some orbs back in Lengsa's direction. Now looking for a little bit of Monk. He'll have that Baptiste kill, and Thailand are far from done.
The Genji swap coming in clutch at the last second. Everyone threw all of their ultimates. That was an incredible pick from Thailand to take down Leave in the Transcendence. Great focus fire. As soon as Leave falls down, they don't have the overclock, they don't have the damage, and High Vision eviscerates Team from China as we head over to the third point. They only have a minute and a half remaining, but you can snowball through this fight. Never mind, they cannot snowball through that fight.
I mean, dare to snowball, and the team from China are the 7th circle of hell, just burning him down as they try and wrap that corner. Shy was waiting.
Later.
Oh, dear. Oh, no. Yeah, maybe don't use that in the tourism advert for Monte Carlo. My goodness. It's basically concrete booties, except he's forced to hold onto it, you know?
Yeah, he's like, hold this for me, and he grabs the rock and just jumps off of the edge. He's not going to float past that one. As now Team from China get the opportunity to step up aggressive and they can hold the choke. Leaf still holding onto this overclock, Monk with an amplification matrix, and Thailand doesn't have a single ultimate to their name. 40 seconds remaining. If they take a quick fight, they might get another one, but they need to start forcing these ultimates out from Team from China. Otherwise, it's going to be an uphill battle.
I think it needs to be mentioned that it is very rare that a team will stay on Widow on defense on this part of the map. This is not normal at all, and you can kind of see why. High Vision eventually is able to get to grips with Shy and take the Widowmaker out of the equation, but Leaf responds instantly. This M Matrix, there might be some value from this one. Leaf in the meanwhile just finds 3 kills, making 4. Tears strips off of Thailand, and there's under 10 seconds left. Leaf will adamantly stand in front of him and say, I'm gonna hold the line here. You want to pass, you have to get through me.
And Pally falls. Ace tries to switch over to the Tracer, does manage to head us into overtime, but it's not enough.
That will be it. The team from China lock in their BlizzCon spot with that showing. Not a darn thing Thailand could do about it. You can see, yeah, some very unconventional approaches were taken in that game. Shy here, closest on your screen as we head to the second part of this map. Have to be feeling good about that. I mean, anytime you see a team really fail to penetrate far into that second phase of the map, you're feeling like they are home and hosed. China are going to be feeling great about that, and keeping the Widow for so long just says they're maybe looking to have a bit of fun.
And honestly, let's be real with it. Shy didn't have that big of an impact in that round at all. You know, it was really Live who was on the Leave, who was on the Sojin, really showing up when it matters most. Even Lynx are showing up in the kill feed. So let's see if Shy decides to stick with this one, because High Vision, if they go over to that Genji, it can be difficult to play the Widow, but maybe thinking better of it on their own defenses. We can see this 4K coming out from Leave.
One. There's a second there. I thought he had a Pusu there pretty comfortable, but Ace just turns up. High Vision's at 1 HP. Okay, still the kill. Why not? 4 kills. Very comfortable for Leave there, and again, largely being uncontested, but the fact that he does that from the lowest of low ground on their map is kind of shocking.
Yeah, it's those are hard shots, right? Like, as much as he didn't hit a single headshot, though, shooting upwards is always a difficult thing to do in a first-person shooter game, and now it potentially looks like we might see something very different from Team from China. We have seen this look from them in the past. No. Ooh, wait, don't be silly, Gooshway. Don't be silly. Okay, we're definitely seeing some fun coming out from Team from China.
Bro, looking a little sussy, I'm just saying. Hey, Zaya. Okay, so Zaya. All right, no Lucio here as well. So this is Gooshway just.
Okay, Mitch, I'm just going to say it. This is a terrible pick. Like, just straight up, I can't even defend this pick. They're going to be able to bubble Leave, but there is so much damage coming out from Thailand. It's going to be difficult for Gooshway to do anything. The only way they're going to find value is picks like that, but also just getting in the face from Thailand and just continuing going the pressure, because with the Zenyatta Discord Orb, with the Widowmaker from Ace, the High Vision Sojin, it's going to be hard for Gooshway to just peek his head, and he's never going to have bubbles available.
We have an Ana here for Monk, so can set up some forays for Leave to dive on in. Thailand are still trying to get the measure of this comp from the team from China. That is a lot of charge here, but that shield from Calvin is really tough for Azaya to get through. Not to mention the potential of the grab getting eaten by kinetic grass. There's a lot of things here working against the Zarya pick, but it might not be relevant here, as Leave has gotten his way into the back line. Eyeing off that cookie jar here as he realizes someone's above him. This could be scary for Pally, but there's an immortality field deployed. Leave has to back out, gets punished, but elsewhere, Shy found Obito. So still one support player, make it 0, as Shy just cleans them off the face of the map.
It's a nice benefit to have for a team from China where you're like, oh, you know, Shy, you've been having fun. Oh, sorry, Leave, you've been having fun on Sojin. Shy, yeah, you can have your turn. You know, they're so stacked that Shy, one of the best Sojins in the world, one of the best individual players on Hitscan in the world, wasn't even playing it originally, and now they can just put Shy on it, and you see him starting to take over. The Zarya pick still looking a little sussy, but it's working for him.
Again, I'm going to call this Who's Composite Anyway, where everything is made up and the picks don't matter. Team from China, again, looking just for an individual prowess. There it is on the fadeaway. Pally gets absolutely slapped. Shy now doesn't care that there's an amp matrix in the way, because who's really going to threaten him? High Vision, maybe? He expects his opponents to be cowering at this point. Gravitic Flux here, attempt by Calvin, but guess what? He dies inside the box anyway. There's no one to receive the drop down anyway from the extra part of that ability. And this is about as Jover as it could get. Team from China now looking to get this second checkpoint and then push it a little further into that last phase of the map. There's a Graviton Surge up, Overclock, Dragon Blade, Rally, all available.
Okay, Calvin, you need to eat this Graviton Surge. That's pretty much the only way I see them getting out of this ahead. Probably does have the Transcendence that should give them time, but they're all grouped up. It's not going to matter.
Here's the grab. Transcendence, though, for Pally inside that. So Liv says, perhaps I'll head elsewhere with this blade. I'll take my business somewhere else. Straight to high vision, apparently, as he's bisected before he knows what hits him. Pally forced to dive onto the point here. Opito brought down by Liv. And the team from China now just having a bit of fun with it.
Yeah, and the cart doesn't need to go that far in the third point. Only 35. Someone. Okay, thank you, Leaf. Thank you for capping. We appreciate that. And we're going to see some swaps out of Leaf as well. And team from Thailand just trying to find anything that'll work. They're switching over to the Junker Queen now. Aputo onto the Lucio. Just trying to match the speed that team from China is playing.
They might want to take it up a gear if that's the plan here. Scott, the Junker
good
Queen.
luck. Leaves watching. He's just taking so many shots. This is so dangerous for Thailand.
Nice bubble there, given over towards Leave, who's definitely feeling the pinch, or rather Shy is feeling the pinch. Leave under a bit of pressure as well, but the overclock's going to be there. Shy makes 1 and 2. Are they going to let him have the 5? That's 3. Pally eventually going to bring him down, but the damage is more than already done, and the team from China close it out. It's a 2-0 here, and a very convincing finish on Circuit Royal, playing whatever the heck they please.
Yeah, and we knew this was going to be an uphill battle for Team Thailand, and you can see it on Aputo's face. Yeah, that wasn't very fun. It was a rough one, but that's what happens when you're going up against the best.
Absolutely. 2 silver medals up until this point for the team from China. This year, eyeing off the competition, teams like South Korea, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, United States, Canada, Great Britain, Spain even, they've got to be feeling pretty good about at least a grand finals berth here. Their side of the bracket, I'm not going to lie, looks absolutely terrifying, but their first opponent will be the United States once we get to BlizzCon.
Wow, that is going to be a crazy first match. And it's worth noting here, Mitch, as well. We've seen struggles out of South Korea. We've seen struggles out of USA as well. So far, team from China has looked like the most dominant team other than maybe Great Britain and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So at the end of the day, it's some unconventional teams that we haven't seen in the past showing their dominance in the group stage.
Yeah, insane stuff. Great to see another strong showing for the team from China. We can't wait to see them, of course, when we get to a little bit of land. A lot to talk about today, Scott. We're going to head over to our desk in just a moment, so don't go too far, everybody. We're not quite done here with our final day of our group stage, the 2023 Overwatch World Cup.
Thank you guys. That was our final match of the day, final match of the group stages. Team from China, just like we expected, dominant showing. Thailand tried their best. Didn't really work out that way. I gotta say, Johnny, when we talk about Gu Shui, he made a name for himself, of course, in the Overwatch World Cup for his Winston play. But we even saw the Primal Bubble. Primal Bubble as well. This guy is the Primal Ball.
You can't just say Primal everything, Daddy.
No. Wait. So I was saying Primal Bubble for his Zarya play at the very end of Circuit Royal. For his Wrecking Ball, the Primal Mouse, Primal Ball.
It's not a mouse, Daddy. It's not a mouse. Haven's not a mouse.
Hamster. Hamster is a mouse. It's a type of a mouse, isn't it?
Wait,
hamsters.
What?
Aren't they not? They're rats.
We're out of control.
I'm pretty sure it is. Anyways,
this is out of control.
Well, he is primal. He is unbeatable. Anyways, yeah. I mean,
belongs
I think
to the family of Callum Mycel.
You're actually looking it up.
Yeah, of course I'm looking it up, Daddy.
We're gonna talk about this. Yeah.
Team from China. Custer's right. The Zarya was troll. The Zarya was a little bit of troll.
It was not. I disagree.
I'm happy for Zarya. I don't think we're gonna see a ton of Zarya at BlizzCon in the playoffs. Look, they're just on another level, okay? Like I still have questions about Gu Shui's, being able to play Sigma against some of the best Sigma teams in the world, but they looked really crisp against Thailand, so you can't argue with it.
Yeah, they are definitely a strong contender to win it all, right? I mean, along with Team South Korea and Team Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, USA, all those great teams. This is our final group standing, everybody, as you guys could all see. From Group A, Korea and Finland moving up. Group B, Great Britain, Canada. Group C, team from China and Spain, and then lastly, Group D, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and USA.
There it is.
Man, we had so many great matches, and with this, the quarterfinals are set. All right, Johnny, which one? Pick one. You can't do everything. Pick one. Which one are you most hyped for?
Team from China, USA.
Okay.
I pick one. Here we go.
All right,
it's the reigning champions against one of the favorites to win the entire thing in Team from China. Look,
and probably one of the best dive teams, right? Yeah, I agree. Another great pick, I think, would be Great Britain against Finland.
Yep,
now that Finland, now that we know how strong Finland is, and of course Great Britain as well, I think that one is definitely a match to watch out for as well. I mean, we just had to pick 1 and 1, but I mean the other two are gonna be great too.
Yeah, I think an important question when you look at that bracket is obviously like what are the most intriguing like quarterfinals, but also who do you think is going to make it to the grand final out of the lower part of the bracket, where you have like Great Britain, you have Finland, who played South Korea really close today. Obviously, Saudi Arabia took down USA yesterday. And so that's the lower part of the bracket is like wide open to the grand final, where I feel like all 4 teams could make it. Spain, a bit of an underdog there, but like we could very much see a grand final between Saudi Arabia and USA, China, South Korea.
100%. It's
Maybe
now
Canada.
like we can't be like, hey, it's gonna be South Korea dominant. They're gonna win it all. All of these teams who made it to the quarterfinals have a chance of taking the trophy home, right? And everybody, tune in on Friday. That's when the quarterfinals will be happening. Friday, November the 3rd, 9 a.m. Pacific time. Eastern time is 12 p.m.
We'll be there no matter what.
We'll be there no matter what. All right, everybody, that is it for the group stages. Thank you so much for tuning in. Johnny, any final words, any last thoughts, anything you want to say before we say goodbye?
Let's go. We're going to BlizzCon. We're going to BlizzCon. Let's go. BlizzCon.
Friends, we will be there. If you're there, say hi to us. If you unfortunately can't make it, it's fine. Just tune into the matches. You can see us on camera. Cheer on for your favorite teams. Thank you so much, Johnny. You carried. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We're going to say our goodbye. We'll see you guys at BlizzCon. Thank you so much.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Greetings.
Airborne elimination.